Oh, okay. Wow. I guess I've been talking to myself for a minute. Okay. It's Tuesday. It's Tanzan. It's time for the Tuesdays program about tradition. Okay. Before we start, let us begin in prayer. We beseech our ancestors who were here before and who are with us in spirit to guide our discussion and to make it productive and to make us all better Africans, after this. So, and to also remember our responsibility to those who will come after us, those for whom we will be the ancestors. So, thank you. And to the Creator, we thank you for life. Amen. Okay, let's begin. Oh, so today, before we even begin, the subject for today is about the African family, and we'll talk more about that in terms of the smallest unit, what the family is there for, and oh, hello, Pi. Wait, oh, what the comments are not working? Is that what you said? There has been a bug on YouTube. Okay, I did not hear that. I did not know about that. Okay, so I was talking about Swahili Nation. We're doing a funding for Swahili Nation, and we're doing it to raise money for to have a new studio. So sometimes it's easy to forget how things run. It's easy when things are free to just have to assume that things are being taken care of in the background and everything is all nice and stuff. And we hope we give that impression. That's nice to know, but everything costs money, everything costs time, everything has a price to be paid for it. And so as we build this channel, we want to have that opportunity to reach more people, to have more interviews, to expand the topics and the conversations, and to bring in more people who can help build and who have ideas for building. Just in the last 6 months, Mika has talked to entrepreneurs, he has talked to students, he has talked to very influential people who are actually working to build politicians, everybody in every field. Mika has been speaking to people and talking to people about the progress of One Africa and the unification and the betterment of everybody in the continent. So even that it looks good when things are done in a professional manner, when you can actually have a place where people can meet, where you can have a center where you can run operations. And so even when people come to visit you, you have a place where you can host them and say, here's a place, here's our place, Swahili Nation, and we can talk and we can discuss. So this is what we're working towards. I'm going to look for the GoFundMe page. I wish I had Maker's. I wish I had Maker's video, because he did. Okay, we'll try to get it on and on. If somebody has it, I see Mwendatezi. Habari Mwendatezi. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Okay, Munetezi says the live chat is working well. Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. So we don't have to worry about whatever bug is running around in the system. Okay, so we're talking about the funding for the program and for One Africa. Let me see if I can find the video. €5 campaign. Oh, here it is. Oh, but that's the whole video. I don't think I can share that. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm still new to this, so you guys will have to excuse me. Can you hear? Can you hear it? Should I share? Okay, no, I don't think that's working. I don't think that's working. Okay, let me try to share. So basically, we have a GoFundMe page. If you go to Swahili Nation, there is a GoFundMe page for the program. So I will share that too shortly. Oh, you can hear, but you can't see. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see how to do this. Okay, just share. Okay, so let's see. Okay, you have to be just be patient a little bit. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you, Mika, in the background. Okay, so we want to establish an Swahili Nation One Africa office, and the link to the GoFundMe is right there in the description, and it's also in the comment section. So if you just scroll up a little bit, the link should be there. So go ahead and do that. And I wish we also had the video. So, and if you get a chance, please go back and listen to the One Africa program that was here earlier, and it was about the campaign to raise funds, the fundraising the €5 campaign for SNOA office. So yeah, go ahead and listen to that earlier stream. It was very insightful, and you can get more information about what the office is going to be for, what the budget. It was 1,200 for the deposit, but they need a 6-month deposit. No, it's 1,200 for the first month's deposit, but you have to pay for 6 months. So the target is 7,200. So yeah, 7,200. So yes. I'm showing it now right now. Thanks, Mondatezi. Okay, so hopefully go to the GoFundMe page, and it's the €5 campaign. So all you have to do is just put down $5 or however much you want, however much more you want. You can go as much as your heart desires. So don't be afraid to splurge, let's just say. But just put what you can, what you have. Everything helps because it pushes us closer and closer towards the goal. And it's sort of a time factor, because if we don't get it, somebody else will. It's a very prime location. It's very nice. It's beautiful. There's plenty of nature surrounding it. There's plenty of office space, and it's perfect for what we want to do as a Swahili Nation. So Mika has already spoken to the person who owns the property or who is doing the sale, and he is very conversant with him. In fact, one of them was already a Swahili Nation member, so that just worked out very well for everyone. So that is great. We're working on it. We're trying to get as many people in as possible, and we hope that you can all help us to get to the goal, and we can do more for Swahili Nation and for our people. So thank you all for those who have contributed, for those who have gone and put in their €5 and more, for those who have done the work, and thank you all for those who join us, for Swahili Nation and One Africa. We appreciate you all, and we'll start the show. So when I do get the video, a short video, I'll post it. But here is. Yes. Okay. So I shared that this is a site page of the GoFundMe, and Mondatezi what is that? Is that something I should open? I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure yet. If somebody wants to come on, one of you wants to come on and let me know how to share the videos and so on. I don't think I've ever shared a video before. So if you guys want to come on, or just to give us more information, or to tell us more about the place, you're more than welcome. So thank you. So today we are going to talk about the African family. As an end, we are a family, and we are part of units of families. And the traditional African family was always the family begins with, man, woman, child. I think we can start with that. So what's the point of a family? Usually is to take care of the young ones, the children and the elderly, and really to take care of everyone. It's like the basic form of community where everyone's needs are supposed to be taken care of. So when we define family, I think we can all agree that the family is comprised of those three units. It might be more, there may be more children, and so on. There may be more uncles and relations and aunts and fathers and so on. But, at the basic, there's a man, there's a woman, and there's a child. So, and we can all agree, I think, at this point that every child needs to have a family, a nurturing family to care for him or her until a certain age where he can also go and become independent or become an adult. So when it comes to family, those are the first three components. So in traditional African culture, we talked about African marriage. That was the first one. We talked about marriage traditions and so on. And we talked about traditional marriage as being a sort of bond between families. It was not just a person, one man and one woman, and it was always something that involved the whole community. It involved the elders, it involved the mother-in-law, father-in-law, and all these people. It involved the friends and his friends and so on. So marriage was always a communal affair, and marriage was done in different ways. Sometimes it was people choosing each other. Sometimes it was parents arranging marriages. Sometimes it was done with some sort of coercion. Sometimes it was a matter of war. Sometimes people had traded marriage as a form of peace. They, after a war, people would exchange brides, and that would be a form of peace. So there were different ways and means to marriage, but it was always with the view that there would be a family, there would be children raised, and people would be part of a community. So that was the traditional aspect of it. Now, marriage was, because it was a family to family, a situation. It was the separation was also involved two families. So if there was a reason for separation, the same procedure would occur where the elders or the people from different sides would come together and discuss and talk. And if there was no solution, then they would decide where the children would go, who would have rights and so on, what would happen, subsequent affairs like that. So it was always something that was decided by more than just the two people. So when we look at marriage now, in most countries, marriage it can be a communal affair. It's up to the people involved. But for the most part, marriage is now just a decision made by two people, and they come together. They might have children or not. They might have so right now, and it doesn't even require that for two people to come together. It doesn't even require them to be married. So there have been instances of people getting children before marriage, or people getting children outside of marriage. So there have been different ways that modern marriage has changed from the traditional. Oh, welcome, Mika. How are you? Mika. Okay. We I cannot hear you. I don't know if anybody else in the chat can hear you. If you can, please say something, because I can't hear you at all. If anybody can hear him, please let us know. So so hello, Nana Dreams. How are you? Thanks for joining. So while we wait for Mika to have maybe his microphones on, we'll continue. So, you're not connected. Okay, so we're talking about the aspect of marriage. Can you hear? Oh, Pi, you say that you can't hear. Nana Dream says good. Is that yes, you can hear or no? Okay, let me know if you guys can hear, so we can continue. Hello, hello. Okay, well, I'll just continue and hope that everything still works. Okay, so as we said, marriage and the separation was a communal affair, and people were involved, and everybody had a, oh, Pi, what does that mean? An upside down face? I cannot decipher the meaning of that emoticon. So I hope you can hear. If not, I will continue. Okay. So marriage being a unifying affair, also the separation would also be a communal affair. So people would have to come discuss, see what the matter was, divvy up. I don't think they returned the dowry, but they certainly talked about what would happen with the children and the woman and so on. And that was the traditional. So it was both not enforced but encouraged, let's say, by the laws of the community, by some taboos, by some rules, because every single community had their own ways of doing things. They had their ways that, oh, you can't do this before that, that, you know, there were rules for young women as well as for married women, and the rites of initiation was always present. There was always a stage that people went through. The young women would go from girls, they would go to puberty, and during puberty they would be taught by the older women, and then when they got ready to be married, they would be instructed in those ways by married women or much older women. So those were the rules, and it follows similarly for the men, for the young boys, where they were taught by the elders and the married men into the what they needed to know for the next stage of their lives, whether it was initiation, whether it was marriage, whether it was, you know, even preparing for the next bit of your life, whatever that was. So there was always a transition into life, which was guided by people who had gone through that event or that experience. So that was how it was. Nowadays, it's mostly, you know, you go and discover on your own, or you learn a little bit from the internet or from your friends. I think most people, young people nowadays, learn more from each other than they learn from the elders, you know, from their parents and so on. In fact, yeah, so they share knowledge and information, and they that's how most people learn nowadays. And so it's not as important to, let's say, you know, have the whole family involved if you want to get married. It's not as important to have, you know, the you know, all the community involved if you want to, let's say, you know, leave. It's not as important to have that approval if, let's say, you want to have a child before or after marriage. So with some of the things in the ways, and it also depends on the place. Every place is different. Obviously, there's rules and regulations and customs of different areas. So everyone has a different area where, you know, they practice different things, but in general, just the whole idea of marriage as a prerequisite to having children has become more less restrictive. So yeah, so that's the question. So nowadays, you know, you don't find the traditional marriage of, you know, you still find it. I'm not saying it's not there. It's just the incidences of it are beginning to go down. So you don't see as many. The typical family cannot really now be defined as, you know, just one man, one woman, one child. It's usually either, you know, very maybe more of a, what do you call them now? There's a term for it, blended family, I think that's one term for it. Or you have families where, you know, there's only one person, usually a single woman, or, you know, there's children who are being raised in maybe by grandparents or in an orphanage or things like that, mostly in the West, but even in Africa, you know, there are increasing instances of that. So that was just the, you know, the beginning. If you want to if you want to come in and let us know what you think. It's an open discussion. There's no there's no let me say, there's no way we're going with this. Just let's discuss, let's share. We all want to make Africa a better place. We want to strengthen our communities, our families. We want to be better as individuals. So I'll go ahead and post the link if somebody wants to come in and let us know their thoughts. So obviously, as we can see, the view of marriage, traditional marriage, has changed from being this family-oriented activity to this very, just individuals. You can make your decision. The idea of children, having children, has also become not so much restricted to having, a mother and a father in the house. Nowadays, you have, children of divorce, you have children of, single parents, you have just unwed mothers, you have different, iterations of the family, but very few of the ideal one that we all think is the ideal family. So the question today was, men or women who comprise the binary unit of the family. Those are the two that make up the traditional marriage. So if people talk about, the decrease in the importance or value of marriage, or the devaluing of marriage, who is responsible for what in a marriage? Who does what in terms of preserving, maintaining it, and even passing on the institution to the next generation of children? Because just like we talked about with the rites of passage, the rites of passage was the rights to become, a good, to pass through the stages of life and to know the responsibilities of each stage. So as a child, you knew what was expected of you. As a child, you knew that it was you're supposed to learn, you're supposed to respect your elders, you're supposed to help with certain chores, you're supposed to run errands and be sent to do things around the house. So that was you as a child. And in exchange, or you'd get the security of having a roof over your head or having food provided for you, and you wouldn't have to ask where that food came from. You would have not everything, but you would have what you needed to sustain you. So you didn't have to worry about where your next meal was coming from or where you'd sleep that day, because you had the protection and the security of your parents. And so it takes that comfortable childhood stage where everything is taken care of. All you have to do is obey, versus being an adult where you have to do the providing and protection, and you have to have someone else obey, or you have to set the rules for the household, for the community and the society, and so on. So these rules, this or expectations, let's call them that, because they're not rules that are written down in legalese. They're simply things, that practices that people follow to make things run better and to achieve their aims and their goals. So there has to be some agreed upon things that, okay, this needs to be taken care of, this should be done by who, and so on. And so that's also marriage. What it was a cooperation between two individuals to for one end, and that end was everyone in the household was taken care of. Everyone's needs was acknowledged, and everyone did what was expected of them for the furtherance of the whole unit. So when we look at the modern world, the rules have become maybe a little more different. Maybe the rules that people lived by in the past are not the same. Even with children nowadays, they're not expected to just do everything their dads tell them. Even when it comes to discipline, children used to be, maybe disciplined in a different way. In some cultures, they would physically, beat them or spank them. But in modern cultures, you really can't do that, or there are ways that are expected, maybe timeout or things like that, rather than physical punishment. So yeah, there are many rules that have changed, and that's what people do. people do work with what is useful for them as a society. They look at the functioning and the structure of every unit as what is best for their society. And it seems our society has more of an individualistic rather than a communal basis for marriage. And so with that, almost everyone for themselves sort of thing, there's no admonition against, let's say, the hookup culture. That's one, for example. In the traditional societies, usually, sex was after marriage. It was supposed to be after marriage, but with the advent of contraception and all this, you don't have to have children to have sexual relations. So it makes it much easier to have intercourse, to have very casual, very temporary relations. And maybe, and people say, oh well, it's just a bit of fun. And are there consequences to that? Are there physical, mental, and other consequences to that approach versus the one of maybe restricting what seemed like oppressing women and saying, oh, you can't do this until you get this, and so on. So there are benefits and arguments for both sides of the equation. With the older system, it seemed to some that women were forced to be oppressed or repressed. They couldn't just go freely and do what they want. And I'm saying just maybe even the men as well. I'm just talking about the women, because it seems that usually when there is a restriction on society, the burden is placed heavier on the woman versus the man. So when I say that they were repressed in the traditional society, the men could have been as well. I'm not disputing that, but it seemed the women were more held to the standard of honor. So, so that led maybe to women feeling that, oh, well, I can't do what I want. I don't have the freedom, and so on. And that led to the maybe the rebellion or the freedom chant, however you look at it, whether it was good or bad. So of the Western world, where now women said, oh, well, I want to be free. I want to do what I want without any consequence. And what they call the sexual revolution began sometime in the 60s, I think 60s and 70s. Yeah, that's when everyone felt free to do whatever they wanted. And you can see now the effects, with the casual dating. We have programs where people just come and find somebody and date them within minutes of finding them. And then eventually it becomes even more casual. It becomes, not just the one night stand. It becomes something, of the Twitter. No, what is that site called? The one for people, Tinder. Oh yeah, it becomes like what they call the Tinder generation, where all you have to do is just swipe, and in looking for a partner, it becomes very quick and very efficient to just find somebody, to be with. And so that was the difference. Some people can look at it as a good thing or a bad thing. You don't have to go very far to find what you're looking for, but at the same time, it might not be, a very permanent thing. So that's the burden and the consequences of certain certain mentalities or certain ways of doing things. The freedom comes with also with its risks. Freedom comes with the risk of maybe people becoming less emotionally invested in relationships, people becoming less less desirous of getting married and of having a family, because if you're used to what they call the instant gratification, it becomes difficult to be able to go for the long haul, so to speak. When that gratification is not there anymore, it becomes a lot more difficult to really see the need to stick it out when it's not gratifying. So teaching, having a habit of that quick, efficient, modern way of doing things also affects how people view the long-term plans of even having a family. Oh, hi, Forecast. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. We're just in the middle of I'm in the middle of my long soliloquy or monologue or whatever it is. So, so we talk about the African family, and we talk about the traditional view of the family as a unit, well, beginning with the mother and the father, and the current models of the family now, where you can have different combinations of people who are, sort of related in a way. They're blended together, or they live in very complicated situations and so on, or they just don't live with anybody at all. It was for in the traditional society, everyone was supposed to be, taken care of, the child with the mother and the father, and everyone was supposed to be paired up. Everybody was supposed to, have a way to, they were not just left alone on their own. If you could not have this, you were provided with this, and so on. So that took care of, from the youngest to the oldest, the most vulnerable, from the widows and the orphans. Everyone's plight was taken into account. So, but we have to also understand that freedom is also a necessity. When people value freedom and they want to live their lives, to not to be told what to do, to make their own individual choices without the need for somebody telling them what to do, then you can't really put these restrictions on individuals. You can't make, everybody has to sign a 1,000-page document in order to let these people speak. In fact, the only time the community is involved in a marriage is that very, very short sentence. If anyone has something to object, I can't remember it. I know you know it. It's always in the movies, and it's always this dramatic scene where, if anybody has something to say, and everybody's hushed and looking around, for the juicy stuff to come out, and everybody's all excited. And then if nobody says anything, then everybody just goes back to, okay, fine, we can proceed with the wedding. So that was really the only time the community or outsiders are allowed in the modern times to interject into a wedding. That's the only time. Whereas in the past, the community was involved from the very beginning, from even the molding of the individual into a marriageable person. That took a whole community. That took, the rites of initiation, the preparation, the training, what did you call them? The age groups, because everything was divided into age groups. So you had to learn both your age group and the one above. So all this took communal preparation. You're not just you one alone, going out there into the unknown. So there was a certain aspect of communal involvement in it. It wasn't just somebody deciding or two people deciding on their own. And so whether this communal aspect is a good thing, if should more people get involved, but then again, it's also like getting into people's business. If we tried that now, if we said, oh, well, let's all review whether two people should get married or not, that I think would lead into chaos and all kinds of jealousy and nonsense. So I don't think that would work obviously now, but that was a system that people in the past used. They looked at marriage as a union of two families or two communities, and the separation as similar to that. And marriage was used for various purposes. It was not just the union of families. Sometimes it was even a union of communities. It was sometimes used as a peace offering between communities. It was used as a way of smoothing the differences between people, because when you married into a certain group, you learned the culture and the traits and the rules of that community, and you became less biased. Well, not that we were biased. I don't think that we were, but it just gave a lot more understanding to the neighbors and to each other when people married into tribes. So yeah, we have a great tradition and a lot of rules around marriage, whereas in the current state, the rules of marriage are really very, very open, very simple. All you have to be is a certain age. and all you have to do is, sign a paper, or put in a few documents, and voila, you're married. It's really that simple. In many places, it's very, you don't, the ceremony is not even important, even for those who like the whole idea of a wedding and all of that. That's not even important. Once you have that administrative seal of approval, then you're good to go. You can start, get on your married life, and that's how it is, easy. The only problem comes when, when that doesn't work out. So they say it's easier to get married than to get, divorced, because once the marriage is a happy time when everybody's happy and all of that stuff. But when it comes to divorce, especially when children are involved, then it becomes very acrimonious, and it becomes something that is very difficult to entangle, because how are you going to make a child choose one or the other? If it comes to marriage or a family, who, it's like saying, who is more important in the making of a child, the mother or the father? That's not really a choice that somebody would say, and that's why this is not a men versus women. It's just who is responsible. It could be, the men who should take the lead. It could be the women who should, do things differently. But either way, it's everybody is responsible for the family and for that situation. Once you go into the marriage, or even before, if people are still having sex before or after marriage, then there's still the possibility of creating children. So who is responsible for that child? Who's responsible for that life? It takes two to make it, but how many does it take to raise it? So those are the questions that we have to ask ourselves, because if we don't have strong marriages, if we don't have strong families, if we don't have a place where we can raise children and give them what they need, then it's very difficult to see how we can have a strong community. You can't have a strong community when families are falling apart, when children are not being raised, when the old people, they can't, be with their families, and they're shuffled off to be forgotten. That's not a community. That's just people being housed in different sectors of an institution. You can't live your life as if you're disconnected from the other generations, from the other members of your family, and from community in general. So we have to look at what was good in our tradition, what was good in our ideas and the way we did things, and also what we can leave behind. It's not to say that everything we did in the past, we were just these perfect beings, angelic and wise beyond, everything. No, there were some things that we did right, there were some things that we did wrong, and there are some things that we need to just, they're neither good or bad, they're just there. They worked at that time, and we don't really need them anymore. So one of the things that we can ask ourselves is, how much do we want marriage to be private matter versus social or communal matter? Should marriage just be between two people who have decided we want to do, as we want, or should it be something that people have an investment and approval, or a hand in, let's just say that, in deciding or allowing two people who want to get together, or is that just their personal decision? So that was the one main difference I can see between the old and the new. Yeah, so let me know what you all think about the the issue, and I'll post the link so you can comment and let me know what you think. What works for the family? What is best for the generations to come? What example can we give to those who are going to be coming after us? The forecast says yes, they're equally responsible, but different roles. Both are needed. Okay, yeah, that's a safe place to be. Say both instead of one or the other. Nana Dreams agrees both parents must be responsible, divorce or not. Okay, yeah, we can agree that both the man and the woman are needed for the creation of the family and for the maintenance of the family. And that would be the ideal that would be the ideal state, or the original state of the family. Is just nowadays with the rise of certain ideas, ideals, and so on, that's not always something that people would take to heart. Especially when it comes to the what forecast says about. Okay, interesting question. Pick my partner, but I see the benefits in arrangement. Um, yeah, and most people nowadays have that preference to pick their partners. Well, not even a preference. That's really just how the system is done here. You're not going to have your parents, install somebody in your house and let them tell you to call them your partner. So at least in that, the new system works that it's not that the old that you had to pick the person that your parents picked for you. It's only that they went and they did they're looking about the investigation, and then they would say, we think this person is good for you, and then they would meet, and if they didn't like each other, most of the time it wouldn't happen. But that's how I understood it at the time. And then you say both are equally responsible, but they have different roles. Well, they used to have different roles, but I think nowadays the roles between men and women are converging a lot. It's not the old, oh, well, the man goes to work in the morning and he's a, what was it? He's a plumber, the wife is a nurse, and so on, and they come back in the evening. Nowadays, men do have a varied, especially when it comes to employment, and also even when it comes to the house. A lot more men nowadays seem to, be more comfortable in the kitchen, and they can take care of themselves. A lot of women are losing that same, skill and talent. So the habits are also changing a little bit. And that also comes with, raising a child who is going to take care of, who's going to change the diaper, who's going to do this or that, versus, who's just going to work and bring home the bread. So in that respect, I think we're getting to a more equitable distribution of labor when it comes to domestic affairs. I think nowadays we both expect 50-50 out of each other in that respect when it comes to doing the chores. So, okay, yeah, because more opportunities, economic opportunities have been open to women, so they're more able to, I guess, assert their domestic the domestic power. In a sense, they can say, well, I also go and work 10 hours a week, so I should also be able to just come in once in a while and find food on the table, something like that. So, yeah. Nana Dream says boys especially need their father. Yeah, boys need their father. I think all children need their fathers. All children need their fathers and their mothers. Girls also need their fathers. I think sometimes we don't really see that, it's not about whether it's a boy or a girl, and mother or father. I think that at the end we both need the balance of, both the male and the female in the house, so that you get both. Because even the boys need their father for sure, because there's no way a woman is going to teach a boy how to become a man. That's something that only fellow men can do. And so, and the same thing with girls also need their father, so that they can see the example of proper masculinity, not just the idea of it. And so I think both boys and girls need their fathers and their mothers in both ways. And even with boys who grew up without their fathers, they also miss that part, and they tend to grow up, well, they need that male authority. Pi asks, is this degradation of traditional African values thing happening in the continent as much as the diaspora? Because some countries have low divorce rate, like Nigeria, 81%. Oh, yes. I think that we haven't had the full brunt of it. We haven't really been fully westernized in the way of, a lot of divorce or single. But divorce has not been as impactful, I think, in Africa as in other countries, but it is still increasing. It's still more than it was in the past. But when it comes to the one thing that made African countries, and well, I don't do my homework, but you guys can check. But one thing that African countries have a high amount of is teenage pregnancies. And yeah, teenage pregnancies are quite rampant. So even though the divorce rate is not high, the marriage rate for the teenagers is also very low, because most of the teenagers, when they do get pregnant, they usually don't get married, or they get married very late if they can. So the problems come out in different ways. So for us, the degradation has not been so much in the dissolution of it, which comes in divorce, but in the pre-solution. No, that is not a word, but it's in the before and not so much in the after. So there's the teenage pregnancies. There's a lot of single mothers. So that's the problem that has impacted Africa more than that. And also, the marriage rate has also gone up. It used to be, I think, maybe 18, 19, and nowadays women are getting married later and later, even in Africa. Some of them want careers, some of them, travel, some of them do something. So even that has also created a situation where marriage is not as much as it used to be. So yeah, we have been impacted in that as well. And it's not so much that people don't value marriage as much. I think that it's easier and there are less consequences for not following the rules. It's that people do want still to get married. I think that was what our last two programs were. We asked the last one, we asked the women what they wanted, and unanimously the women say that they wanted to get married, that they wanted to settle down. It's just when asking them, well, who do you exactly do you want to settle down with? That was when it got to be very, yeah, that was difficult to answer, because answers were ranging from, a man who kills a lion with bare hands, to, a provider, to someone who's sensitive, or somebody who is strong and, the whole talk, dark and handsome, but still has money. But yeah, so that one, I can't really give you a definitive answer, but I think every woman eventually wants to have a family, to have children, to have a household that she takes care of, and she doesn't take care of it alone. She wants somebody to take care of it with her and to be her partner. So women still want marriage. The desire for marriage has not been extinguished in the women, at least. So there's still that. It's just the ways of getting it and the other things that also compete with the idea of marriage. Because when it was looked at as, well, this is what you're supposed to do, this is what you're training and preparing to do from when you're a child, then the idea of marriage is not so much resisted when it comes to it. It is not seen as something that, in English, it's settling down, or, the chain and something like that. It's something that people fear to do, as if it's the one thing that, once everything is done, then marriage is like the end of your life instead of a beginning. So people want to, do as much as they can when they have that freedom to be single, and then, just marriage is like all your options being cut off until you're only left with this one person for the rest of your life. And when you put it like that, it seems very, very dreary, very long, very, it's not very appealing when it's put in that situation, when all your life you've been prepared to be independent, to be, by yourself, to be alone, to do everything, to pull yourself by your own bootstraps, and to be this individualistic person. Then now you're told, well, you still need somebody to be your partner. That, does not work very well in a society that tells you all you need is yourself. You are all you need, you're all you got, and all of that stuff. So when it comes to marriage, also in a society that values freedom of a community, then more people will resist the idea of marriage and see it as not just a commitment, but almost, yeah, when you're committed to jail, that's how they actually say it. Committed to jail is the same thing as being committed to a marriage. You're almost forced to be there, but you have to be. Welcome, Doreen, Juan Khalid. Thank you. You're more than welcome to join the discussion. Focused says, yes, that's true. It's teamwork, but it's still things I'll do as a man, like cutting the grass, for example. Okay, yeah, there are some things that are still, technically women don't want to do. Women don't like to change light bulbs. They don't like to, do the heavy lifting. They don't want to carry heavy shopping bags in, even when they were the ones doing most of the shopping. And they certainly don't want to cut the grass. That is a man's work. If there's a leak in the bathroom, yeah, it's the man who's going to fix it. If there's a sound at the door, guess who's going to get up and look for who is at the door? Yeah. So there are still some benefits, ladies, to getting married. You won't get mad fast. Well, no, but yeah, there are some things that are still expected of men and women. People might, want that whole equality and all that, but you can have equality of yeah, general equality, but there's some things that are still, unfortunately, biologically unequal, and that takes the strength of cutting grass or fighting an intruder at the door. Or just, and also, you can still have protection, ladies, go for your self-defense classes, do what is necessary, that sort of thing. But going to look for the intruder, yeah, if there's a man around, have him do that. That's him being a man. Yeah. So, yeah, so the family, the African family, was always expected to be involved in the union of two people. They were expected to be there as overseers, supervisors, guidance, and sometimes even, the law. There are some things that, they would decide, well, no, this is against our tradition, this is taboo, and so on. And in terms of punishment, that one I don't know. I don't know whether they exacted punishment or they just told people, well, if you can't live together, just separate. Because I know there was also divorce. Divorce was not entirely, unheard of, and there were also rules as to what would be done with the children. Pi says, "Oh, your mom was a brave one. Whoa, she killed a snake. She killed a snake with her bare. Okay, okay, okay. Well, with respect to your mother, that's whew. She killed a snake with her bare hands. Did you all hear that? I hope you know. Okay, no, you wouldn't just say that just to say that. So I believe you. I do believe you. Wow. So, the Maasai men are busy killing lions, and your mom is here, throttling a snake to death. Okay. Um, yeah, Doreen is also having a few skeptical thoughts, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he would lie about his mother. So she says, Pi, is that true? Yeah, a whole snake, a live one. Okay. Anyway, we won't doubt you. You say we were praying while she was killing. So you guys are just there in the, oh man, yeah, that story does not make any of you look good at all. It makes your mother look fantastic and brave. Yeah, that's great. But the two of you, no, you should have said, while she was killing it, we were outside going to look for help, or something to beat it with. Okay. I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone for that one. But it was usually expected, but not always practiced for, the men to do the fearful work, the dirty work, the unpleasant work. And not that the women were just sitting around doing nothing. African women were actually very hardworking. They were very conscientious. They were, the managers of their households. They were the ones who organized the food, the storage, the cooking, and so on. So it's not that, when you hand over responsibility to somebody, then you just sit back and relinquish yours. You still have that responsibility to do this or the other. So when it comes to the responsibility for family, even though nowadays there's no, hard and fast rules and regulations for conducting a supposed union between two people, there is still, personal responsibility. There is still something that, is expected of men and women. There's still something that everybody needs to hold their part of the bargain. When it comes to, say, the women, they have the responsibility of deciding, firstly, who they're going to, become who they're going to choose as the fathers of their children. That's a very important decision to make. It's not just so much, you have to look at so many things, not just the superficial ones. When it comes to just having a temporary casual experience, then a lot of things don't matter. When it comes to that, it's usually just, oh, how does this person look? And that's it. But when it comes to building a future with them and something more long term, then a lot of factors you come into play that you have to account for. Oh, okay. Mwandatezi, you finally joined us. Thank you. How are you doing? What are your devilish thoughts so far, Mwandatezi?
Yeah. Hello,
Oh,
guys.
wow, you're here. Okay, good. I thought you were going to do like Mika and just, be there but quiet.
Ah, no, no, no. I'm here. I'm here. I was here. I wanted to join, but I had to. I was from walking, so I had to take a shower, then properly speak when I'm clean, so that people don't smell me from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, the topic is who is to blame for the current state of affairs in the marriage. Okay, let me see that. Let me. I want to quote it well. It's the current. I can't see it. Maybe you can.
Oh, who is responsible for the state of the African family? Who is
Yeah,
responsible for the state of the African family? Yes.
yeah. Who is responsible for the state of the African family? I've listened to you, but I was curious about who is responsible for, like, what is the current state? That was what I was curious for.
Oh,
What is,
excellent question. Excellent question. So the current state is one of freedom. That means that it's individual freedom, where two people can have the freedom to get together and become married partners without the the sanction or the approval of the community. So that's the state, and it has led to more out of if the I define marriage as the union of two people in order to raise a child, the third. So nowadays it does not need that function of raising children. It's not necessarily tied to the function of raising children. So now raising of children and getting married have become not separate, but not altogether joined, conjoined. So you can have one without the other. Whereas in the traditional sense, it was not that you couldn't, but the ideal was that you should have the children within the traditional family. So that's is this current state, one from communalism to one to individual. And with individuals, that means that once you're an individual, then you can come together however you want and make the rules however you want. You can have children before or after marriage. You can leave the marriage as you wish. You can have as many, well, serially as you want. And yeah, so that's the state.
no, the current, it doesn't look that, the way you've spoken, it doesn't sound that bad. I don't know. I was what I don't know. The women are free. Everybody's free to do what they. I don't know. Is that a bad thing? I thought the current state was bad. So because
No,
that's
that's
what.
why I said. That's why I said who is responsible. I didn't say blame or anything. Just responsible. So even in this current state, there are still responsibilities, even without freedom. So if people are free to do what they want, then who is responsible for the family? And what is the family? Is it just a group of independent people who make children and go about their way, or what is the responsibilities of the parties when they're no longer bound to the traditional rules?
No, I think the current state is not so good. I mean, maybe I think maybe you're being diplomatic, maybe a bit diplomatic, and you don't want to. But me, I feel like the current, especially especially when you talk about the divorce, right? I don't know. Yeah, I
Mhm.
don't know. You mentioned divorce. I was like waiting for my. That was my cue.
I know that one was just you. I added just that to just to bait you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Let's talk about
So divorce is like in a, I don't know, guys, but divorce is in a high rate, especially. the president of Kenya actually went out and spoke about it, and that's how you know it's bad. when the when the president starts now saying, "Hey guys, the family is breaking down, guys," it's like the family, the nuclear family, is breaking down as we know it, and there was this, it sparked this argument, and I was curious also. I don't know what you think, but is the nuclear family like husband, wife, and children? Is it originally an African concept?
Well, I think it's not just enough. I think it's just a human concept, just from the biological standpoint of creating children. Like I said, for me, I think that the point of marriage was to take care of children, to have and to raise children. If there's
No,
no children, mhm,
okay, no, no, I will disagree because the Maasai, the Maasai people, they
mhm.
didn't have this concept. The Samburu people, Samburu did not have this concept.
The concept of marriage.
Yeah, no, yeah, wife, husband, wife, and children.
Mhm. So how
Yeah,
do they do things?
yeah, you basically every woman is your wife. Every and to yeah,
Really?
it's every woman is your wife, and as long as you put your spear on the door of the hut for the night, that is your wife.
But I have
And
so many questions. That just seems like people will be fighting every night about where to sleep. No?
I'm sure they had their systems to of I think they had their systems. I'm sure there were systems probably to mitigate that type of conflict. But yeah, that was basically, to be put it crudely, like that was it. So you found that women did not just bear children for like one man. It was just children for the community. So
So,
yeah.
okay, so who takes care of the children?
So you see the way that was the concept of the age groups. Remember, I don't know, that was a very huge concept.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
back
yeah.
in
No,
the
I
day.
know about the age groups.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's a very
children were raised like together. Like it's not like obviously
so
you knew your mom. Your mom was the obvious thing, but your dad
yeah,
was not
you
so.
knew your mom, but then you
Your
didn't
dad
know who
was not
your
so
dad
obvious.
was.
Yeah, yeah. It was not so obvious. Your dad was
Wow.
like a warrior. So you grow, you become a warrior. Yeah. Basically, that was it. So that's why I say, is this concept of a nuclear family really of African origin? That
Interesting.
we are,
Interesting.
or are we just going back to our roots and we just don't know about it?
We're not going far enough.
What?
We're not going far enough. So wow, I'm really fascinated by this whole Maasai thing. So they just okay. So what if the woman does not like the spear of the man who has planted himself outside her door? Did she have a choice?
I suspect she did because that's like human nature now. I'm sure there was a bit of seduction and flirting, and that that is old as prostitution. Some things are
Okay,
just old.
okay. So they didn't just go barging into and saying, okay, you know, and all that. I'm just wondering how, how it worked and whether it was something that the women were also, okay with, or the men just imposed it on them. You know, I have to
No,
think
I'm
about
sure
it.
there was a synergy to what to how it went through. I don't think if women are not okay with it, it will not be. There will have been chaos because women also, they know how to put up a fight. Not women just there's this notion that women are just helpless, delicate creatures. That's not really true. You know,
They
if
are
women
helpless and delicate.
if women are not happy, they will make sure it is registered. You know.
Okay, okay. Well, wow, that's an interesting situation. So, okay, so they didn't have, so the women had their own households. There was no man of the house.
Yeah, don't you know that Maasai women are the ones who built the Manyata?
No, I did not know that. Wow. Okay. 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 Okay.
Wait, did you know
Um,
that? That was like obvious. That's primary school knowledge. Like, that's just something you.
no, I forgot. So I would have failed that test if I took it now. But no, I don't remember. I know that women built the households, but usually it was, you know, for communities. It wasn't like, oh, this is my house, I built it, it's mine. But anyway, okay, so they built their own houses and they have their own children. And so it was most, so the households were just run by women only, and the men would just come in once in a while, or how would that work?
Yeah, yeah, but you have to also accept, you have to understand what is a household. You know, what was the household then? I think houses are much more complicated now because of they laid down with bricks and so it looks like as if it's a permanent structure, right? But back
Mm.
then, house people, those were nomads, right? So what it was exactly? What's a house? It's just a place you slept for the night, right? It doesn't. And after a while, you move, and that place is gone, and now we build another one in the next location, right? So what was the concept of a house? You know, so there
See,
are just things. Yeah,
I said, see, that's where I don't understand this
I think I
nomadic
think
life.
the concept was a community. I think that was I'm trying to drive in, that the house was the community. You find,
Mm. But I
because
see now that the nomads, they were also nomadic in household as well as in, community in space, because they were moving from place to place. I guess they are used to moving from house to house.
yeah, like I said, yeah, these were things that it was normal, and it's not even just a Maasai thing. I have had many stories that back in the day, this thing that women necessarily never bore children just for 1 month. That is not, that was not necessarily the case. That it was common, and it was actually a practice that, yeah, women bore children from many men, African women. So, yeah, so
Okay.
that's why I say it needs to be a lot of things. It just needs to be challenged. That the concept of a nuclear family, is it really of African origin, or are we just did it come with our white visitors, our European visitors? Did they bring it here, or was it part of our part of
Well,
our cultural system? That is one of the things I just wanted to say. So yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, that was one of the things. The second thing I actually wanted to say, but unless you have something else to add on that.
no, 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 no. No, that was an excellent point you brought up, because I had not considered, the other version of structuring a family that was not necessarily nuclear. So yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. My point is, maybe these people who are complaining that, oh, it's the breakdown of the African family. Like maybe the nuclear family was the breakdown of the African family. Hmm?
Hmm.
Maybe just a different perspective. But yeah, maybe the nuclear family is the breakdown of the African family. Like, because the African family before was not nuclear.
Mhm.
Very few. I doubt that that there were cultures that actually practiced nuclear families. They were probably in the minority.
What about what Pai says? He says that he thought Maasai are polygamous. Are
Well,
they?
I don't know. I don't know what type of. We've explained the situation. I don't know what you can call it. I don't know if you can call that polygamous. I don't know what it was called. I don't know what that type
Yeah, I
of
don't know
situation.
either. I think there's a word, polygamous is one man, many wives. I think theirs is, it could be polygynous, although I'm not sure. Polygynous is supposed to be one woman and several men, but theirs is just sounds like poly everything, because the men
Yeah,
can have.
caring is caring.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're called. It's just everything is for everyone. I mean, not. I don't think. Obviously, there must have been rules, but they're they're more lax than what we see now. It's not just you and him and you're stuck forever. So yeah, so it was sort of more flexible, I think, the way it's being described. And that's something else too that I was telling Brother Focus earlier, that we have to redefine a lot of these things because English is very restrictive. You know, it's either one or the other, and it doesn't really allow when something is different. Now you have to either make a word for it or make an exception for the word. So everything has to be defined, but sometimes that also narrows what that means. So sometimes we just do things just to do it. We don't have to, explain or give a word to it. But I understand that it's necessary for communication in English. So it's not a trivial point. But yeah, so I think I can say they're mostly poly something. Yeah. Marie Antoinette says, "Oh, hi, sounds Bantu. Good to see you. Good to see you." Um, Marie Antoinette says, I always thank God I didn't grow up in a nuclear family. I needed buffers. My father's temper is no joke. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good thing to have. So it's not just directed at one person. It can sort of mellow out before it gets to you, and it can find other targets before it reaches the intended one. So yeah, that's a good thing. You need buffers. You need people to create that shield for the child. Fruits Alive says, the moment I saw Maasai being advertised and romanticized to foreigners, whites, and even in a romantic way, I had a weird gut feeling that something bad is penetrating the ethnic group. Monatezi, what do you say to that?
Yeah, Masais have been romanticized since the beginning of colonization. These guys were, even if you go on YouTube, you find white women, white women dropping everything and going to live with Masai husband or something. I was wondering, how do you have a Masai? Because we know the Masai way. This is the Masai way of life, right? So I was like, Masai husband. You do realize that these guys are the way it's like, does she know that this is not how they operate? Like they don't have like one wife, you know. But now things have changed because of Christianity. So obviously maybe they have already incorporated that, but that the original Maasai culture, it's not like that. It was women. You put the spear on the doorway, and that one is taken for the night.
Huyo ni wangu leo.
Hmm?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, it's taken for the night. So try your luck next time. But but for what I liked for about okay, now to talk about the modern nuclear family. Let's talk about maybe the death of the modern nuclear family. Like I feel like, who is to blame when you talk about the men and the women? Uh, I feel you can okay, somebody said, I think it's Spy who said we should blame the men. I think we can blame both of them. I think both men and women right now are to blame for the terrible state of affairs when it comes to the modern nuclear family. I mean, divorce rates are skyrocketing. So yeah, all over the world. It's just not Africa, all over the world. Although I feel sad for our brothers in Japan who have a shortage of women. Like, damn, I don't know. China is also going to experience. They think China is also experiencing some type of what, like, but the Japan one is bad. Like, man, you could
I
just
thought China was worse.
yeah.
Wow. I thought China was worse than Japan.
Oh, maybe China is worse. I don't know, but I know. But the one for Japan has been highly advertised that these guys don't. These guys have a serious shortage. China also have a shortage. Like man, terrible, terrible. Too many men around, not around. Oh, just sausage fests. But yeah,
But
man.
Samira asked if one man married many women, doesn't that lead to shortage? So in those places where there's a shortage of women, there should be high birth rate, I mean marriage rates, right? Because there's fewer women, so everybody wants a woman. So you'd think that there should be more women who are married. But that's another point. Samira asks, if one man married many women, does that lead to shortage? But yeah, it sounds as if a man marries more than one woman, he's sort of stealing a woman from another man. What do you say about that?
If one man,
If one
if
man
uh,
married many women, doesn't
uh,
that lead to a shortage of women? Because now he has a second wife, where another man doesn't have even one. So that doesn't really sound fair.
Yeah. There's this theory that there's this theory that I read that was very interesting. That is talking about what determines the sex of a baby that when it's born. What are the determining factors?
Hmm.
And I don't know. They really looked at environments. The what type of I don't know. Women now they say women tend to be born in harsh environments. I think a lot of women tend to be born. Uh, so you find that what is it in situations or in environments that are harsh, like even just look at war zones in the world, or all that places, you find a lot of women are the majority population, you know. So it was a very interesting study that, yeah. So when you find that in places like, I don't know. There are specific conditions. That's what they are trying to prove, that there are specific conditions in which women are born, and there are specific conditions in which a lot of men are born. So you find like you can see it all over the world, where like population of the USA, the ratio of men to women, ratio of men to women in like developed countries, in not developed countries, you look at the ratios, and you'll find a lot of interesting. So yeah, places where polygamy is practiced, it's because the ratio of women are higher than the ratio of men. And you know, so there will not be an imbalance. It's never been, and there's never been an imbalance. So like what you feel like, I mean, it's never been experienced, especially in Africa or in even the Middle East. You know, it's like, so yeah. I don't think there's going to be imbalance. But I was going to talk about. Wait, there was somebody. Pai said something interesting. Where is it? Pai talked about Japan men.
Oh, the Japanese and the robots. Let me see. Let me see. Masai documentary. Pi, what's your comment? I know he said something about the. Oh, here.
Japanese men are sleeping with robots. Yeah, you see, it's bad. It's bad in Japan. It's bad.
Oh, poor
Yeah,
Japan.
my
But
brothers.
that's also because they don't want anybody else to help them out. If Japan opened its borders to North Korea, which I'm sure, those starving women would just love a chance to go and eat some sushi in Japan, they would solve their problems in a day, but they don't want to. They
Those
prefer
guys, those guys, those guys. My brothers in Japan are down bad. It's not an envious position.
no, 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 it's not. They need to
Yeah.
travel. If they can't, if they can't get the women to come to
I'm
their
sure.
island,
I'm,
they should
Yeah,
go to the
I'm sure
moon.
people are weird over there. I'm sure that's how you know people are weird. They just that's how when people are not getting the action. That's now you know. That's how you know that they tend to be you tend to become weird. So there's just
But they
that's how
also
you
tend to
know.
become focused. Don't don't.
Yeah, yeah. No, but for
It's not
sure,
a
yeah, you can be
coincidence.
focused. But for sure, they're weird. There's just you can just know that you can just imagine how
Yeah. No,
weird
I know
things
what you
get. You
mean.
can
I
just
know what you
imagine.
mean.
I've seen videos of what they do in subways over there, so you can just imagine. So yeah. It's not but they do have a thriving other
Tech
industry.
market, yeah, just
Yeah,
like China has a good manufacturing sector. So you give up something and you get manufacturing and tech.
yeah. Nothing is free in this world. Nothing is free in this world. You have to sacrifice something to get the other. So and
Yeah,
they have made a huge sacrifice. That one we cannot lie.
that's a huge one. That one they just, yeah. So hey. Yes,
Yeah.
Marie Antoinette agrees. Focused.
Exactly. You know, your energies. You're redirecting your energies. You're redirecting
Yes,
your energies to other activities.
yes.
Also,
And let me
that
add
was
this
just a
into the stream.
Pi has also welcome
Oh, here we are. Okay, so this is a page I was trying to look for to try to integrate it. And thanks, Mondatezi. So in terms of
Wait, Mika was on.
yes. So this is the Swahili Nation One Africa funding, and that's the page you can actually go and donate. It says there, donate now, share, and so on. So yeah, go ahead and donate. Let me see if I can put also there you go. So that's the actual page, and that's the link, the GoFundMe one. So if you guys can see, go ahead and read about the funding. This is something that is going to help Swahili Nation, is going to help the channel, is going to help us bring, better, more consistent programs, meet people and talk to people in a professional setting. This is something that every business needs a base. It needs somewhere where we can do the operations. And so far, Mika has been doing this, mostly by himself, with the help of a few people. But if we're to do more, we need more. And we thank you for all the help that you've given us, and we want to also do more for you. So we are also proud of the work that we do. So please go ahead and support Swahili Nation, the One Africa funding. It's a great project, and there's a lot of things that are still in the works, and your support will help bring it faster into reality. So thank you, Mika. And oh, sorry, I forgot to add you to the stream. Yeah, go ahead and say something, Mika, if you can hear.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Uh, Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Great topic today, Tanzan, and your brother Mwenda Tezi right there.
Yes, yes, always.
Yeah. It's great. I'm enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the show. I just hope people keep doing this, and yeah, we'll get there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we appreciate the work you've done for Swahili Nation, the opening of our eyes, the traveling, the going to all the different parts, because some people might not be able to leave their desks or their places of work and so on. But
Yeah,
we're grateful that we have people who can actually do the legwork and go and meet the people and talk to them. So you have done
yeah,
the traveling outside. So what we need to do now is to bring the traveling inside. Now we
yeah.
need people to come and visit Swahili Nation and talk and have a place where we can host them and be good hosts. And all of you too, once we have the building, if you guys just want to go and then meet Mika and have a conversation with him when he's in the country, that will be a great place for people to meet, people to talk, and we'll have a lot of activities when all of this is done. So it's going to a great place, and you'll see the results when it does. So yeah.
100%, 100%, 100%. We'll be able to do a lot of stuff once we have that office, and I think it will be really amazing. Yeah, I'm just excited for the new milestone. This is the year of action, and I see things are going to happen. We're gonna have website. We want to have actually that office before even website, and then so many good things are coming, and then that business ideas. So it's just great. It's gonna be great. Right, Swahili Nation.
Yes. And Zuzu and Anna said, we Ethiopians will support you. Yeah, definitely, because there's no one more pro Ethiopia. Well, let's not say pro one country or another, but Mika has
Mm,
done a lot of traveling in Ethiopia, and he has just fallen in love with the people, the places. We have seen so much of Ethiopia. We want to
mm,
do that for every country in Africa. We want you to be able to just go and say, okay, I want to see. And we have also done a lot of programs, about, what Angola is really like, from both the people who live there, the people who studied, the people who left. We've done a
mhm,
program about Somalia, about the background. If you ever want to learn, oh, I don't know what's going on in this part of Africa, and there's people who actually live there, people who left, people who studied, people who know about it. So we have many resources if you want to learn about Africa, if you want to know about the people of Africa, the history of Africa, the issues that are going on in Africa right now. So yeah, the more we know about each other, the more we'll have these divisions and this misunderstanding. Once you know about somebody, once you host and invite somebody into your house and they sit down and you share a meal, that's a friend for life. That's somebody that you won't look at with a hostile eye. Once you sit down and you eat that food and drink that Ethiopian coffee, yeah, if you
Mm.
still have energy to fight, then you are the problem. So
And definitely, and let me just shout out to these names here because it's important to recognize and to acknowledge those who actually giving. So I want to appreciate Netsi, Ikram. That's the last person to donate like 2 hours ago. I want to appreciate Tewodros. This is one of actually it's one of our sister called Bethlehem, and Senite, Ezra, Felicia, Hailu, Marriott, Reggie, Tuna. This is our music brother right there. Those are. Let me continue to see the big. I mean the whole list right here. See everybody because it was showing me the top list. Okay, Hannah. We have Tanzan. Tanzan, the host of today. Come on, somebody. You're leading by examples. Hey, my sister. We have Juju here. We have Amde Michael. We have Senite, Mikias, Calabria. We have Hailu, we have Bira, we have Adiam. Yeah, yes, I think I mentioned Abo. So yeah, we appreciate, and those who are anonymous as well. We appreciate you guys, and you guys, the work you're doing to host. It's really huge. So seeing that you guys, you went extra mile and contribute. That's more than what I can, anybody can expect, because what you guys are doing, it's more than that. And so if you guys are watching and you're wondering, why I don't see a lot of names here, but because these guys right here, they give a lot. They give a lot to make sure that we are moving forward. They give a lot to make sure that we are operating. They use actually a lot of money when it comes to internet. In Africa, internet is very expensive, but they do that all the time. So I'm so grateful for all the hosts we have in Swahili Nation, man. I love these guys, and they're doing such an incredible job. And you guys who are there, the best thing you can do is just support us and try to donate if you can. And let's move forward. Let's get there. It's actually it's a good milestone because it's just one day and we already raised 871 euros. So that's a good sign. You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty good sign. But we have a long mile to go. Like, we have a very long journey to go. We haven't even hit 1,000 yet. We have a long journey to go, and I count on you guys. And let's get this to the next level. I don't want to take much of your time, Tanzan. I will stop right there. But I'll leave this
none
page
but
right there so that people
I see.
they can see it and they can be motivated to see if someone donated. We'll see the number there increase. So I'll leave this page here, and guys, just keep plugged in. And we appreciate Pi as well. Pi, you say I donated too, but I did anonymous because I don't want people to see my name. Oh, we see your name right now already. So appreciate Pi.
No, 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 no. Actually, before you go, I wanted to address this to Pi.
Yeah.
Pi, the beauty of and I just discovered today of GoFund, because even me, I don't like all my stuff out there. You want to do something, but you don't want to give
Mm,
everything for your data. So I know that. But here's the thing that you can do. You can put you enter just the name that you want to go by, let's say Pi, and then only in the credit card section do you actually enter your name, but they don't see your name. They only see the name that you entered. So only your credit card company sees your name, but the
mm,
actual site only sees the name that you put in. So
mm,
yeah,
mm,
so it's a concern that a lot of people have. In fact, that's usually one of the reasons why people don't. Some people may not like to donate with PayPal and M-Pesa and things like that, because it does give your details. It does show your details. But with GoFundMe, the person doesn't see your details. They only see your name that you see, and then the credit card company is the one that sees your details. So
mm,
yeah, and if please do confirm that I'm not just saying that. I hope I'm not. So just go to anybody who has anonymous or something and see if you can still see their name.
mm,
If
mm,
they can't, or somebody who uses a pseudonym. If you see just a pseudonym and you can't see their real name, then I'm right. If not, then I'm wrong. I'm not
mm.
saying with 100% surety, but That's what it
Mm.
seemed like on the page. So if that's an issue, Mika, please do and confirm that whole anonymity part on your end. And if that's something that you can confirm, we can let people know for sure that you're only seeing what they enter, not the credit card information and all of that stuff.
Well, definitely. Just actually, I only see like what I see is what you guys see. Like this is what I see. That's what you guys see as well. This is the only thing I see.
Mhm.
Yeah, but Pi, we appreciate you, my brother, for that.
Mhm.
For
Yes,
those
thank you
who
very much.
are doing anonymous or they're doing this, we appreciate you. Pi, he's one of the very you know believer of Soil
Yes,
Nation One Africa, and he is a
indeed.
member, and he's always here, even though he's very busy. Soon I'll be able to see him in Zanzibar, so we appreciate you, Pi.
Wow.
And when you come here, hopefully you come to the office, my brother. Yay! The office that you contributed something. Guys,
Yes.
€5 for 5,000 people. Come on, man. You can pay for
Mhm.
your entire family. You can pay for your future kids that are not yet here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's kind of like investment. Anyways,
No,
I'm
it's
excited.
wonderful. It's great. So are we. So are we for you. So,
Thank you.
so everyone
Thank you,
here,
Tanza,
please
for the
just,
chance.
sorry?
I appreciate you for the chance. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you. So everyone on the chat, even listening later, and any time after this, it doesn't have to be, on a live version. Anytime you feel the need, or you remember what Swahili Nation does, just go and support. You can contribute as many times as you wish. You can contribute as much as you wish, or as little. Don't say, oh, I only have, $2. That $2 is going to pay for something. It's going to help in some way or another. So however little, however much you have, and it only takes something like 5 minutes at most, or 3 minutes if you have everything ready. So please go and support the program. Please go and support Amika, and let's hope that in the near future we'll be having a place where we can have people, host people, and we can do more for everyone. So thank you for everyone who supported, and for the people who are going to, we thank you in advance. Mwanatezi, do you have a few words to say? Tezi is on a walk.
Oh no,
So,
no, no, no! I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm
oh,
here. I was
okay.
in.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I was in another. I
Okay.
was in another tab. Yeah, 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 guys. You guys donate. Yeah, I think you guys have spoken. And most of it, I can't unless I repeat what you guys have already said. I think.
Okay, okay, okay. You're off the hook. Okay, so we have put out the call to action. So as we speak, just know that in order to keep all of this going, we need your time, we need your money, we need your effort, we need your support, we need you sharing and telling people and liking the program. Go ahead, and if you haven't, sometimes people just come in and forget to just hit the like button. It only takes a second. It's right there. So go ahead and do that, and then we'll get back to the topic. So while we're doing that, while we're talking about the large African family and the smaller one. The first thing was, like we were talking about the last program with the potential in Africa. We have to ask ourselves: was this a part of our culture? Was this good for our culture? Was this something, or was this something that was brought from outside? And whether it was a part of it or outside, we still have to ask ourselves: is it relevant now for the time that we're living in? So when we look at Monatezi has brought a good point that not all the nuclear family might not have been as African as we thought, and some communities actually practiced a very unnuclear family. They actually had a very different way of conducting their their families. They didn't have that whole system of one woman, one child in a house together, and that's it. So African families were more complicated than just your simple one equals three, one plus one equals three. So yeah, that's a very interesting perspective. What did work for African communities? Because even in that sense, there were different solutions to this issue. Some people decided, well, they're going to go this laissez-faire. I still don't know how to pronounce the word. I only know it's written like says faire or something, which is definitely not how it's pronounced. But the freedom to choose because that's part of reproduction. Reproduction is something that all creatures partake in. But the other aspect of it, it's almost like a biological imperative that we have to reproduce. So you do have to do it. But there's also a certain aspect of choice in it that you get to choose who you do it with. So, we have to take both into consideration that the community needs to extend its members biologically with children. You cannot have a community where nobody has children. It will die out very, very soon. At the same time, people also have to choose who they want to be with. Some people may choose, somebody who doesn't choose them back. Some people might choose to want several people, and some people may want to choose no one at all. But in any case, that whole aspect of choice is still in play. There's still the aspect of, are you going to make this decision yourself? And if you do, how involved is the community going to be? Even if you make the choice yourself and say, this is the person I want to be with, you still have to think that they have family, you have family. Somehow all those people have to get along, because the offspring is going to belong to both sides of the family. It's not just one person deciding. It's going to be a lot of people, two sets of grandparents and so on. So those are actually things too that we had to consider in the past. But now, when people are living individually, more individualistically, let me say that in the past, it's not so much a consideration. You don't have to worry what your great aunt will say, or what she'll think, or whether she'll approve or disapprove of your choice of partner. And that in a way, I guess, it is the freeing side, is the advantage of the modern way. You sort of left to your free devices to make your choices and your mistakes however you wish. Mandatezi, do you trust people to make their decisions in terms of such an important life commitment?
Yeah, yeah, I do actually. I trust. Yeah, I think people should. People, you should always trust people to make the right decision. I think, I don't know. Every day, I'm reminded that everybody is smart. In their own ways. Even those people you think they're not smart, they have their own smart. So I don't know. I feel. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know. The answer is yes. I don't know. I don't know how I can explain it other than saying yes. Yeah, we do trust people to to do what to do what is best for their own interest. Actually, that is actually what is happening in the current world today, right? Because we talk about now the nuclear family, because also that's what I talk about, the death of the nuclear family currently right now. When people say the family structure is falling apart, the meaning they're talking about the nuclear family, right? And who is to blame for that, right? Because of the divorce rates that are skyrocketing all over the place, and or there is
The
also the
unplanned pregnancies, the casual hookups, the age going up higher and higher, all those things.
yeah, 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 yeah. And to speak about that, I think the person to blame is I'd like to say both, because of, there is a I suspect highly that it can blame the men, but you cannot. But now, right now, if you look at the state, just both people are but blame. We seem to be in a race to the bottom, right? Because right now you find that women women you don't expect faithfulness from your partner, right? You don't expect faithfulness from your partner. You don't expect these are the things that maybe you used to expect, but now you don't expect, right? You don't expect. I don't know,
Right.
they're just things you don't expect from your partner, because maybe the modern world. The modern world.
You're expecting too much.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The modern world, right? So
Yes.
modern world, you don't expect. These are things you should not expect from your partner, or that is what is being portrayed by the media or the social media. You find, especially social media, where you find. I'm going to give an example. Where you find our sisters. They talk about, I don't want a broke guy. I don't want a broke man. I don't want. I don't want to. You don't want struggle love and all that. You don't want all these things, right?
You
Then
don't want no scrub. That's what you're
yeah,
also
yeah, yeah,
saying.
yeah, 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 yeah. The feminist, yeah, and the feminist also pushing their agendas about
Yes,
the
yes,
toxic feminists. Let me put them, maybe the toxic feminists pushing their agendas. So you find that, oh, it's become that men versus women has now become part of the relationship now. It's like, oh, it's me. People have entered the relationship like they're going to battle. Like, oh, now this is men versus women. Even in this relationship, yes, yes, we are together, but no, it's men
we
versus.
came here to fight.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, no, 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 oh, no, like, she wants me to be faithful, then she can go, you're all there's now this suspicion that has crept in relationships that,
Yes, there's a lot of
like,
distrust on both sides.
Tanzan, when you,
Before we go too far, let me also add Dr. Ebenezer. He Joseph. Karibu, karibu, Dr. Ebenezer. How are you?
Asante sana.
Welcome.
How are you?
You're good, good, good to have you.
welcome, Dr. Beneza.
Thank you, Mwenze Tezi. How are you guys?
Very good.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Good to hear that. I just wanted to support Tanzan, and I just wanted to be part of the show. I was just going through the comments and trying to figure out what today's topic was and who is reacting to what. So if you can just help me out, I would love to say something.
Sure. So we were looking at the traditional family, and we looked at the traditional family. Well, I had initially defined it as man, woman, and a child, and more of a nuclear family definition. I haven't, but Monetezi came in and said, no, not necessarily that we didn't necessarily have a nuclear family. We had different ones. Some of them were very interestingly set up, like the Maasai. They had a very more open system of defining those kind of terms. So that was our first question: was the family as we know it now, is it a traditional African culture? Did we practice it, and how did we do it, and so on. So we also looked at the modern culture, like we do always in Swahili Nation. We look at what was there, what was good for the time, what is still useful now, and what is not, what we can leave behind and what we can take with us. So one of those was the big community involvement of the families, both sides of the family, and the elders and so on, and people basically having more rights or more stake in let's say the fate of two people getting married. It was not just two people making decisions. Whereas now the community is much less involved. In fact, the only time that they asked the opinion is when they asked, does somebody have something to say against this marriage? And then at that point, if nobody has something to say, people move on and continue. So the role of the community has diminished in modern marriage compared to the traditional African marriage. And then the freedom of the individual has also increased much more, because nowadays we're more able to choose without worrying about what other people will say. You just make your choice and so on. So when Atez was saying that necessarily might not be a bad thing, because freedom is something that is intrinsic to people, and it's something that people need. So, maybe in the past people were being, only saw one way of doing something, and they didn't think they had a choice. But nowadays we do have a choice in our marriage partners, in the way we live our lives, in having children, when to have them, how many to have, so on. So there are a lot more freedoms now than in the past. And so, even having said that, with the freedom comes the consequences. So some of the consequences is that the bonds of marriage is not as strong as they were, and you find divorce rates, in many countries, actually throughout the world, divorce cases is going up. The teenage pregnancies in Africa, especially, is very high. That means, premarital sex is very high. Casual sex in the West is very high. The rates of divorce, the rates of, even men abandoning. We haven't gotten to that, but also the whole idea of deadbeat dads, like men abandoning their families or women raising the children alone. Things like that have also come with this freedom in the Western world. So while Africa has not gotten to that stage, quite as much, but we were still moving towards that direction. So is that something that is good? Are there some things in the modern world we can take? And are there some things in the African tradition that we can leave? So that's a sort of breakdown. Dr. Ebenezer, can you hear us? Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so that's the basic summary of the program. Do you have any thoughts, or do you want to listen?
Well, I'd like to say, I think I think we've lost already the traditional way of living. Maybe in some parts of um, Africa, maybe in some parts of Ethiopia or Kenya or somewhere, we haven't lost all that traditional family value or anything. But and I mean, to be honest, where I am located right now, where I live currently, even in Ethiopia, it's kind of becoming more West principled. Uh, the principles are changing, and like you said, in the West, sex is casual, but currently in Ethiopia or in Africa, it's also becoming the same. Relationship is losing its value. Before, having a relationship meant a lot, and you know, at least I don't know, maybe in the rural part, I think this is where we need to work on. Uh, like it has to be a kind of, I don't know. I keep saying education most of the time, but like life has to be incorporated in our education system. Lifestyles, ethics, cultural understandings. Which culture has to be modified? Which culture has to be kept on? We should hang on, and like we need to ask ourselves which culture or norm or custom do I need to hold on to, and which one should I let go? Which one should I adopt and modify? Which one should I not use in Africa because it goes against my values and all those things? We need to start asking all those questions. That's what I believe, because basically relationship became easy because uh, the way I was raised was different than where I am living right now. So like when you think about it, um, almost 75% is like single mom, single dad. People are actually, they don't give, I don't know, kind of rat's ass for relationship. No one cares if the relationship works out or not. Every time when you talk to people, the things that you hear are like, like it's easy to get out of relationship, to start a relationship. Breakup is becoming common. It's like we're living in a Hollywood world. That's, I mean, to be honest, this is where I am. So I don't know if I can understand the real African or the real Ethiopian. Even in Ethiopia, there were, I mean, okay, there were some wrongs in the culture, and that has to be corrected. But that doesn't mean that you have to drop everything, every value in the culture, and walk away and adopt something without modifying it to fit into your culture. That's what I believe. So like the things that you mentioned, I don't know, the family style that we really need to adopt. Maybe we need to adopt it from Kenya. Maybe we need to adopt it from Tanzania, South Africa. We need to have um, a shared culture in Africa, within Africa. And for that to happen, the media has to play a lot of role in showing our youth, uh, in showing us the direction of having a normal lifestyle. Uh, Most of the time, like mostly Christian and Islam principles, all those values teach you to value your family. But when you think about it, we're not actually living them. It's kind of we're being um, we're losing it because of the media portrayal, the Hollywood portrayal, or the Western media portrayal of relationship, the freedom to, like to do whatever you want. Like you can decide your fate. It's up to you. You're a free person. You have the will. Yes, you do. But when you're joining into a relationship and you're building a marriage, it's not like that. It has to be something that you're not going to walk away from. It's not a walk in the park. It's not, like always fun and laughing. There is a struggle in it. There is friction as long as you're a human being. But people get tired easily because, I mean, no family talked about it. Family doesn't prepare you for marriage. Family doesn't prepare you for intimacy. Family will always tell you focus on your education, on your blah blah, and then you try to figure this out. And the sources that are feeding us about marriage are wrong. See, if family had a tradition, family had all those materials to share with us, to develop us and grow us into becoming men, real men, and the women into becoming women, and like building the building blocks, if they were prepared correctly, I believe we could have a real valuable cultural marriage in Africa, like in different cultures, but understanding each other and understanding the values of marriage and relationship in every culture accordingly. But because we're not prepared, because we're not taught to do anything, we figure it out. And the way we're figuring things out about relationship or marriage or family nowadays is not actually from culture or norm or custom. We're just figuring it out from medias, movies, Western movies, Korean movies, or Turkish movies, call it Indian movies. It's kind of um, it's becoming, we're our lesson plan is being prepared by Hollywood, and now because of that, there is a lot of divorce in Africa. Where I am right now, there's a lot of divorce. There's a lot of single moms, single dads. Kids are growing without parents, without both parents' existence. That actually most of the time makes me shocked. It's like, why is this happening? Why are people so shallow, and why don't people value relationship the way it was valued before? Before during our parents' time, because people used to value their marriage and what the society has put into the marriage. All those things were valued. I think we need to be taught. That's um, my take on this.
Thank you, Dr. Ebenezer. You gave some really, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a noise here. Let me just turn it off 1 second.
Okay.
Yes. So for you say that the freedoms that we have acquired is not worth the consequences we have attained in the modern world. Is that something that you'd agree with, Dr. Ebenezer? Yeah, we might have
Sorry,
lost him.
could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so it sounds like you're saying that the freedoms we have attained is not equal to the consequences that we feel that have been enacted in the modern world. That even though nowadays people have more freedom to do things, that it still leads to a lot of difficulties. You said with the divorce rates, with the children being raised without both of their parents and so on. But some people might say, maybe Mudatezi, that that's just the consequence of freedom. That's just what happens when you give people the ability to choose. Maybe this is what people wanted all along, and they were being prevented from doing it by the strict taboos against a lot of things. What would you say about that?
I think calling them taboos, I wouldn't call them taboos, but restricting people to becoming. It's not about lack of freedom. It's not about the freedom. You should be free to choose your life partner. You should be free to start a family, build a family. But family is the foundation of um, a nation. It's not an easy catch. So when you think about family, you have to think about being a leader. Yeah, you have to think about managing a family. You have to think about running a business. It's like running a country, a nation, because that those two blocks that you bring together, the husband and the wife, they join together and they become one. And by becoming one, they actually establish a family, and that family will bear fruit. And that fruit has to be healthy. And whatever we're feeding to the fruit is not healthy nowadays. And like maybe one of Tezi's point is like the freedom that we're giving into. It's like, why are you struggling? Why don't you walk away? That's the I would say, like, choose wisely, because you have to choose your struggles. For me, life is a struggle, and let's say I'm starting to see someone, like I'm dating somebody, and that's where you see each other. Dating is the spot where you see each other, but the concept of dating is even most of the time misunderstood. Dating is not marriage. Dating is not a relationship. Dating is trying to understand the person and meeting up, knowing, is he my type? Is she my type? Is she the person I'm going to spend the rest of my life with? Because is she the struggle that I'm choosing in life? Am I willing to carry her until the days are over? Because the concept that you can walk out of marriage, for me, is wrong, because you can't walk out of marriage. You just have to walk in wisely. And that freedom that we're giving to the people, that freedom that we're okay with, you cannot constrain them. You cannot restrain them divorcing. You cannot stop them, because the politics and all those things are gonna, uh, you know, stick you on the neck and tell you, like, you have to give people the freedom to do whatever they want. It's not about that. It's about the moral. It's about the custom that you build up in a nation, and you build it in your family. When you raise your kids, you have to tell them the value of marriage. You have to tell them the values of, like, being in marriage and staying in marriage. And why you fought, why you didn't divorce, why didn't my mom and dad divorce, even though they had fights, struggles in life, they didn't divorce. Why? They have to share those stories with us, and those stories have to be customs. Those stories have to be told in the media. They have to be, like, we have to use them as a way, a source of education for the youth, that when you're thinking of marriage, a healthy marriage is a healthy generation. A healthy marriage is a healthy family, a healthy country. As long as you keep running away from problems, that's what we are seeing right now. Like in politics wise, or anything you relate it to, people are running away. Whenever, like I was talking about it last time, the potentials in Africa, not last week, but the other week, we were talking about it, and people want to go out of Africa. People want to run away from the problems that we're currently facing in Africa. When you ask them why, because this is what we're giving them. Like, we're giving them not the struggles, but the walkaways. I call it chickening out. When you walk into a relationship, don't just be based on emotions. Don't be based on the feelings that you're feeling at the moment. The physique of the person, the attraction that you have, this biological attraction. Not only that, it has to be a commitment that you take for life. It's a commitment of a life, because we're not teaching people that it's a commitment for life. We're not teaching youth in churches. I mean, we are teaching them in churches, probably, maybe in school. Nobody's teaching them. In the family, there's no discussion. There's no open talk about marriage, about relationship, why divorce is not good, why you can't divorce. And when you walk into a relationship, people don't talk. From I can give you an example. Ethiopia, no one talks about relationship. No one talks about sexuality. No one talks about sex life. What does sex do? Why you shouldn't do it before marriage? No one teaches you. No one prepares you for the real life that you're facing ahead of you. You get that feedback from your peers, your friends that are in school, which are at the same level as you, who are trying to figure out life by themselves. So I give you a solution. You give me a solution when you're in high school. Then you tell me your solution, I tell you my solution, and then we go into that, like trial mode relationships, and trial mode like prom nights, where you do whatever you want. Then you kind of start disrespecting your body and disrespecting your personality, and all those things are not incorporated in our cultural customs. We keep adopting Western culture all the time, Western freedom, because freedom by itself is not free. Freedom has to come with something. The second I give you freedom, if you start abusing it and trying to use it against me, I, it's like the politics is giving us the freedom, the world is giving us the freedom, but it's also taking something away from us, something that actually, you know, marriage is bigger than, for me, marriage is bigger than a church. Marriage is bigger than a religion, because that's the first foundation, that even institution that even God built. He didn't create the church. He created man and a woman, that they should be together, and he gave them a dominion to rule over the earth. Understanding that one, understanding the purpose of marriage, understanding it clearly, will give you a clarity on marriage. It's not about freedom of walking away. Walking away is this generation's issue of chickening out from resolving issues, resolving problems, and like identifying your crisis and tackling your problems. We're not problem solvers right now. We're always running away from the problems that we're facing in real life. From marriage, we're running away. From relationship, we're running away. From fights, we're running away. From developing our own country, we're running to developed countries. This is what's happening to Africa, because we gave them freedom, because we gave them, we gave them everything. Schools, you can talk back to your teacher. Your parents can defend you when you're doing the wrong things in schools. Today, in my time, I mean, I'm 33 years old, and in my time, in schools, you get punished. You get disciplined by your teacher, by your neighbors. But nowadays, if you punish a kid for doing something wrong, the parent will come with a gun and threaten the teacher. This is the culture that we're adopting. In kind of, I think Marie Antoinette said, the baby boomers. That's the kind of family that we created, and it's kind of a sick family that we have right now. And then we're trying to build on that sickness instead of removing it by our customs and norms, developing some kind of education system, even incorporating it in education system, family, parenting, schooling. There has to be magazines, resources in Africa where people can read about parenting, people can read about marriages. There are not that much books written in Africa about marriages. How to start a relationship, what are the struggles in a relationship. No one talks about that. Even the media doesn't portray anything about marriage. So I think we really need to gather up things, and we really need to work on creating a substance, a value, returning the value of marriage in Africa, because it's a bigger institution than we think, and that gives us an opportunity to. I don't know if I answered your question right, but I'm just trying.
No, you brought some excellent points, especially when you spoke about the lack of education in these areas, in relationships, in marriage, in all this. We are really failing our, because I always start the prayers with, to the ancestors, and then with the hope to the descendants. For those who are going to, we are their ancestors, and we're not giving them anything to work with, and we're not giving our children anything to work with. Just throwing them out there and saying, "You figured it out." That was not our system. Our system was one of, you're told in every stage of your life what you need to know, where you're going, and you're told by people who are ahead of you, and you get to do the same thing you teach the people who are coming after you. So this ancestral continuity was not just an abstract thing. It was actually practiced in real life in the form of rites of passage. So everyone had a role in the family and in the community. So today was not about men versus women. It's more, what can men do to be responsible for the family, and what can women do to be responsible for the family. And yeah, the lack of education, oh man, we have just, the ball, it's not even in our court anymore. We don't even, we even pretend there's no ball in the court at all. We don't tell the children anything, and then, like you said, they look to their peer groups to for the information that they themselves don't know. Whereas in fact, we had the peer groups, the older peer groups would be the one teaching the lower one, and so on. The married men would be the one teaching the bachelors, the elders would be the one teaching the married men, and so on and so forth. So knowledge was passed through stage by stage. And yeah, the education system has really made a number. It took things that were supposed to be educate to be educational in the house, and then just say there was no more education in the house. All education has to be in a classroom, sitting facing forward, and so on. And the home is just a place for you to sleep and eat and consume.
Hmm.
Yeah.
True.
Mwendatezi or Ebenezer, sorry.
But I'll give the chance to Mwenda Daisy. So if he's listening.
Yeah, you guys are making good points. I'm learning.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not lecturing actually. Okay. Um, I would like to say, I mean, like the responsibility of, I think it comes all to back to all the purpose of man and the woman. Most of the time, like I wasn't in the discussion of feminism, and I don't know if there's a term for, the other one, maleism, or I don't know. So, um, like at this time of, it's a good thing that we understand the purpose. Most of the time, when people understand the purpose of men and the purpose of women, we have a role to play in a family, all of us. And so, like it's hugely different. Like the perspective of a family for a woman, and the perspective of a family for a man, and what he should play and what she should play as a role. These are all, I mean, the things that we're not taught. Like I said, we're not taught about it. Even choosing partner, we're not taught. Choosing a life partner, it should be a lesson. But more of right now, we're becoming romantic people. Like just romantic. It's like all about the movies. So the second the spark is gone, people start running away. The men start, like going away, and like cheating became common. It's okay now. It's like literally okay, and it feels weird that like you don't believe in that, and when people say it's okay, you're disagreeing with the idea, and people say like, come on, it's okay to do it. I mean, it's fine. You just figure out how this. There are people, by the way. Like I had this conversation with someone. He said, "You will know that your wife is the number one when you cheat." It's like, wow, that's that's, that's a way of experimenting in life. And then you say like, huh, where did that guy get that lesson from? So it's basically the family doesn't have a conversation with the kids. The kids have no clue what life looks like. I think this is where we're, like, as a man, I don't know what my role is, what my responsibility is for the woman, for the wife that I'm going to marry. So basically, everybody's running away from those responsibilities, and that's that's one of the weaknesses. We're not taking responsibility. Even now, we're not taking responsibility for the things that are happening in our country. We tend to blame it on somebody else because as a man, I should be able to take responsibility for my family. When I do that, when a man and a woman can build a family, that means they can build a country. That means they can build generations. So if the ability to build a generation is crippled by destroying the biggest essence in a nation, which is marriage and family, by destroying that, by crippling that, you cripple the entire country, the entire continent. Most of the time, when when you're listening to people, they adopted in Africa and Ethiopia, people adopted the idea of giving freedom for the kids so that they can go out with their friends, enjoy life, prom nights and all those things. They didn't teach them that during prom nights or when you're going out on a date with someone, that you need to protect yourself. That they didn't talk about sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancies, and all those things. They don't talk to them about that. So many kids tend to blame their parents for letting them go on a prom night because they came pregnant home or they came with STDs or HIV. So they came back broken home and they didn't even have a chance to talk about it with their family. They don't have the open door to talk about sex or relationship to their family. So that actually crippled the family. This is what the media is doing to us. Once you break the family essence, when you kill the family, you're killing nations, you're killing generations that are going to be responsible for building family. Nations are built from families. Families generate all those nations, and then that nation develops one country. The country that we're living in, or the continent that we're living in, came from all those families that are living together. But by crippling that family, you cripple the entire continent, you cripple the entire country. So the essence of family is lost, the essence of country is lost. So uh I will not be like responsible for African poverty, and I blame it on the West. I blame it on the colonizers. Yes, they did take part, and they're still taking part. They will keep taking part, but I have to be responsible for not acting right now. I have to know that this is a problem. I have to tackle it. I have to change the facts, and I have to incorporate family in media. I have to incorporate relationship in media, the values of African marriages before and after. 10 years ago, what was marriage in Africa? 10 years ago, what was marriage in Kenya? What is marriage in Kenya right now? What does it mean to be married in Kenya 10 years ago? Now, what does it look like in the youth? Then incorporating those values and closing the gap. That will help us you know develop and grow a generation that will take responsibility for the mistakes that we're actually committing every now and then. The deals that we're making, it's easy. We always choose the easy way out. You see, when you choose a life partner and you want to struggle for that life partner, when you choose a partner and you want to decide to stay with that partner, now relationship is all about struggle. So you struggle for someone special that you call your wife or your husband. So when you do that, you're actually partaking in developing your country, in growing a generation, and in growing your country. You're being responsible to take care of the problems, the choices, because you can choose a choice, but you cannot choose the consequence of your choice. So when you choose your life partner, you're willing to accept the flaws in that partner's life. So when you're taking that responsibility, that shows that you're a strong man. That shows you're a strong woman. You're willing to struggle for the ones that you love. So basically, we need to really work on uh, incorporating our African values into the education system, into ethics, and then change the value of marriage, because that's what I believe. Marriage is family is the building block of a country, and that if there is a problem with the building blocks, then there is a problem with the country. You cannot heal a country that has issue of building blocks. But if the building blocks are strong, you can even break it down into pieces. Again, rebuild it from those building blocks, because the healthier the building blocks are, the healthier the reconstruction can be. It's easy to reconstruct. People will take responsibility. The youth will take responsibility. They will say, we're at fault. We'll stand corrected. We'll work our problems. Now we choose the easy way out. Divorce, breakups, cheatings, all those things. They're easy way out. So people are choosing actually the easy way out from family, the easy way out from life, the easy way out from poverty. Run away. So we actually, the media and the all the Hollywood movies broke our values and our cultures and gave us the easy way out. If it doesn't work, break up. If it doesn't work, divorce. Leave the kids, take it out. So this is really crucial that we work on this, incorporating values into the media. This is why we need to take control of the the media in Africa. We need to really control what the media portrays, what movies are talking about. So like basically, Nollywood is there, the Nigerian movie industry, which is actually copying the ways of the Hollywood, but the Hollywood is incorporated to, I mean, basically to dismantle nations, not actually build up nations, because that's what it's doing right now. Break up relationship, lose it, cheat, do whatever you want. Money comes first, and all those things. You know, it's all about subliminal messaging in our subconscious mind. Finally, we act upon it. So I believe we really need to work on controlling the narrative. The more you control the narrative, the more you can change the minds of the generation. And if you heal the family, that means you heal the country. Because the more families you heal, the healthier the country becomes. That's my belief. And I talk too much, I think.
No, you did not talk too much. Actually, you talked a whole lot of sense and good points and all that. And I could listen to you talk some more. So, by all means. By the way, um, yeah, if you want to come on and talk, just talk. Listen, there's very few times that we can just come and talk as Africans and just have a candid conversation. So sometimes there's a lot of things to talk about. I know I do go off on a tangent and a ramble from time to time, so I will not, I will not be letting anybody say, "Oh, I talk too much," because I am the talkiest, too muchest of anybody here. So that was very wonderful. So if you want to lecture, pontificate, extrapolate, go ahead and do all of that. And thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ebenezer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I've said enough. I'm not enough, but I mean, enough can't be said about the topic that we're discussing actually. But I would like to suggest for example, understanding the The Power and Purpose of Women by Dr. Miles Monroe. I would suggest to our viewers to read that book, The Power and Purpose of Woman and Man. Like actually it gave me an insight on many things, and I would suggest that book to everyone. But I think controlling the narrative will help people always. So, like the misguiding structure of education, uh, like the rights that were given to us, the freedom that was provided to us. With freedom comes, like cost. It has a cost. Every system that was ran in the world, socialism, communism, Marxism, whatever you call it, it comes with a price. Everything I believe comes with a price. So basically, I'm a really big fan of movies. I learn a lot from them, and I always have, my I don't let my guards down when I watch them, but I always learn from them. So I don't know if you've watched the movies from like, I don't know, 20 years ago up to now. If you really go back down, the weapons that were developed in the movies were actually practically made. The viruses that were talked about in the movies were actually happening in real life. So that's why I said the Hollywood industry is not an industry of entertainment only. It's an industry where subliminal messaging is happening. The subliminal messaging is working on the brain in a really subconscious mind. And when the conscious mind is thinking of something, the subconscious hands over another information that is actually damaging to the person or productive to the person. It depends on the first subliminal messaging that we're receiving. So in the
Dr.
subliminal,
Blazer,
yeah.
while you're talking about, subliminal, let me subliminally message to everybody in the chat to go ahead and share this with everyone that you know. Because
uh,
there's a lot of good information that a lot of our people should hear. So, like or do all the stuff that you're supposed to do as a listener. So, and thank you all for being here. And
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but continue. And let's
It's
welcome BJ. She'll go after you just as soon as you're done. But sorry to interrupt. Go
oh,
ahead.
okay. All right, okay. So basically, we really need to work on that. So culture has to be incorporated in the movies. Our movie industry has to grow into creating our own values, our own norms and cultures. We really need to work on that one. As long as we don't work on that, and our culture doesn't show the value of relationship, the value of marriage, like the African tradition, if it doesn't show that, it has to be, we have to create an African, uh, I don't know, African movie industry where we show and teach African values, the important ones, the healthy ones, and we have to be able to adapt to change, because that was my conversation 2 3 weeks ago. So changing and adapting to change, but changing in a healthy way. And then when we do that, I think we control the narrative. We control the youth. We control what we seed in the youth. Then when we reap, whatever we sow is healthy. So, the harvest will be healthy. But right now we're harvesting, something that we didn't even, sow. Like we didn't plant a seed in the generation. Somebody else did that assignment for us, and we're reaping the product that we're reaping right now. Divorce, breakups, suicides, depressions. These weren't problem in Africa before. I mean, 10 years ago there was no depression in Africa, but right now you see people getting depressed. You see people breaking up every single second and divorcing every single, even in 2 days, in a day. The last I was on a trip to rural parts of Ethiopia, and one guy told me, like, he told me there was a marriage that was broken up in an hour, divorced. An hour. That was a record for me because I was like,
Wait,
wow. So
wait.
in an hour, the guy couldn't
What
wait
what did
to.
he do in an hour?
Uh, I
Okay,
don't
you don't
know.
have to say it, but we know it was him, right?
I don't know why you went that way though.
It's always that way. It is always that way. But okay.
Yeah,
Continue.
I mean, the weird part was like, you know, there was some other ethnic, some issues, conversations, all those things. However, the marriage ended in an hour. Some guy also said that he was 3 days, one day. I heard all those stories and I was shocked. Like in an hour, in 3 days, in 6 days, in 4 days. Wow, what happened? Didn't you meet? Did you meet online or something? That's what I felt. I was like, that happens here in Ethiopia, in my country. I was really shocked because it became so easy. That's what the media is, shooting out to us. It's so easy to divorce. It's so easy to break up. So people actually do it. They even do it sometimes. I think it feels like they're doing it for fun. Not only the men are the problem, there is a problem in both sides, to be honest. The stories I heard, some of them are women problems, some of them are men problems, but it doesn't matter whose problem it is. But we're breaking the building blocks of a generation, a nation, a country, a continent. Those are the things that we're building because of the materials that we're building it with, the information that we're building it with. We're actually crippling the nation. The future of Africa, the future of Ethiopia is being crippled. So then, I don't know. This is a shock to me. So like, we really need to work on this one. That's what I believe, Tanzan.
Oh wow, thank you for that one. Okay, let's welcome BJ in the house. She can at least give us the perspective from here. So BJ, your thoughts? Oh man, don't do a Mundatezi on me. You know how Mundatezi is like, are you still there? Are you still there? And he had
I'm
gone.
here. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's here. Oh no.
Well, I'm here. I think
Okay,
DJ.
Mundatezi, go ahead while we wait for BJ to get together.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. For what I can say is, I think I will divert from my brother here, Dr. Benezer's line of thought a little bit, because especially when you, I feel like when we blame the media, it's like blaming the mirror on for how you look. I feel like the mirror. That's I feel like when you say, oh, it's the media, it's the it's the media is an easy cop out. It's like an it's easy target to shoot at, right? Because but these guys, the media operates in first they operate on ratings. They operate on what people want to see. They will show you what you want to see. If you want to see, now people will now we're not even blaming. We used to blame like the mainstream media, but now we blame social media. But it's like we're going to the next new thing we will blame it too. But at the end of the day, people even blame the algorithms. But at the end of the day, they show us what we want to see. They show us what we're interested in. People, when we look, even right now in YouTube, we look at what people the most views. It's the scandals, right? It's the scandalous things. It's those are the things. If we are to be honest, those are the things that people want to see. Those are the things that we are interested in. When you talk, so I feel like the media probably the only thing you can blame the media is like showing amplifying what we are like. It just it now shows us that we're not alone in our dark twisted thoughts. So it is not me who is thinking about this. This is actually what people want to see. So you find that when it comes to especially marriage, I feel like I said in the beginning, that the nuclear family is this really an African concept? Like, I don't, I know that, and when we talked about the Maasai, which is just one of the basics, that they never used to have a nuclear family. In fact, they were doing what we are doing now, what is we're moving towards now, right? Like, guys, you know, sampling everybody, and I think that's what and I think Tanzan, or I think it was you, Tanzan, who was alluding that because of this newfound freedom, that the newfound freedom that we have makes us choose, makes us maybe destroy the state of the family as it is. That is because of the newfound freedom, and I say no. I think we were free before colonialism, and because our structures were not necessarily, man, they were okay. They are. I don't know. I probably will be proved wrong. Maybe with there'll probably be the occasional tribe or the occasional culture in Africa, because Africa is also a very diverse place. So there probably the occasional culture that was, yeah, man, wife, and children. But I'm sure majority, if I let me speak within the vicinity I am in Kenya, because I know this one for sure. I know that that was not the nuclear family as it is, was not the actual structure. And I think, like, women were giving birth, and it was known that women were giving birth to children that were belong to more than one man, that were from different men. And in fact, a lot of the time, those were children of the community. They were not so a lot of children had no idea who their father was. Their father was, the men in the community were all fathers. I think even the concept where it takes a village to raise a child, maybe if we investigate it, it might come from this type of practice where children basically know only their mother, because you can't, that was the most obvious place. That is more obvious. But fathers, so you find that they become more children of the community. So that child over there can be your child. In fact, in many tribes in Kenya, you are not allowed to marry within your village. I don't know. That's a fact, right? Even in Tanzania, I don't know if you have had this type of culture.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There are very strict rules about that. Very strict
Yeah.
rules.
Why is that? Why was that? You'll be marrying because you don't know the father. You don't know the fathers here. So
No, no, I don't. Nope, nope, nope. The
oh,
reason
why
that
was
I
it?
know of is that to avoid the closeness of relations, to avoid the sexual closeness of relations. So you don't want to marry somebody who's too related to you.
Closely,
But
that's the thing. That isn't that the thing. Isn't that when you talk about you might be marrying your relative?
yeah,
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. You might be marrying your relative, right? Why
yeah, but
don't we
not
do
because
that?
that they didn't know who their father was. They actually knowing who your father was and knowing where everybody's fathers and great grandfathers was the way to avoid marrying your somebody who was related to you, not in burying it in obscure ignorance.
How? They knew. Okay, I will argue with this. I think this can even turn into a small debate, but
Oh yeah, bring it on.
this might turn into a small debate. But they were. I can for sure a whole clan probably even had one last name, right? Or were known by one name. Like, this clan is this clan, and you should.
Mhm.
And the reason, I guarantee you, it was just about genetic mixing, and it's not good to mix. You don't know who is your relative unless you probably through the mother's side. Even there's just too much evidence. Even when you look at when they test your DNA or something, I don't know. It's just they usually look at the maternal lineage or something like that. But what my point is that African culture. Let me go back to the original point that African families were not as I doubt. I have a lot of doubt that they were nuclear in nature, and I feel, in fact, that women probably were more free then, because I don't know this. I think the nuclear family thrives in the oppression of women. I know. I'm just going to say. Yeah, I feel like that's why you find. Oh, now they are free is because they're doing. But they were doing this before before the colonization, when families were not known to be nuclear. Like, and a good example is the Maasai. And I think if you Google here and we research, you probably find most tribes are doing this thing. You know.
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
it's,
that's my
the
point. That yeah,
Maasai are a group of nomads, people who just
but
move
most of
around.
us were nomads. Most of us were nomads
But in the
before.
early days, before we discovered the beautiful practice of farming and settling and tilling the land and making sense of the seasons.
Well, those nomads were also Africans, you know.
Yes, they
So
were, but we are better Africans.
no. I keep saying that the nuclear, and if you look at even the Western culture, where I believe the origin of the nuclear family comes from, because I think it came with Christianity. The origin of the nuclear family in Western culture, women the role of a woman was always subdued, right? And we always talk about how Africa women were treated a bit more with freedom. In fact, we had, yeah, that's I think that's like a fact, right? So if you compare, and I keep saying that what we're doing now is just weirdly, for some weird reason, we're taking, how they say there's nothing new under the sun. Like what we're doing now is probably what we are taking that
But
cow
the thing is, what are we
to.
doing now? Is it working? I mean, I'm looking at it from a Western perspective. Our families are messed up all across the board, not only African American, but all. So all this freedom, go where you want to go, do what makes you feel good. These kids are messed up. The family structure is messed up. Financially, we're messed up. So just
It's messed
comparing
up.
it to the way it was when we had a solid family, the kids had more values, they had more respect. Again, like you had mentioned, it takes a village. Yeah, it was still villages. Here you had your grandmother, the aunts, the uncle. So they were surrounded by a team of people trying to help them navigate. Now everybody's so individualized and isolated, everybody's falling apart. So, and you had mentioned something about media. The media puts those ideas out and will keep pushing it until you start to gravitate towards it. And once they got you, then they come back and say, these were your ideas. No, no, no. You keep pushing this, whatever the agenda may be at a given time. Because, like the doctor had mentioned, how movies are giving you clues about what's what their agenda, what they want to make happen, and how they want to make it happen. And we buy into because we see these images and keep seeing them. We begin to say, oh, okay, these images aren't so bad. And then all of a sudden you start looking at newspapers. I mean, because you guys probably see it every day. All of a sudden, certain buzzwords start popping up everywhere. Everywhere you look on your phone, look on the TV, look on the newspaper, look on you still keep seeing these same images over and over again until you start saying, okay, you're right. Polygamy is great, and I should have my freedom. And who's gonna raise Johnny? Doesn't matter. He can raise himself.
Yeah, okay. If I think let me answer this, then I'll allow my brother Dr. Ebenezer to have his word in. But I think when you talk about the media, you can just do a small experiment here and look at the YouTube views of because there are YouTube channels, right? There are YouTube channels promoting family values, right? They are there, and look at their views and look at the views of YouTube channels doing the opposite, right? Because like I said, we're just blaming the mirror.
But but
The
but but if we want to look at the
Well,
YouTube channel, we have to also look at what's being pushed. Because certain things I don't be looking at. I'm like, why is this popping up on my phone? So there's still an entity behind that that's pushing that on top of the things that okay, I'm enjoying this. This is what I like to do. This is what I like to look at. On the flip side, you're
BJ,
right. People
B,
enjoy looking at drama, trauma, and all this other stuff. So I mean, yeah. So it's like
uh,
both of them play a part, not just the one.
can I say something to Muenda Tazy? I'm not opposing you or supporting you at this point, but to be honest, um, let me put it this way easily. BJ, you watch movies. Tanzan, you watch movies, and Muenda Tazy, you do, right?
yeah.
All of you watch
Don't be
movies. I watch.
accusing me of things.
It's okay. Just you watch movies, right? We all do watch movies. Will you be so surprised if you saw Aliens right now? Will you be surprised to see an alien creature, something which is, I don't know, triangular eyes or something? Will you be so surprised?
I never was,
Yes.
even as a kid. I wasn't surprised. I knew we weren't the only entity on this in this universe.
Wow.
No, I
Oh,
mean, like, because this is all
it's a
about
hard yes for
desensitizing.
me.
Okay, it's the media. What the media does, I'm not blaming the media. It's all about desensitizing you
Right.
towards something. It's not about blaming the media, it's about desensitizing you that divorce is okay. What we were taught in churches, what we were taught in family values in Africa or in my country in Ethiopia was not that divorce was okay. But nowadays, you see a lot of divorcees on movies and single moms, single dads, and married to another woman, stepfather, stepmother. These were all desensitizing. It's okay. Right now, it's okay to divorce. It's okay. Not only that, it's okay to kill and die.
Yep.
This is also being sent out there as a message. And then you become numb to it. You become really numb that you don't
Hmm.
feel anything. Like, he died. Wow, that's it. When people died, before it was a shock. Now, when people die, it's, people died. Okay, that's it. This is desensitizing us towards a common cause that they want to achieve. So the media is actually, I mean, the one of the elements that that are actually preaching and desensitizing most of the time the youth. So the more we're desensitized to the media, the more we lose focus of this family issue. Like, yeah, you're right. There are social medias. People like fun, and they made us like it. It's fun, it's entertaining, because that's what I was trying to say. Like, let's work on one Africa Sunday, because we need a fun moment. People really need to be attracted to one Africa concept from a fun perspective, because if the others are controlling the fun and we're just being so serious about it, we're not going to get as many viewers as we want. So it has to be somehow entertaining. So we also have to know how to manipulate the media, because Tanzan asked a really good question: is the media a reflection or a manipulation? That we really need to answer.
Mondetezi,
Yeah.
I think you
Oh,
had
it's
something.
me. Okay. I was. Okay. Yeah. This is a very deep question right there. Is a media reflection or a manipulation? I think. Yeah. Okay. When you talk about manipulation, I understand the perspective you've given my brother about what they're pushing, the gay agenda, right? But how do I put this? When you say they're pushing this gay agenda, there are many agendas that have been pushed and they have been rejected, right? Like when the right now alcohol consumption. I was having this debate just a few. In fact, it was in your show when you like your last show. We're having this debate, and we were talking about how alcohol consumption has reduced within the millennial generations. Within the millennial, they do not take alcohol as much as maybe the previous generation did. Yet there is a high. If you go watch all the movies, right? There is alcohol over there. They are drinking alcohol. All the heroes are drinking alcohol. It's like a cool thing and all that. But people still have reduced because you know also when it comes to like death, right? I feel like when people watch movies of people killing each other, right? Because that's like most action movies, right? People killing each other. Does do you feel like that makes people kill each other in real life?
If
To
they're a
be
killer.
honest, yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
At
So,
least, at least it makes them less sensitive when they see a dead man or people trying to kill people.
okay. I don't know. Okay, I understand your point, but I'll speak from maybe my perspective. My pers- I've watched a lot of these movies, and in fact, when I see an accident, I've never seen a dead body, apart from maybe in a funeral, like, and that was my grandparents. I look away. I've never seen I've seen movies I've seen dead bodies in movies and all that, but in real life, there are accidents that have happened in front of me, and my just like, you know what, I'm not gonna look at that, and because I'm just afraid of maybe the nightmares or that type of image or whatever. So I don't know. I think I'm pretty very sensitive to death, and and that's just my own perspective. But my train of thought. Let me remember. What was my train of thought? Kind of lost it.
No, but no, I see what you're saying, because again, the more you see something, the more you you lose that consciousness of what you're seeing.
No,
So
oh yeah, I've been,
if someone sees people dying on the screen, then a lot of times in the movie is the good guy, bad guy. So we justify the good guy killing the bad guy. So then in reality, you see something going on like, oh, well, he died. He probably was a bad guy, so he deserved it. And so we
Yeah,
rationalize that in our head without, understanding that these subliminal messages that are coming across are
thank you.
impacting how we view everyday life. Because, you know, with the drug situation in the 80s, and you saw more violence on the streets, you see what's going on in Chicago. Prior to that, people would have like the same way you say, "Oh my God, somebody died. What happened? Were they ill? Were they sick? Somebody killed them." I ain't been a whole different reaction. You bring it up 40 years later, and people are like, "Oh, what, really? Oh, okay. We're going to go to the cemetery and pour some alcohol over the grave in honor of the person." I mean, so it's just this totally different mindset about death. Is like death is now here is an everyday occurrence. We don't know if we walk to the bus stop, are we going to make it back home? That's how ingrained it is here. And then you saw what happened in Uvalde. Now the kids are going to school, but they got to go to school. So now you have to train them to think about, this could be the last day that we ever see you guys, because somebody may come in here with a gun and shoot up everybody. Where before that might have been just a scene in a movie.
yeah, okay. Okay, I've remembered my train of, I've remembered, I've caught back, I'm back on the train. And what I was trying to make a point that the movies, I don't think it is much to do with the movies, probably the news, because the news really reports a lot of disasters, which is also because disasters improve ratings. So it's really what we really want to, it is us who like to look, to listen to the disasters happening all over the world. So and the world has become like a global village. So if any disaster anywhere in the world, the news will report it, and it becomes like as if it's an everyday thing. So that maybe has desensitized us. But I will also challenge my fellow panelists here that I don't think, if we look, sometimes we look at history with the modern history. We look at just maybe recent history, maybe the last 10, 20, 30 years or something, but we forget to observe history from maybe pre-colonial history. I remember there is a reason why our great grandparents or our grandparents had 10 children. You know, you know. So I don't know why we feel like we have always been this sensitive. We have been sensitive to death because there are those who are watching it on the screen, but before the screen, before all that, our grandparents used to have 10 children for a reason, because some of them.
So Tennessee, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So could it be because we had more value for life back then than we do now?
No. I feel, in fact, we were more, maybe if you're talking about desensitization, I mean nothing desensitizes you further than like the real thing, right? Like guys, I think back then death was a part of life. It was a normal part of life. Like
Yeah,
people,
but you still honor and value that person. Now it's like we see stuff going on, somebody pass away. We don't. It's like a passing thought, and then we're on to the next thing. We don't give a whole value to that person. I mean, here it's like if something happens to a dog, and we're like, hey, this person needs to go to jail. This is inhumane. I mean, everybody knows what happened with Michael Vick. But if it's a person, we don't. It seems like we don't have that same energy.
Hmm. But Desi, can I understand your question again? Could you say having 10 children or 10 wives?
Oh, before we continue, let me just take a moment to give a special thank you and appreciation to the wider African family. I have many of your brothers, BJ, in the house. We have Forecast, Brother Forecast Radio. You should definitely, if you haven't subscribed to him, please do the Forecast Radio. We
Yes,
have
I have to.
yes, Brother Bakari is in the house. We have Caesar and oh yes, and Bitter Medicine podcast. You should also listen. I've been on it a couple of times, but you should also listen to our brother. So yeah, so Healing Nation, we hear and we listen. So thank you so much, all of you for being here. I invited you and you came, and I am honored. Yes, continue.
oh yeah, you were asking about why we had 10 children, because a lot of them died during their, not even just during birth, during their development process. It was not the people, death was a real thing back in the day, back in our great grandparents' time, before the modern medicine. Even if our traditional medicine did well, I'm not saying that they didn't do well, but we had to deal with death on a daily basis, or on it was part of our lives. It was a normal part of our lives. So I feel like maybe if we went back to the past, the way we romanticize it, we might be in for a rude shock that, oh, these guys are even more desensitized than us. You know, I don't know. I just I suspect, because then because it's just the facts. Because even if you look at our traditions, of the dark traditions that we used to have as Africans, nobody talks about them. How we used to, like, I just read about a tradition where, and this is part of one of my tribe, one of the tribes I'm from. And it's like, oh, these guys used to kill twins. Like, if you have a twin, and one of the twins, the firstborn, died, it's like a tradition. It's like, whoa, it's just crazy stuff. It's like, so I'm just going to, like, I'm just saying that maybe we were more desensitized then. I'm just saying, it's just
Yeah,
just a
yeah,
perspective to
Tezzy,
treat it.
we all have actually, I mean, yours is twins. We have a tradition in Ethiopia where if a child is born and you know the teeth grows from underneath, like under the jaw, or they kill it. It doesn't mean it's okay. There is a sensitive part towards it, and also there was part of Ethiopia. Now it's forbidden to do it. There was part of Ethiopia where a girl was married at age 7 or 8 to a grown ass man. That those are not still, there was a sensitive part and there was the insensitive part. Like you said, some part of the country was desensitized towards that concept. Some part is still sensitive. And there is some part of Ethiopia where even there is not even it's not a well developed part of Ethiopia, but you cannot even talk to a girl until she's 18. This, like, I'm telling you, in one nation there was desensitization of a different kind, a different sort. But we're not going back towards like the bad things that happened. Of course they happened, and we were desensitized. Still, it. that that proves actually that desensitization works. You see, in the part of Ethiopia where marriage at age 8 or 7 for a girl was allowed, people thought that was normal. But on the other part of Ethiopia, people disagreed with the concept and they fought it back. They said it's wrong for a girl to get married at age 7 because she will get a fistula and then she'll be sick for life. So they fought it back and they convinced them, even though if they were not convinced, they had to agree with the mass nation and then, live to the standards of the country. And there was a proclamation to it, and there was rule of law, and all those things came up afterwards. But desensitization worked in that part of the country where, marriage was allowed at that age. But in some part of Ethiopia, marriage was not allowed until the girls were reaching 18. So there is desensitization, there was desensitization. So that shows you that whatever we're watching today is actually working towards desensitizing us. So the concept of poverty, accepting poverty in Africa, the concept of depending on the West in Africa, depending on aid, even though the aid is not does not amount to anything, we're still are stuck on the concept that we need their help, where actually the vice versa is true. They need our help, but we're desensitized towards us being full of potential, then we're focused on depending on aid. These are the things that are actually working towards desensitizing the minds of the generation. Then, like that's where desensitization comes in. Subliminal
And that's
messaging.
where like the media can play a huge part, because if you show that you don't have to depend on the West and you keep putting those images out there, eventually everybody will start believing, I really don't. We can do this on our own. And that's why it's so important what you guys are doing as SSN News and so many other platforms, because now people see,
Yeah,
oh, we could do this for ourselves. We don't have to depend on IMF and the World Bank to
yeah.
do what we need done.
Hmm.
Mhm. And Caesar is saying, Caesar and Marionette seem to have maybe different perspectives on it. He says, we're quick to call our old traditions bad until the colonizer begins to adopt it. And Marie Antoinette says, some of these spiritual practices have caused much trauma, and that their ability to discard such customs is admirable. So there are some things that we can look at and see and say, well, this was practiced, but it was not good and it caused trauma, like Marie Antoinette says, and that these are things that we should be able to discard and say, well, this was not good for us, for our progress as a people and for our health, as individuals. Um, and Caesar says that maybe some of those things that we see as being, maybe bad or evil or traumatic, maybe, they may be not that until, the colonizer begins to adopt it. Somebody can say, let's say the idea of circumcision. If a culture that did not practice it would look upon that, they would see, and I'm talking about for the men here, not the more controversial one, just the general one. And if a culture that sees that and says, well, they are such barbaric, they do this to their own, little boys and so on, and actually go for the most sensitive part of a man, and they cut it off. What barbaric things that they do? And if somebody looking at that and from an outside perspective, they might look at that and figure that these people are just harming themselves or doing some sort of disgusting or cruel thing to their children. Whereas sometimes people adopt certain practices out of religious, hygienic, or whatever reasons, and at this point it has become almost, I don't know how universal it is, male circumcision, but it's been adopted nearly everywhere. So even those tribes in Africa that never used to do the practice, now because it's been adopted, people are more likely to practice it for various reasons. So I can see, that point that sometimes traditions that we call bad may be adopted when somebody else takes on it. With the FGM, and we have adopted the same mindset to it with the FGM. um, some practice it, some did not. I don't know the prevalence. I don't have the numbers, but I know that in some African traditions they practice it. But because the Western world has, overwhelmingly rejected it and called it barbaric and cruel and all these things, we have also called it the same names. I don't know whether it is or not. I don't know. I'm just saying that we tend to adopt some of the same things that they do adopt, whether in doing the same things, in approving or disapproving of certain things. So that's just my take on it. When it comes to trauma, we have to look at, yeah, there are some things that caused a lot of trauma, and these are things that we have to really discard, especially when Dr. Beneza, you talked about girls being married off at an early age. That can cause a lot of trauma. No matter what the culture is, the little girls are taught to be women, but this is something that takes time and years. I don't think that a girl of 8 or 9 years old is ready to become a wife. Definitely not, and that's not for any culture at all. There's no reason why you can tell me and give me any reason why you can tell me a little girl of 9 years old needs to go get married. So for me, that's definitely something that if we practice as a people, then it's one practice that we definitely should get rid of as and that one I don't really see any justification for it. With the other ones, somebody might argue one way or another. I don't care. I'm not for or against male or female circumcision. Those are just cultural practices. But when it comes to the development of a child, a child of 9 years old cannot take on the responsibilities of a wife. And yeah. So yeah, those are good points. There are some things that we have to look at and say, were these things really bad? Were they really things that we were practicing, and why were we practicing them? Even the bad things, you have to look at the principle behind it. Why were people practicing some of those so-called barbaric practices? And then after looking at them, we have to see what was the effect on it. Was it something that helped to build the family, helped to create a bond, helped to produce wisdom and knowledge in the child, or growth, or some character trait, or was it something that we just did to terrify the children into obeying? So this is something that we have to look for, not just the practice but also the intention and the result. So yeah,
That's
I
true,
hand off
actually.
the mic to
Could,
whoever.
could you could you check the Caesar's comment on the down section and put it on the screen if we can
Okay,
see
sure.
that
Let me
once.
see which one.
The one that he says,
My mom.
my
Oh,
mom used
okay.
to laugh about how they use charcoal to clean their teeth back in Nigeria. Now in America, some toothpaste have a charcoal-based formula. Basically, this was also a culture in Africa. I think this is in the entire Africa. I don't know. I'm not sure. In Ethiopia, it's common to use charcoal for cleaning your teeth. It really cleans it.
Yeah,
That's
we have
the
that too.
concept. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like basically, these are the. He's right. I mean, some things even science hasn't explained, and some when you ask some of, like for example, they euthanize kids when they have deformity in some parts of Ethiopia, in the southern, I think. So euthanasia was adopted because the child will suffer and the environment is not suitable for. Now we can talk about, like disability and special needs, all those things we can talk about now. But back in the days, they used to do that out of, like man is a social animal. So animals have this tendency to, for example, a cat or a dog, when they give birth, when the environment is not suitable, and when they're premature, they tend to eat them or kill them, because if the environment is not suitable, if it's rainy, if it's really cold, the mother has that kind of, what do you call it, moral obligation to kill it or eat it. It depends on the environment, or protect it or hide it, that kind of thing. we really need to understand. Like sometimes we really need to understand it from what perspective, prove it wrong or right. It has to be proven by Africans, by us. We have to do it ourselves. So, like, I believe Caesar. I agree with the point of Caesar, where we, like, we really need to have to dig deeper, look deeper, and figure out if it's really wrong or really right. We really need to work on that one. We don't have to wait for the West or for the somebody out there to tell us it's wrong. It's not about them saying it. It's all about us proving it. Because if they laughed at us for using charcoal, then if it's again, you know, toothpaste is produced using charcoal formula, then you see, like this is it's kind of patent for us too. We could have, invented something. We could have created something, using charcoal based formula. So because they laughed at us, we stopped it, and now they're using it. This is the thing that we really need to work on. So yeah, we don't have to just throw everything, just watch everything, and use it to our advantage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I'm about to disagree with like all of you guys.
Of course. You wouldn't expect otherwise.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to Caesar's first comment, he talks about here we are quick to call our old traditions bad until the colonizer begins to adopt it. Now, you know, this comment was addressed to the topic what we were talking about, the killing of babies. That's what we were talking about. Dr. Beneza was talking about the babies of Ethiopia, about when the teeth grow on like maybe the wrong side of the gum or something like that. And I was talking about twins, and we're talking about, hey, that was not okay. That was barbaric. So what happens is that my brother Caesar here pulled off a straw man's argument, meaning that we were quick to, because there's no way you can adjust, you can justify killing of babies, or is there a tradition that do you feel like that can be justified at any point?
Mm, I can't. Like I said, I can't justify anything, to be honest. I
Yeah,
mean, for me, from my perspective, killing a child that was just born, and it's not the child's fault that the teeth grew on the other side. It's not the child's fault. It's just nature. But I would
yeah,
like much to know why. This is the question what we don't tend to ask in most, because uh, I'm a veterinarian. I most of the time I do some research on animals. So one time I visited a farm in a rural part of Ethiopia, and they used to trim the hoof of the calf. And in my farm, I have 400 cattle in the city, in the urban area. And I went there and asked them, like, they were trimming the hoof of a calf. We don't do that in where I am from. Like, we don't do that. We just let the calf grow. When they run, the soft part of the hoof will fall off. That's the concept that I have. So no one does that. And I asked many people. And where I went to, they did that. And I asked them, why do you do it? And they said, you're the only person who asked us why we do it, because everybody who came here told us not to do it, and you're the only one who asked us why you're doing it. And they explained it in an easy way. If you don't trim the soft part, it will make the hoof a bit flatter and wider, and then the animal will suffer from hoof overgrowth, because of that soft thing that is remaining in between the hoofs. So I said, why don't I do the experiment on my farm? And I started trimming and tagging the animals and keeping all the information. So it's a research ongoing. It's not a research done. So I will see the difference between the calves that were trimmed and the calves that weren't trimmed. But explanation wise, killing a child, euthanizing a child, that for me, that's, to be honest, that's barbaric. But I would like to much understand it, and if it is wrong, I want to prove it wrong using no justification. For example, let the child grow with the teeth growing from underneath the gum, and tell them like it's okay. It's still a child. It's now it's changing. To be honest, they're changing their culture. They're changing their traditions from these ways by interventions. So I don't think Caesar's perspective. I mean, I don't see Caesar's perspective was just on the child killing or something. To be honest, maybe the comment came late when we were talking about some other stuff, but I don't think it's there though. To be honest, so
Yeah,
let
okay.
I agree. I don't agree with him on that perspective. I would not agree, but I would like to much hear his side of the story too. At the same time, why he said, if he said that, why he said that. To be honest.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, what I was referring to when I was talking about the straw man is when you see maybe people talking about a specific situation, right? Like the killing of babies.
Yeah.
Then you come up with another fictional situation that is totally unrelated to that, and now you base your argument on that fictional. That's a strawman fallacy. It's like you have distorted the argument, and that was what I was trying to say. That my brother Caesar, when you so that it makes your point like out of really what was being discussed, because we're talking about babies, right? So what happens is, look, like you can see there, he said my mom used to laugh about how he went to charcoal, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
yeah,
no, let's just agree that nobody should be killing babies.
yeah, yeah. No, 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 no. Let me explain my point. That you see, I'm trying to. I'm talking about maybe when you're talking about when you're having a discussion. This is not about the babies and stuff. I'm just trying to point out what happens usually in a discussion where, and it leads to a lot of
I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
a lot of time getting consumed on things that were not really being discussed, right? So my mom, he says my mom used to, so that's the charcoal incident is totally unrelated to the killing of babies, but because it is a strawman argument, that is the fictional, then now the argument becomes about that. It has changed, distorted everything.
No,
And
no,
my
no. I
point,
think he was trying to say that, and I don't know where the comment is, but he was trying to say that sometimes we adopt customs just because someone else brings us those customs.
yeah,
And
yeah,
we
yeah, yeah,
don't,
yeah. Okay, yeah. If
But
let me land my point. My point
okay.
is that I've lived in Africa all my life. I have never seen Africans re- disown their culture. Like, in fact, Africans tend to trust their culture more than Western culture, especially when it comes to medicines. Like, that's a fact. In fact, to the point that it becomes to a fault. Like, like no, 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 no. You know what, you guys, they will try out Western medicine, but it feels like no, no. I'm going to go back to my roots. That I've seen that that's way more common than this opportunity where we laugh at our own culture. I feel like this is not true. This is a distortion of what's really happening in Africa. I feel like most Africans really respect their culture. This is just an argument. I feel like this is an argument that is pushed in Pan African platforms, and I feel like this is a very false argument. That I don't know. I just, because from what I've seen, it's not true from my perspective. That's why I want to mention it. That we can like this chocolate. I guarantee you. I go to the countryside. Even right now, you find people brushing their teeth with the normal those sticks. I've forgotten those minty sticks. I don't know their names,
Yeah, I
but
know them.
yeah, they will. You tell them to take a toothbrush, they will look at you like you'll never. They will never. Even in now, in fact, now it's becoming even popular in the cities. You're like, oh, you know what? I'm going to use my that. So our connection to African culture is very strong. I feel like this fallacy. I'm just trying to challenge it. Just going to challenge it. Like, you know what? I think this is not a true argument that Africans we are more susceptible to like live our culture. In fact, I feel Africans if you compare us to like to the whole world, I feel Africans we have really clung into our culture, even to the point that we are talking about how Africans still do subsistence farming.
Subsistence
Subsistence.
farming.
Yeah, we still practice that
Now
till
who can't
today, and
remember
the
that?
majority of us, and that's like majority of us, a
Mm.
huge chunk of us still practice that still today. We are not even that, even capitalism has failed to set that root the way it has set root in other continents. So I'm just saying, like, sometimes that is also, as my brother Vanessa says, that is also, maybe that might be a conditioning that we should also be aware of, right? Like,
Yeah,
But I would
Crazy. I'm sort of
Tanzan.
divided on this one, and it's not
uh,
just because I never take a firm position, but when you talk about, like, when it comes to medicine, education, all of that, Africans still do, like or respect, even if they will go. For me, I see this, that their first option is the Western, to go for the shiny things, and then if that doesn't work, then they'll fall back on, the traditional stuff. That's how I see it. That's how I see it in religion. That's how I see it in education. That's how I see it in medicine. They'll trust Western medicine, but if it doesn't work, they're like, okay, now maybe I'll go try, the village herbs and whatever it
you
is.
know what? You
So,
know what? Check out
hmm.
the coronavirus vaccination rates. That will prove my point. Is there is fact a
not
huge distrust of Western medicine
the
in Africa?
I would actually, I would like to also say I'm going to take Tanzan's side on this one.
Yes. I
I'm
don't even know
sorry
what you're going to say,
I'm
but yes.
sorry, Tezzy. I'm sorry on this one, but you know what? Because it's not the way that we're dressed, not in the rural part, in the urban parts, the way we dress, the way our lifestyle is. We're not actually appreciating our own things. To be honest, I don't see that at all in my country. um, Everything is westernized, including the thing that we're talking about, the topic that we're talking about, a relationship, marriage, is all about westernization. We don't have even a traditional wedding anymore. We're dropping every cultural values in the wedding process. There was this thing, uh, this cultural essence in Ethiopian tradition that you do for the woman's family, for the lady that you're marrying. There was something like that, but now it's completely lost. So medicine wise, to be honest, they don't even believe in their own doctors. They don't even believe in African hospitals. They believe in European hospital. I mean, this is a reality. I mean, this is just a fact. People want to go and get treated in Thailand. I mean, bear with me. Like, this is what's happening currently. We don't even believe in our doctors, and like, we just ignore them, and we don't even give them the benefit of a doubt. Like, hey, he's a smart doctor, he's a smart guy, I know this doctor. We don't give them that. We just go back towards the Western medicine. Then, like Tanzan said, when it doesn't work, we come back. But when you came to the corona, when you came to the corona, that's also another thing that I might go with you, but because of the but most of the reason is because nowadays we're kind of afraid of the West, what their intentions are. People are actually listening to medias, and there is accessibility to information right now easily to the rural parts. There's a conspiracy theory always being told. People actually wanted to get vaccinated, like they just wanted to do it. Some of them, I even had arguments with those people. I had to present my case. These are the things that we actually, maybe maybe the things that we trusted back on our own medicine was this one, but the rest, I doubt so.
So
Okay,
why
okay.
are they coming towards the West? It's like the West is not the solution. So what is making them think that what they've done forever isn't working or isn't good? Because I know here we're always being pushed that those ideals are old fashioned. No, you shouldn't do that. So I understand how it happened here. And then people started walking away from the traditions, and now we're in the mess that we're in right now. But for you guys to be in Ethiopia, to walk away with what you've seen, what your mother's seen, what your grandmother have done, and not trust that, and trusting someone that you have no direct connections to.
Um, I don't know. I don't know where this is going actually. Nowadays things are changing in a dynamic way, and I would love to do research on it and try to understand it, but people are actually falling away from the traditional ways, and kind of believing uh it's kind of show off. It's just they just want to say like I am like the West.
Yeah,
There is
and the
identity
scary
crisis.
part about that, like with the West, it was like we used to do like traditional things. We, with grandma's recipes and all that other stuff. And how we got ingrained in the health system is we used to give home birth, but once we started having birth in the hospital, then you brought the children back, and then the children would talk to the husband. Well, we all need to get these checkups. So that's how we got ingrained and sort of walked away. But at the same time, the pharmaceutical companies rule we're more sick than we ever were. We're constantly dependent upon their medication. Uh, People are not healthier, and but the pharmaceutical industry, because they've even taken the money away from the doctors now, are making billions upon billions on making sure people are never well.
True.
Okay. Let me make my argument. Let me reinforce my argument. That my argument is that no, when it comes that the medicines of the West have always been suspected in Africa. There's this book called North of South. It's about somebody who came to Africa, and it was around the 70s, and you will be surprised how those the I think he went to Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa. I think you passed through Zambia. Then there is also this book, The Africans. This guy also went all the way to Ethiopia. He was a journalist and he wrote a book. He was during the same period, and you will find that this same suspicions that we had, they're not new. I feel like that's why I feel like I keep still telling you guys that we have if you look at just our parents and our grandpa, they have always been suspicious of Western medicine. They take it because sometimes this one is effective. They're not robots that they are binary. They also recognizes nuances of a situation in which, okay, you know what, I need to take this, I need to take when I'm having a headache, I need to take some pills. It's just there are nuances that Africans, we are human beings, we can look at nuances and make decisions out of them. But the suspicions, they have never what faltered. They've never faltered in just voicing their opinions that, hey, I'm very suspicious of Western medicines and I do value our medicines because, and they even say, like, in some things I can't go to the doctor. I'll probably just go to home, bring, the traditional. They don't even go to a traditional doctor, because they already know how to cure these things on their own. Like, you know what, this doesn't need a doctor. Just bring me that chicken. I'll, this is just recently, like, oh, your ear is hurting. No, 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 no. Why are you going to a doctor? No, bring the chicken. We'll make there's an oil come from it. Put it in your ear, and that's it. It just fixes that thing up right there. And and if you just look at the past, and even just right now, if a good evidence is WhatsApp. You know how this viral WhatsApp. If you want to make a viral WhatsApp in Africa, or just even anywhere in the global south, but let's talk about Africa. You have to There's always that auntie that pushes these WhatsApps that are very distrustful of the West, like, oh, Western medicine has been lying to you. This is how you cure this. They go viral all over Africa, all over, in fact, and it always the older generation, and it's just now the younger generation, we're adopting it. And sometimes as the youth, we feel like maybe our ideas are original. One day we will be old and we will see our younger generation thinking they have original ideas. We'll be laughing, we'll be silently smiling, like, "Oh, we used to think about these things too. So I feel like we need to give credit to Africans that and honestly, we talked about desensitization also. Let me just touch on that. I feel like we are more sensitive now than we've ever been. I feel like people are, the word woke is being used these days. People are even sensitive in conversation to the point that you're not supposed to hurt people's feelings in conversations. Like that, it does. We're getting, even people are complaining that maybe we are too sensitive. I feel like we are less. I know we're desensitized to. I don't know. I feel like what we're thinking is desensitized to maybe the LGBTQ. That is one of those things, but I don't know. I don't know if that is really desensitization or it's just that we are becoming even sensitive to life as it is, that even now we are now including people, like the way you feel that you shouldn't kill a baby because of the teeth of their formation of their teeth, that you shouldn't. We are feeling like, maybe we should apply this logic to other people who have different orientations, and it's like, what, we shouldn't be too judgmental to people. I think we're becoming even more sensitive. I think that is my those are my perspectives.
But Tezzy, I'm going to give you one assignment. Where in the last 20 years of time, the worst civil wars and the worst killings, unrest happened in Africa. Um, we were okay with our own culture. If we really were okay with our own culture and phytomedicines that we provided to the world, and if we're actually intact with our culture, why did the killings happen? Why didn't we fight the colonial powers? We fought our own brothers. Still, we're doing the same thing. Don't you think that has to do something with desensitizing towards? It's actually subliminally manipulating the subconscious mind of a person so that the conscious mind just takes it up and uses that information that was put there 500 years ago. There were clashes. I know you're going to go back to pre-colonial period. There were clashes everywhere before the colonial period. I know that clashes will always happen, but it worsened after that. After that, there was a complex, this thing that was called superiority and inferiority complexes started happening in Africa because the colonizer came and they told us that one tribe or one nation is better than the other one. So still the fight continues, trying to prove that this nation is better than the other one in war or in intelligence or something in culture. These are the things that we've been fighting. Don't you think this is being desensitized? I mean, are we sensitive towards each other? Do you think so?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Now that was I actually was listening to somebody talk about this. I don't know who, but they're talking about how humanity, we have the ability to other each other, right? Like when we about, like, if you look at the Rwanda massacre, right? These guys, they're calling I don't know who, is it the Tutsi or the Hutu? I don't know, but one of the sides was calling each other. They were, I think it was the Hutu calling the Tutsi cockroaches, right?
Yep.
That was a way of maybe dehumanizing them, so that
Mm-hmm.
maybe it makes it easier to go, even in war, in soldiers. They don't go, when they talk about the opponent, they don't talk, they make it a point to dehumanize them, like make them less human. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is a true or something, but I've watched it in in movies. I'm not gonna lie, it's from movies.
No,
That
Tennessee is very, very true. That's how they convince you to
But
take out your brother by making him inhumane. That's what they did to us for millennium to make us feel less than human. It's okay. So therefore, when I lynch you, it's not really lynching a human. It's just you just lynching an animal. It's like a kill.
yeah, and Tezzy, not only that, when America attacked Iraq with the biggest weaponaries that America has, including the B-52 airplane, which can actually shake the entire Iraq at once, like give it an earthquake. In the first day of attack, only 33 people died. Only 33. Imagine that. In Africa, overnight, more than 600,000 people died in Rwanda. Like in couple of days, million people died in Rwanda with machete, not weaponaries which are actually sophisticated to bring like lots of damage. The value of life in Africa went really down that we don't even care. Like it's like only 52 people died. When you hear reports in Africa, only 52 people died. Only 100 people died. The That's the sensitivity question that I'm going to ask you. I'm going to challenge you with. Are we really sensitive towards each other? We're actually more sensitive for the Westerns that come to our country, because this is a practical life. I'm telling you. In Ethiopia, a Westerner can come commit crime and be released because of political situations, or the power of the country behind that person and everything, all those things. I, Before the time, this is word by word. I'm going to tell you this. During the past 30 years, if you rob a Westerner or a foreigner from Europe or America in Ethiopia, you'll be arrested and trialed for more than, like, just take a mobile phone from him. You'll be arrested and trialed, like, officially. But if you rob an Ethiopian, you will not be arrested. No one will search for the thief for you, and no one gives a damn about what happened to you. They won't care. That was the
And
system
in
that was
turn,
created.
that causes you to then feel like that Westerner has more value than you do. So,
Exactly. Thank you. So, do you
Also,
Yeah,
it is
accept the
about the
challenge?
desensitization in terms of
Hmm.
our tradition. I think in terms of our tradition, even when it comes to, the killing of babies or this very cruel sounding things that we were doing, I think you said earlier, I think it was you who said, oh, it was Mendatezi, I think, who said that one of the reasons why we had so many children is that because so many of them died. So there was already a need to desensitize oneself to the death of children, by maybe by killing some of them, maybe by having this criteria of if a child does this. So you get to know that even the life of a child is not necessarily free or guaranteed, that even a child can die and even a child can be killed. So not justifying it, I'm just trying to say why, to see why people would practice such a thing. Because if they are, if you are, birthing 10 children, then yeah, some of them are going to die. And if you get hung up with just the death of the one child, then you won't be able to firstly take care of the children that you have, all five of them. And the second thing is you won't be able to have any more because you're still mourning the death of your child. So with the inevitable, it was almost like to steel us against the inevitable, which could happen or which could not. If it didn't happen, you'd appreciate the life of your child even more if the child survived to adulthood. And if your child died from whatever disease, you would already be prepared for it because you know that death is an option at any time. So that was the first thing. But what it did was it only desensitized us to ourselves, to our own death, so that we could go to the fire with stoic and beating hearts. We could suffer in silence and resilience, and we could take on more than the average human being could. We were just these strong black people, men and women. We were both just strong. A woman could just give birth on the fields and go back to working. A man could hew a whole tree and build his building within a day. So we were touted to be these physically strong people, and that's because we had conquered our own weaknesses. We had conquered our own fear of death, our own fear of pain, our own fear of work, our own fear of a lot of things. So once we had conquered that, we were almost too strong for our own good. So when we had foreigners, when we saw them, we actually looked at them as children. In a lot of cultures, they look at, white people as children, as these very delicate creatures. And so to them, if you are already desensitized to your own pain and suffering, somebody else that looks weaker than you, even if they are exploiting you, somebody who looks weaker than you will elicit this feeling of sympathy, something that you give to a baby. So a baby, even if it hits you and kicks you, you're not going to take it in a bad way, that, oh, it's just a baby kicking me. Even if it's, if even if a baby burns the whole house down, you're not going to get mad at the baby because it's just a baby. So, but if the baby suffers for some reason, you'd feel, oh, so much pain. Oh, look at this baby just, crying and so on. The same thing with what, Western women here do in court. They just cry, every sort of thing. If they break a fingernail, they die and they point at the first black man they can see. So they're already used to people taking them as these delicate, sensitive things, and them, seeing other people as, desensitized, because that's what we have actually done to ourselves as humans. That was our way of coping with the situation and the environment as we had it then. But we didn't really prepare ourselves for something or somebody that was different from us, was physically looked, babyish, but mentally was very, manipulative and devilish in their thoughts. So we still have that mentality that as we can suffer, 20 of us can suffer, so that one of them, may not, get a scratch, because we feel that, oh well, we can take it because we're used to it. We made the preparations to you get used to pain and death. Whereas for them, we haven't desensitized ourselves to their own suffering, and we have done that to our own suffering.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Perfectly put, I think. Guys, I'm gonna leave. I love the conversation. I have to sleep because I'm early. I'm leaving to work early. Thank you,
Yes.
Dizzy, and thank you, BJ
Thank you so
Riggs
much
and
for being
Tanzan.
here. Thank you. We
Thank you
Have a
appreciate
very
you.
great
much.
one.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. All
Take
right.
Good
care.
night. Good night,
All
and
right.
thank
Good
you for
night.
your
All
contribution
right. Okay.
again.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, actually, Tanzania, you've spoken. If I could maybe add to your point, Tanzan, that you talked about desensitize. I actually talked about desensitization in one of my hidden hand, maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, something. This. And what happens when what I find ironic is that because this Ukraine war, and the media coverage of this Ukraine war, it's actually even happening to white people now. They are now people are becoming even desensitized to deaths of white people. Even you can see even in the United States. United States is already a thing. It's already like with the mass shootings and all that. It's already becoming there's already a desensitivity over there. But yeah, in Africa, when we are surrounded by death, even it's been actually known by soldiers and doctors. Actually, they actually suffer from this. They suffer from being desensitized, and nurses. They actually there is actually a therapy for specifically for them, and that condition of being desensitized because they see a lot of death every day. In the hospital they get to see some a lot of gruesome stuff. So yeah, I do agree that because we are surrounded by people who they death and in fact the thing I hear even in I was going to give an example of is it in Senegal where I think it was in Senegal or Mali. I think it was in Senegal where 20 babies died because of no electricity went out in the hospital. 20 babies in the incubator died. Like it was crazy news. It's crazy news, and and even and you can even see the parents are not even the way even the parents are complaining. That I will, normally you think, okay, let's see that when the parents talk, they'll be probably devastated and crying and even unable to communicate. No, they were frowning. Yes, they were frowning, but they didn't. It's like, oh my God, even these guys have been this. Even the parents have been desensitized. Because they feel like maybe there's a sense of hopelessness. That there's nothing. There's no justice. Yeah, and also that's okay. maybe I've gone too much off topic, but yeah, there's also the desensitization of justice that in Africa we have become desensitized to justice. That we don't get a lot of justice, and we don't expect justice. So there is also that part that people suffer, and they take it on the chin because they don't expect justice, and that that leads a lot of, as Marie Antoinette keeps saying, trauma. But Tanzan, are you? Oh, let me give space to my sister BJ to speak. Or Tanzan, in,
I mean, but the whole thing about all that is that it's systematic. And until we start to change the system, at the same time we start changing the way we do things, that's when true change will happen. And again, because, you're indebted to all these different countries, they make the rules. And so a lot of times we just try to morph into a spot that we can, survive without them coming at us. Because at the same time, those systems is constantly reiterating the same process to keep you, from fighting against the oppression that they constantly put at you. And it's not easy, but you have to, because nothing will change if you keep doing things the same way over and over again. And we have to understand it's deliberately done that way to keep all of us in line.
yeah, I have actually another point now. This one will be more on topic. Tanzan, let me ask you a question. Do you think because when somebody, because they say, I read an article that okay, it's that the marriage, the age of marriage has been raised. It used to be maybe the early 20s, maybe then became late 20s. Now it's in the 30s or something. Do you think that period of of dating and heartbreaks and breakups and all, does it desensitize people? That even when they enter marriage, they are desensitized. That now they can easily divorce.
Or that people who have a lot of relationship before they get married desensitizes them to the marriage itself.
Yeah.
Mm, yeah, there may be a point to that because in the past people didn't really date. They had the courtship, but the courtship were usually supposed to be very chaste and so on. So it was mostly just comparing mostly assets, resources, and conversation and things like that, but it wasn't so much of the current hookup culture. So I think that, yeah, if people have too much of it before, then they will not value it once they have it. I think the value of making marriage and having rules about it was that once you got into it, you could stay maybe more longer, because the opposite was not better. The opposite of divorce was not better than getting married, because you could not really have your fun while you were single. But now it's almost like you have to convince somebody why should they get married, and then after they're bored, why should they stay, especially when things are not as exciting as they used to be. But in the past, there were many reasons for getting married. Firstly, because that was the only access um, to sexual intercourse. That was the only way that you could respectably raise your children. That was the only way you could inherit property if you're a man, or have some sort of protection if you're a woman. So there were not just one or two reasons why people should have gotten married or stayed married. But once you firstly you get rid of the sexual rules to it, that you have to be married to have sex, and then you're like, well, nowadays you can have sex without marriage, so why get married if you can, if sex is all you want? So that argument makes it, marriage less appealing. And then once you get married, you're only restricted to one person. Whereas if you choose to cheat, that's another thing. But whereas if you're not married, the options are way, way more. So when it comes to freedom of the individual, it's not just about the freedom of the individual. The individual also wants freedom of choices. You're not going to be free if you can only choose one person. You want to be free because you can choose several different people. So when you get married, you feel that, well, I'm no longer free to choose, so and so. You're free to get married, but once you're married, then you're no longer free to have this market of formally available people. So that makes marriage even more restrictive to people. And once they had that freedom of being able to, pick and choose who they want today and tomorrow, or sometimes even pick, this person and that person, and just from the flick of a swipe of your phone, that kind of freedom, it will be very difficult to go from that to seeing the same person every single day, when you could just go to your phone and flip it, or just meet somebody and say, hey, let's go, these sites and so on. So yeah, the dating culture definitely contributes to the divorce culture in terms of the mentality.
Yeah, yeah, and also it's like socially, will be frowned upon. So you have more outside pressure that, oh, you should not have the kids out of wedlock. You be shunned. If you got a divorce, your family, your friends will look at you, as a woman. They will say, how are you going to take care of yourself? This looks bad. Stay with your husband. You don't want your children to grow up with. So it's all these social pressures to stay within a marriage, to, again, not have kids out of wedlock. But now, across the board, there is no social construct anywhere anymore. It's like everything goes. Do whatever you want with whatever you want to do with, and it's all okay. But on the flip side of that, the kids have no structure or foundation of what they should do, what they shouldn't do, who should they, because back in the day, you would say, well, I can't do that because my mom, my dad, or my somebody's going to hold me accountable. Now it's like they don't even have those constructions anymore. So again, it's easy for them to be lured to do things, hang out with a gang, do stuff that they wouldn't morally within themselves say, no, I shouldn't do that. But because of the pressure with the peers, and there's no one that you can hold back to say, I can't do this because of that. They're like, your mom ain't here. She's at work. So she's not stopping you. You ain't seen your dad in how long? So he's not stopping you. So now there's even more pressure on young kids than there was before.
Yes, that sounds about right. Pai says, unless you want your family to become the new continent working 72 hours for less than $1 a day, like the lower classes in China and Russia in the manufacturing sector. I think they were talking about China and Russia. I don't remember the whole thing, but Pai says that at some point, Africans need to invest more in their continent than in foreign powers. Otherwise, independence is a pipe dream. Yeah, I mean, we can only take examples so far, and sometimes we also have to see what works for us and what doesn't. So, yeah. Pi says, oh, some say, oh, greetings, Biggie. Good to have you. Good to have you. Greetings and blessings. You're always welcome to join, and thanks for the support. Some says video equip our enemies to destroy. Okay. When you guys start talking all that stuff, I don't know what to say. But yeah, we're still talking about. Okay, Gus them up says it's all BJ's fault. I'm sure he's just trolling BJ, so don't even.
At least I can blame for something.
And
Well,
blame
in
the
fact, tell them
women.
it's not my fault. Tell them it's the fault of the colonizer who put my ancestors on the slave ship and brought me to America.
Yes, it's Satan. He made you do it. It's the devil made me do it. That whole argument. So, yeah. So blame the women. No, the men already took the blame for it. Who said to blame the men? Who was saying to blame? I think it was Pi but he may have been sarcastic about it. So yeah, the men have already been blamed and they manfully took the blame, and so we women don't have anything to carry. Right, BJ?
All the above is guilty in all this.
Okay,
So
good.
we have to sit up there and change this.
Okay, we'll change it. But it's not our fault. It's never our fault. We're never at fault. So, yeah, Pi. Oh, yeah. You guys just always go off, off to the side. So it's okay. It's okay. We understand, and we understand. Biggie says we like the troublemakers. Okay, Biggie. I won't say anything about that. Oh, wow. Yeah. Super trolling. The women did not protect us. You know what? Okay. Apparently, African women did not prepare them for the white man.
So who's supposed to prepare her for the white man?
Uh-huh. See, now we're back to the, the men or the women, the chicken and the egg, and
Look, is that the colonial system did a number of all of us, and we have to look within ourselves and see what parts we need to fix in order to fix each other, to build a strong family for our kids. Because in America's, this stuff ain't working. It's not working. And our kids, 75% single parent household. What?
Okay,
I'm gonna
so
say about
speaking of
60%
the men,
of the men are in prison. How
Mhm.
is that gonna build a society?
No, it will not. It will not at all. So, BJ, so Mel B earlier said something about the father is the head of the family. If the head leads properly, the tail will follow. So,
If my head is sitting in prison right now, what am I supposed to do?
right, what is BJ supposed to do if the head of the family is now, leading from, the jail cell? There's nothing you can do. He is, after all, the head. So are you agreeing that he's the head? Because you see, if he's the head, then it's their fault. If they are the heads of the household and then the house is in disarray. So I think that question has been answered. Who is responsible for the state? It is the head of that household, right?
Yep.
Okay. Mwendatezi, do you agree?
That the head of the household is responsible for the state.
Yes.
If we push this argument, you're going to start saying, no, 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 no. Women also built
No, we won't say that. No, we won't say that. Right now, we're working under the assumption that the father is the head of the household, and if the tail leads properly, the tail will follow. And right now, because of the state of the family, the head is the one who's responsible for the state.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, that's I don't know. That's not an African. That's not an African argument. That's not
Look
an,
at him. Look at him waffling. Okay.
no,
Let me
no,
hear.
no. Like because
I'm gonna say he is, because he should be. If I'm sitting at home taking care of the kids, trying to keep things together there, he should be aware of what's going on systematically that's going to affect our home. And we should be able to figure out how to navigate within whatever constraints is coming up against us.
but
Now, if he's going around like, oh, everything's fine, and you see the hammer is about to knock the house down, no, we'll be okay. I see the crane coming this way. No, everything's cool. And
but
then
West Africans, which gets them up is West Africa, right? West Africans, they used to have matriarchies, a lot of matriarchies. They used to have women warriors. So maybe it comes from the tribe of women warriors. So now, what do you
Who
say
the
to
one
that?
who did protect them, and the one who didn't prepare them for the white man. Where was that? Yes, Pi. I think he's super trolling. Of course, he is. Um, yes, he's super trolling. But in any case, um, so he says that women are the first teachers, so they should have to, you know what, like we said, we're talking about the heads now. We've already established that the man was the head of the household, so wherever he's heading, the women are just following. So they're just following the head, and they're just teaching what the head is teaching. So no, it's the men who are still heading the household and therefore responsible. Mwendatezi? Okay.
I've argued for that. I've given the argument for gas them up that you're also, it is not, if you're going to include the women who I don't know, I've forgotten the name. They actually have a very interesting name. The women who used to be warriors in West Africa. They were very powerful, and so shouldn't the men of their society blame them?
Well, were they more powerful than their men, or were they just more powerful than, other men? I mean, other women?
Nah, they were more powerful. Definitely, if it was a matriarchy, then what's a matriarchy? So a matriarchy is when women are powerful. So they are the. What do you define a matriarchy as?
The men in charge.
No, that's the patriarchy. That's the evil
Oh, women
patriarchy.
in charge. Sorry.
So if the women
I'm
are in
trying to do
charge,
5 things at once. I'm sorry.
if the women are in charge, then shouldn't the men of that society blame the women?
No, they cannot blame the women because they're still physically stronger,
Well,
and they're still. Yes, go ahead.
well, but then also they said at a certain point, boys stopped listening to their mothers and
Mm-hmm.
started listening to their peers.
Yes, yes, yes.
Biggie
So
is
then,
waiting on the
do we
lodge.
bring their peers as being the issue?
Well, I don't know. So let's listen to the voice of reason. Big E is here in the building. Big E, go ahead.
Welcome, Biggie.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I've been catching on the spin, listening in between,
So you gonna play
and
referee?
let's see, let's see what I can work out. Something that I am gonna have to make sure that we have everybody understand what's going on. Still the men and the women in Africa. Bless them all to begin with. Whatever the men of the household, or the head of the household, and as well, the woman end up by being the household, the head of the household whenever they have their men's incarcerated, and how they define. So for me, from anybody that's head of the household should really also know exactly what's going on within the family, outside, because the first thing is to protect the family. The head of household, if the husband, as the husband, he's supposed to be protecting the family immediately. Anything that can happen to him, incarcerated, or anything for any reason, which has always been seen. Otherwise, the woman is going to step up. So if she doesn't have the understanding on how her men run the house, and now you got all this thing that goes out of hand. You got bills to pay. You got to figure out how to bring the income and all that. So yes, that's why I said it's correct that the head of household uh, really is responsible how anything happens. Not only the fact that he's incarcerated, but he might die. what is the next thing that what the family can do. Usually, I share on everything that I know that I have as a man of the household. I make sure that my wife is aware of everything that goes on my businesses and keep her aware, where things are, and give her really the understanding, because this is one thing that uh, the African men's tend to not to share. You know, let's say you got a life insurance, you got things like that, that investment that you have, and always keep the better half in the dark. Eventually, we don't live forever, and we don't know when we're gonna pass. You know what I mean? So it should be shared uh, as a man of a household and have family and children, and so she can be aware about it. There are certain uh, social benefits, that you can get from governments or any retirement, anything that you can get hold of, because you're still raising children and you don't have your husband, you know. And the same thing goes with the wife. The wife also she has a responsibility in the house. The way she's going to take care of the kids, and everything has to be understood and have a good communication to protect that family. You know, as a husband and wife, they have to protect one another. So I would say yes. The head of household is responsible to really make sure that his better half knows almost everything. Because a lot of times there's certain things that they don't want to mention, and it's also part of protecting the family. But it's correct. The man of household is the head of a household is really responsible. That's my point on one of them.
Okay, so apparently, BJ, you're supposed to go to jail with your head, if that's where he finds himself. Marie Antoinette says, if the head of the household is emotionally unavailable, he's unable to protect anyone. So, so I guess the men should be emotionally available and head of household and, ready to protect, the household. So there you go. Um, yeah, so I did read the chat, and obviously this is just some more sarcastic super trolls. Women are tails as a white, yeah. Identifying as a iPad. Look, it's just how the thing is said.
So you know what? You need to ask the person say that. Why do they want to be with a tail? So what is that? What does that say about them?
Well, because if the men are the heads, then the women are the tails.
But again, why would a head want to be with a tail?
Superb trolling. Super.
I can't help it. I can't help it. No. Well, there's one thing that I see, from Gosman, is like you all are sexist head of household is offensive to women, but in America, when you file your taxes, there's certain thing that you're gonna send head of household as there, even for your tax exemptions. So that is really put it in the West, but at the same time, when we're talking about the continent, um, that same definition is there. It's not being sexist. It's just I don't know. I don't want to get in a trap where I'm like, hey, it can be. I know Cosmom is like trying to find something, but he ain't finding nothing from me now.
No, but I mean, what you just said, Biggie, about in America how you have the head of the household, you know, and everybody would say like, oh, the women are leading the house and all this other stuff. But I've done taxes for a long, long time, and then when they said, so who gets the biggest deductions when you're filing your taxes? I'm like, oh, who is going to be? It's married filing jointly, not married filing separately, not head of household, not single, not any other category. It's always married filing jointly. So they do benefit that family structure. If beyond all the fluff around America, that family structure, when it comes to loans, when it comes to all these other things, they get more benefit than any other category out here. Why do you think gay marriages all was so wealth? They were fighting so hard for it because they see the financial benefits of being married, filing jointly. So from a financial point of view, being married outside of gas him up with his, tribal wife is really beneficial.
Caesar, that killed me too. I can't lie. It killed me too. So yeah, so sorry, BJ, go ahead.
No, I was done.
Okay, so if we can get serious for a moment, we were talking about the head of the household. So the head of the household, as was said earlier, was obviously the man. I think Mel D said something about that the head of the household is a man. And so if the head of the household is the man and the woman is the tail, and the woman is the tail, and then even if women are the first teachers of the child, is the man who is still heading the household, and therefore he is the one who is responsible for the state of the family. So so now we were talking about whether the head of the household can be, the head of the household is not gender specific. Well, now it's not, but but earlier we were claiming that the head of the household is the man. So it's usually the man, but BJ, you say that if you can file as a woman as a head of household, right? It doesn't have to be a man.
Right.
So
If you have children, then you could file as head of household. But even if you are the head of a household as a woman or even as a man raising his children, you still get less of a deduction that you could take versus if you have a wife there or husband there. So that family structure still get more benefit than even though that one single person is taking care of all the expenses in their home, taking care of all the kids, doing all this other stuff. They do not get a bigger deduction because they're doing it by themselves than if you're married. So for in America, that social construct still has a huge benefit that being single, you get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. They just take all your money and that's it. But being, having kids, you get benefits from that. But being married, you're going to get the most benefits. So that still shows from that structure that marriage is still the most important thing.
oh, okay, so you're saying that if you as a woman file as head of household versus if a man files as the same, that he will get more returns?
If he's married. If you're married, you get more. If you're single, you don't. You get more than someone single, but you will get a bigger benefit.
So both married people get a benefit from getting married versus two individual single people, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're filing separately.
Right. So if you married filing separately, they still will penalize you.
Right.
Okay, so it's better to do married and file jointly than as head of
Yeah.
household, right?
Yes. Because
Okay.
they're gonna always hold up that structure that no matter what, the images on TV and how much that structure is still because that structure is financially beneficial to America. That structure again because they switch things, home ownership is important. So that structure means you're going to have a stable home, stable community. Your kids going to have to go to these public schools or private schools. That structure generates money at a higher rate than any other construct. Because even if you're living together, you still can't file, married filing jointly. You still have to file either as head of household or separate. Because they understand that if you're single, you could jet it anytime you want to. So there's instability, and that's what feeds America is stability. Even though they create all this chaos everywhere else, but they want stability for certain structure because they see the financial benefit of it. And in America, it's all about the money.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's still a troll or if it's a sincere question, but Gastemap says the law says possession is 9/10 of the law, so women possess children, so they are responsible.
But those children possess your DNA, so you're still responsible too.
Sorry, say that again. You say that it's
Those
still
children possess the father's DNA, so he's responsible too. Because the children without his DNA wouldn't exist.
There you go. Gastemap. I hope that answered your objection. So he still objects, he further objects probably to the family structure is an exploitative tool. Oh my goodness. You know, heteronormative capitalism meant to force consumption. If you want to tackle that one, you're more than welcome, but I think I'll just leave it at that. So the family structure is a tool that, yeah, all of that. Okay. You should read bell hooks and learn about intersectionality. Do you know about that, BJ?
No,
The whole intersectionality?
no.
Okay. Um, okay.
Come back
And
again,
if somebody wants to join in, jump in,
Tarzan.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Come back to what you said.
Which
Your
one?
question.
Intersectionality.
The one that you just asked, BJ.
Oh, intersectionality, this one? Or the one with the heteronormative something?
Well, Gosman, you might as well enlighten us.
Do we
He's
really
very
want to
active
know?
today.
Do we really want to know?
I know, Biggie, hey, you might want to
Okay, we're gonna
reconsider.
let Big E handle that one, okay?
Nah. It's all good,
Yeah,
man. It's all good.
I don't know if you want to go all the
all
way
good.
over there, but okay. So the tax law on marriage is sexist. No, it's not. It's just respects that the head of household can be both a man or a woman. So it's actually equalist because it equalizes both men and women as heads of households. So the old head of household used to be the evil patriarchal system, but now is the more nuanced, equalized system of gender neutral heads of households. So he's claiming that you're sexist, of course. Nuclear family stability is an attempt to force heteronormativity. Well, if you didn't know what heteronormativity was, he would be right. He said, Gazdemap says children possess 50% of the father's DNA. Okay, I think you agree with him on that one, right?
Yep.
Okay, so at least we agree on something, And Caesar says, Gus Demop has swallowed the radical feminism Bible today. Well, I don't know what it is, but he's spewing forth a lot of very, interesting stuff. So today he's identifying as a saucer iPad with feminist binary traits and good knows what else. Okay,
And
so
again, the sexist part is that a African concept or a colonial concept? Because the sexism sexist part in America is it's real. Again, children were considered a man's property. Women were considered a man's property. So you know, my ancestors were considered a white man's property. So that's the whole fabric of America. You're gonna be somebody's property one way or another. But so we're always a slave to something. But to me, a marriage is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a union. So is it supposed to be somebody's possession where I can control you? And I know people who are in marriages like that, and in the long run, it can last a while, but it causes a lot of problems and friction in the end, and it doesn't last. And then the kids wind up seeing those are the examples I'm supposed to hold on to. So I'm either supposed to be somebody's property or I'm supposed to possess someone.
okay, so property is possession. And so you think the way it is now, the way it was more possession, and we should go towards more of an equal basis arrangement?
Yeah, equal union, yeah.
Okay. So both men and women should be married and both should be heads of household together. So there is no head of household. Everybody's a head of the household equally.
Yeah, because you have your role, I have your role. Without that other role, can that husband handle that house on his own? If the wife is just there like a figurine in a corner doing nothing, and vice
Just
versa.
figuring in a corner. Um, Gaston Murphy is still accusing us of being sexist to women. Head of household means you have property. Yet, no, we are not happy to be property. In fact, BJ specifically said that she does not want a system where she's property. She wants a system where she is an equal partner. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Yeah. So no, nobody is being happy to be property. They want to be equal partners. So no.
Is that functional?
Um, say that again.
Is that functional? Equal partner. Is that practical?
Yeah, like
So
BJ said.
one plus one equal two is not practical.
I don't know. Let's ask Big E is here, so if you'll ask him, is equal
Yes,
partner
let's.
a thing in marriage, or there's always one head?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, when you enter marriage, your pursuit is to be one. Okay, you will have some differences. You're gonna grow within the relationship, but the meaning of entering marriage is to be one. So you treat each other uh, respectfully, and you're one. So there's no separation. This is not a two individual lifestyle when you call marriage. Marriage is joining the union of the two to be one. The flesh might be different, but the actual mindset with the respect should be one. So they're equal. They're equal in front of their children. They're equal in front of God. So that is the equality. You abuse it, it's up to you. You see what I'm saying? But the marriage, the definition is to be one. You're two flesh, but at the same time, you're one in one spirit. So the definition of marriage get destroyed on different ways of thinking, the new age, the new way. But at the same time, it puts you into argument because it's going to throw you into argument because one will show the other one, hey, how about when the woman start making more money than the man? There's there's an upset in there, you know. There's an ego issue when it comes to not identifying that you want in unity and enjoy the blessing together. So yes, you're equal. You should be treating each other equally. You want to do it differently? It's out of it's on you. You know, you'll have more headache in your relationship because one consider being higher than the other one. If you're going to consider that, don't get married. It will cost you a lot of headaches.
Okay, so BJ, don't get married. It will cause a lot of headaches.
Thank you, Tansy. Maybe that's why I've avoided it for so long.
You know, BJ, it's like seriously, like even on your definition of being treated equally, when you enter a marriage, it doesn't mean you got married so he can dominate you, right? I mean, why you get married for that? Unless there's another benefit that you're gonna get. But again, dominating and being really being second class in your household. Anybody wants that? Not only BJ. What I'm talking about is when you enter marriage, you have to understand you have to treat each other equally with respect. That's
Yes,
the key.
equally with respect. So we're
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
female patriarchs. We are for everybody being treated equally and respectfully.
that's right. You know, I mean, if you're not gonna
Okay,
get
then I guess
that,
we don't qualify as one of Gassima patrimony, so we can't join his tribe.
We can't. Let's just sit it out and listen to them speak, I guess. And thank you, Gas Demab, for the $2 chat. And that will go towards the One Africa funding. So thank you. The rest of you are more than welcome to join and you're encouraged highly. Okay. Piggy, say.
yeah, I mean, you know, I can see a lot of the thing that's been sexiest and everything else. But that again, you know, it takes two to tango, you
Yeah.
know. And if you're not in rhythm with one another, somebody's gonna trip and somebody's gonna fall.
Yeah, because again,
And it
if
will
you
take
love
actually,
someone, you want to
yeah,
treat that person
and it will
well.
take also the one that he loves
Yeah,
along with that. That's the
yeah,
sad part. So we can define it with all the exception and everything else, but we have people that been married for years, and the secret of it is every time it never falls that they have a great respect for one another. It never fails. They have a great respect for one another, and they enjoy each other's company. You see, if
hmm
and that's the basics, you know, he doesn't trip over her, and she gives him enough room, you know, for him to do his manly thing, and he gives her enough room to do her female things. He doesn't interfere as long as they got this great understanding of respect. What it does is it enhances your relationship. You'll be busy the first, let's say, if you start having kids a lot earlier, you'll be busy with the kids, and that's when you get tested and how unified you are. You'll see during the raising the kids which one is going to be the weaker one in the link. You know what I mean? Oh, daddy's gonna do that for me, and not mommy. So uh, when kids start creating the divide in how the two couple handles it, you know. Oh, if your mom said no, there's no. If I said no, mom says, hey, your dad said no. Because the dad knew the mother before the kids.
Yeah.
So you don't change that in the middle of the runway. You know,
Yeah.
if you're gonna pilot that plane, you better have all your gears together.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be all over the place. You'll never take off.
And we're bringing a lot of attention with that because again, when you have like step parents, I know some of my friends will say, "Oh, that's my child, and he's not supposed to discipline my child, and he's not supposed to spank my child because that's my baby." And I'm like, "But you guys are married now. You're together now. You're living under the same roof, and he's supposed to let your kid run wild and." That's emasculating him, and that's teaching your child that this is how you're supposed to treat a man. He has no power or say so because if he's not yours, then he has no authority over you. So what is that teaching that child?
And
Yeah,
Biggie, before you answer, do you think
yeah.
there is
You know,
between the way African men are viewed in their role versus African men, black men in America? Because Gus Demap is saying that we don't want head of household in America, but African men are head of household in Africa. Do you think that's the case? That in the West there's a more, equality based role system, and but in Africa there's more of a, the man being the head of the household. Biggie?
yeah, and I was gonna throw a little spin to Gosma because one thing is, first of all, there's no such thing about the head of a household. It was who's the man of the house. You know that
Mm-hmm.
that that was the thing, uh,
Okay. Man of the
and
house, not
that
household.
man of the house.
Man of
That's
the house.
and that's been for thousands and thousands of years. This head of the household and everything else came in a little bit tricky as we start changing things. Who's the man of the house? Let me tell you something. I'm the man of the house. Okay, I'm the man of the house, but I have a great respect for my wife. And if that makes me weak, hey, so be it. I'm the happiest man ever. I'm sorry. I don't know what kind of experience you might have, but for me, I respect my wife. And it's not being victim of the female patriarchy. Believe me, it takes two to tango. And that's all I ask. Respect one another.
Yeah.
If you respect one another, because you rather have that man ego and at the same time you're gonna put down the wife, then why you married? You know, why you get married? You can do that all by yourself, but you want a little benefit from her. That benefit is greater than you think you have. So it's not being a victim of female patriarchy. You have to understand marriage, define marriage, and that's when you understand. Because this is not this is about Africa. What we can do in the West. Things change. Even in Africa now start changing so quickly, and they forget the value of marriage. They forget
Mm-hmm.
what marriage means. Marriage, you can define it in which way, but it's a union of two to be one. And in order to be one, you have to respect each other, and then that, in fact, gives you love. It creates an ambiance of love. Everything that you do, you go out there working hard and come back at the house, and the wife is there waiting for you. If she is not working, she'll be like, serving you dinner, making sure that you fed. She take cares of you. How you turn around and say, "Oh, that's a woman job," but I would say, "I love you, honey. Thank you so much for the dinner."
Yeah.
Appreciation.
And it's like, why are they trying to destroy the marriage? Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Because if I destroy the marriage, eventually I'm going to destroy the household, and eventually I'll destroy the children along the way. And then I will destroy your community, and then what's going to come in and sweep everything up after all the destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And Caesar is right. Every marriage works differently. Some women prefer to cook, some men prefer to stay at home. Everybody, the roles are changing in this world where women can have the same similar economic opportunities and men. She can go and work hard and come back home. And, same thing with the men. So if both people are working, it doesn't seem like you can have the same strict roles or you have to do this, like in the past. So nowadays, the roles are quite flexible and more equitable, or is it equal? Yeah, I'll just go with equitable until somebody looks it up. But yeah, you don't have to follow one, strict pattern. People are different. They are, like he said, some men prefer to stay home, and they as long as you respect each other, the man can just stay at home and take care of the household. So
So I have a question.
mhm.
In the 70s, you can say, yeah, with the women's movement, and there was a lot of reason why that all occurred. That pulled a lot of the women out of the household. And I'm like, is that starting to happen in Africa? And so, if that is the case, can those same traditions still hold up if both parents are outside of the home? Because in America, it's necessary. Because without it, who gonna pay the 3,000 a month rent? Do she then have to come home, do all the cooking, do all the cleaning, and take on all those responsibilities by herself and raise the kids? So wouldn't the roles automatically have to sort of alter just with her now having to be out of the house or being out of the house? Because I guess my question is, how prevalent is the traditional role of the woman being home raising the kids in Africa? Because in America, that dynamic, unless he's making a whole bunch of money, it barely exists anymore.
Yeah, Mundetezi, you've been quiet for a while. What are your thoughts? Tezi?
Yeah. Yeah. What was the question?
Okay, let's see.
Okay, well, my question was,
Go ahead.
because things have changed economically, dynamically, where, here, of course, both parents have to be outside the household in order to maintain the households because the inflation and the cost of everything. So those roles have sort of changed. That traditional, like my girlfriend's mom, she was a stay-at-home mom. She took care of the household. She stopped working, because she didn't want to anymore. And he's like, fine, I have enough to take care of the whole family. That's a luxury here. We don't see that often over in America anymore. So I'm trying to see, is that changing in Africa as well, where because of economics, both parents have to work, and not just part-time but full-time. So then does that mean now that role has to change, because maybe she can't get home at 6 o'clock every night because the boss having her do X, Y, and Z? So somebody's got to feed the children. So does that mean now the husband steps in because tonight she can't get there to take care of that? Or I could take off because I need to go to school or pick up these things for the kids during my lunch hour. So can you take care of the other things afterwards? So is it more of a team effort, or does that traditional role still fall on the woman that she has to take care of everything plus bring that extra income into the house?
That's a good question. Okay, I think if I'm to go with the philosophy of Big E here, I think it should be it's obvious. The answer is obvious that the man should take over and help because it's a team effort, right? I think
Wait, that's a contradiction. Take over and help.
Well, wait, yeah, take over from when take over, it means take over the responsibilities that are like
So
take the
share.
responsibilities
So
that
more like
are
a sharing of responsibilities. When you say take over, it means, come in and, take things. So you mean like share responsibilities in an equal manner.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, semantics. Yeah, and
Okay.
you see how we are a sensitive generation and we were arguing that we're not sensitive. See, yeah, yeah, share, take and share equally the responsibilities equally, full of love and the affection and all that good stuff. That's what the man should do. Like, I think we live in a time where the traditional responsibilities came are no longer applicable. Now everything is flexible, because back then, like we talked about the Maasai, where the role of men was just defined and the role of women was already defined. So women did, men did what men did. But now it's like it's freedom. So people you're allowed. So there's a lot of what is it, morphing. You can a man can do, like, you can even go to the kitchen and cook if your wife if your wife is late. You cook dinner for the family and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we people need to just adjust with their situation, what's needed to be done, and define those roles. I don't think it will make you less of a man. I don't think it will make you less of, or a woman less of a woman because she works late. I don't know. I feel like these are just new roles that are just need to be redefined. Like they were like the way the traditional roles were once defined. Just redefine your new roles.
You working?
Yeah, so you say we redefine our roles, so it doesn't have to be the old traditional, man working and the woman in the kitchen. Now anybody can be in the kitchen and anybody can go work and anybody can take care of the children, Changing diapers is not some special feminine skill. A man can change a diaper quite as well as a woman and cook and clean and, do all the rest of the things that women have been doing in the past. So yeah, yeah, I can't. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. Does someone want to say something about that? Okay. So, oh, hi Sam. It's been a while. Yeah, you must be working hard on your project, which we're yet to see. But okay. Sam says, remember, there's no welfare or child support in Ethiopia. Yeah, that's true. There's not a lot of. Somebody might have their mic on. I don't know if it's me, but if it is, maybe turn off your YouTube stream. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what? Caesar, did you just give in that easily to gas them up? I only give my muscular energy to African/Black women. Okay, 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 good to know. Tezi, you're up on the chopping block. Apparently, you are a victim of me and by BJ's patriarchy. Yeah, so just take that and
But if it was our patriarchy, wouldn't that be a perfect world?
what?
If it was me and your patriarchy, that
Our
everybody,
patriarchy?
yeah.
Well, I don't know what that would look like. Ah, that's it. I say,
There you have it. He's got the answer, I think.
who's
He's got
that?
the answer for that. For God's mom, he's got the answer.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's got
Other
the
group,
no, Caesar actually. Caesar is the
Caesar.
one that's putting out Gosmond.
Okay, okay.
Caesar
Caesar
commented,
saying,
and then we got Gosmond that really go back again to YouTube.
wait. Are you talking about before this or
Look,
after this?
no, as he streams, he said BJ admit that patriarchy by women would be perfect, right? Before that, he was saying something else.
Oh, okay, okay. Um, oh,
That's
yes,
his last comment.
yes, about Tezi being a victim. Yeah, everybody's a victim tonight, and actually, and me and BJ, we are the perpetrators of all this malevolence. We are just,
So that's why the last guy left me. Thank you, Casimir. I was trying to figure that one out.
Yes, it's
Oh my
our
God.
fault, apparently. Yes, it's us. It's us. It's our fault. Um, Okay, so all jokes aside, now apparently he's being serious. This thing you just said, BJ, you said it's not going to work for traditional African men because they are sexist. Okay, so who's sexist? Is it us or the African men, or is everybody sexist? No, we were just saying that in Africa, the men are sort of, so not head of household, let's call them, Biggie, what did you say? The man of the house. So it's the man of the house. But in the West, it's equitable, it's equal. Anybody can do anything. The man can cook, the woman can, I don't know if she can mow the lawn. BJ, would you be able to mow the lawn?
Yeah, I do, but don't like it, but it gets done.
You
With
don't have
the
to
help
like
from my
you don't
neighbor
have to
too,
like it,
so that's a
BJ. You'll
plus.
just do it. You'll just do it. So that one is taken care of. So gas them up. We already took care of the lawns. We took care of the what other stuff? Of the working, going to the factory every day, coming back. So yeah, I think our female.
But I guess Casimir is sort of saying like the African man will not step up and help if both him and his wife is working because he's too stuck on traditional roles, and that's not his role to cook and clean and all that other stuff.
Okay, so even if the wife is doing half the work, he won't do the other half.
Well, yeah, now I guess that's the other reason why I wouldn't have nobody, because that'd be a very dirty house, because I'm tired and I just got in at 8 o'clock.
Yes. But Mondatezi, you said that's not correct, that African men are actually stepping up and doing 50-50 in the domestic sphere, correct? Mondatezi?
Yeah, African men are stepping up. No,
Yes, they are stepping up and they're becoming more 50-50 in the kitchen, in the childcare.
no, I don't know. I don't have the. I don't know about this. The problem. I don't know. I don't. This one you have to ask African women, because African men are funny people. We are funny people. We talk big in front of other men, but we don't know what is doing at home.
Okay, Tessie, when you go to your friend's house and you see him with an apron on, then you know that that's the case.
Yeah. It's not, I'll never do this. I'll never. Then at home is kind of soul. Cooking. You got the apron on. But when you see the boys. Like, no, I'll never do that.
Okay.
I think I can take it back all the way to when I was in Africa growing up. There's no man that's gonna go to that kitchen. They'll break your leg. We're boys, but we still. You be a boy for a certain age, but after 7, you're not allowed to be in the kitchen at all. It was kind of strict. It's not only from my father's side, but from my mother's side. It's like all men's, out of kitchen. But my sisters, they go in the kitchen, in and out. So whenever I need something from the kitchen, I just send the little one, so I can get served. So yeah, you're right. I mean, there's certain pride that woman takes. You understand? And it's not to despise the man, but she give him a total respect that while I'm here, you're not supposed to be in the kitchen. And they had that understanding for him not to be in the kitchen. And yes, we have this in Africa where men are not participating in the kitchen. But nowadays, you know, everything is expensive. Man is working, woman is working, children pretty much running around. The village kind of raise them still. But again, things are changing. You're
So,
right.
so, so Biggie, are you actually saying that it's the women or some of the women? Let's not generalize. It's some of the
Mm.
women who do not want the men to be in the kitchen.
Yeah, they don't want the men to be in the kitchen at all, especially when they're present and they are available.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
looking like you guys are becoming more the sexist victims of female patriarchy in Africa. They won't even allow you in the kitchen.
what
Okay.
business do you have to in the kitchen to begin with? While she's doing everything, and what are you gonna do? Inspect her work? No, she doesn't want you in there. Wait until the food gets served. That's what I mean. But when it comes to slaughter my sheep and everything else and skinning it, I'll be right next there and do what I got to do as a young boy at that time.
Are
And
women
I'll
taught
cut
to
up
do
the
the
meat.
same?
Yeah, I slaughter my own sheep and I skin it and cut all the meat, properly, clean, and put it right on the table. She comes in, pick it up, and it goes to the kitchen.
Okay. Okay.
That's one part.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Sis agrees with you. As some African men help, I've seen it happen. Many men will do anything it takes for their family to succeed, in my experience. So
Mhm.
if it means going into the kitchen, well, with your wife's permission, your wife has to give you permission to go into the kitchen. So don't just go in there, just barge in there. So,
Yeah, you're allowed to fix something in the kitchen, but you're not
yes,
going to be cooking. You're not going to be
no,
touching his utensils. You know what I'm saying? While she's
no,
there, it's not going to work because
no.
it's a respect that she has for her husband. It's not
Hmm.
because
Yeah.
imagine she's going to go and guess what? And they also have this get together with women. Okay, and if one woman witnesses the husband going in the kitchen and cooking, he'll be the topic. The husband will be topic in that community. Oh, he goes in
In
the
a good
kitchen
way
and
or a
stuff.
bad way.
And in a bad way. They're bad mouth him. That's why Montetezi said, he's not gonna wear no apron when his friend is in. Right, Montetezi? I'm trying
Ah,
to.
you'll talk. When the boys you'll talk the big games. Like, no, women are not only a woman should cook. Even I think Caesar has spoken it right now. We talk about many men will practically be very cooperative when they're behind closed doors with the wife. Very cooperative. But
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about modern now modern life. You have a kitchen. Talking about the past when I was growing up, and now things change. But again, when my buddy comes, I can pick up on the grill. You know what I mean? I can cook. I don't have any problem. I can cook. But um, for me, whether it comes or not, you know, to begin with, the way the house is set up, the kitchen is right here. Just look at the grand old the kitchen is there, the contemporary, and you're always going to pass through the kitchen. There's no barriers from modern housings. You know what I mean? And if you want to pick up something from the fridge is there. It's still part of the kitchen per se. But the modern life, in couples and the dwellings are changing. In Africa, you still have the house and the kitchen is outside the house. That's where we got all the smoke and all the cooking stuff that you have out there. So some of them might also some of the easy stuff is cooked inside, and it's just a little put there. So really, when it comes to the modern life, city life, things change versus in the rural end, which is they still are within the old rules. Kind of it's not rules, it's just respect. It's out of respect. Women would say, I don't want to see my man moving around the kitchen. That's my business. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Kind of push it around. So, and plus, it'll be the topic in town.
Vicky?
So,
I don't know if it's
yeah.
just me, but your microphone has been going in and out for a while.
Yeah, I'm
Really?
hearing the same thing. I thought it was me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a
All right.
bit choppy.
Sorry about that. How about now? Can you hear me?
Still the same. We can hear you, but it's
still breaking up.
Static.
Okay, let me reset this thing. Just give me a second.
Okay.
One, Tezzy, I just put it on you to continue.
Yeah. Okay. I think to also add, there is also, sometimes we talk about these things like as if they are demeaning, but there are women also who prefer. I don't. There's this. Is it? I think they call the language. The lingo these days is love language. Love language. When they cook for their families, then when and their families eat and they enjoy the food, and there is no leftovers. They say there's a feeling of there's a feeling they have. A lot of women have. Some women have, maybe. I don't know if it's majority these days, but I know of women who have this feeling that when people enjoy the food the meal they've cooked, and people enjoy it, they feel happy. There's a happiness they feel, and yeah, maybe they will not like somebody to interrupt that. So when they are around, they want to feel that that is a joy that they feel. Like, that's what I want to point it out.
You're absolutely right. One of the cooking experience, especially mothers, they are very, when they cook, they're not cooking just because they're cooking. They put a lot of effort, and they always put their family first. And my mother used to say, whenever she does the cooking at the time, she'd be watching us eating. And when you tell her, come on, eat, mom, whenever you tell her that, no, now that I have you, now I eat just, because we eat by hand. She said, oh, it's going to be just for my nails. You understand? It's like she will sacrifice herself just watching, and then she will follow and eat. But first, she's got to see everybody taking a bite, and that satisfy her. My father, on the other hand, he makes sure that everybody finishes his plates. He makes sure that everybody finished the plate. So it was kind of complimentary. Mom enjoy watching you eating. Your father makes sure that you eat what you have on your plate. Yeah, you're right. Because really, I mean, even from my experience, me cooking, and when I have guests and I have certain things that you're serving, when you see your guests enjoying it, or my kids enjoy the food, it gives you a tremendous love. It makes you feel good, and I'm pretty sure all moms will have the same thing.
I mean, I think it's just in us, just to know that when you truly cook, you put love in what you're cooking. And we want to see that, okay, they're getting the love that I put into the food, and it makes us feel good. Then we're like, I did a good job.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And Cesar is saying on the comment, he said, any woman that cooks and clean for you is one you should marry.
But what about us who could do one and not the other?
Good one, Caesar. You should have been on our program 2-3 weeks before when we asked the men, what are you looking for in a wife? You should have come and represented for the ones who wants the cooking and the cleaning. Yeah, I don't remember if that was one of them, but that should definitely have been there. So if you're listening, ladies, cooking and cleaning, yeah, you might just get you a hubby.
I Okay, so I can only do half of that. So can I get a part-time hubby?
Caesar, is there anything such as a part-timers?
I don't know if we got a part-time wife.
Oh,
It goes with the territory.
yes.
Either you're in or you're out.
Oh God, oh God. Okay, I guess I got to do some cleaning up then.
Oh, yeah, in some times and out some other times. Caesar said no, he's looking for full time. None of this part time.
Yeah, he wants full time. He don't want no part-time.
Where you get health and dental, full health and dental.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we got to look at those benefits too. You're right, Tanzan.
So yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think the in general this the men, women, different things in different places, different times. Uh, they they keep changing the way we adopt to the new style of living, the new way of living that everybody's collaborating, somebody's cooking, the other one, the male female part when it comes to the West, in the West side, versus still in the African capital cities, uh, this exists. Yes. Now men can cook, men can go to kitchen. You understand? And some of it is like a norm, because she's better cook maybe than the wife, because some of these wives don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually, my
they
dad,
don't.
my mom how to cook.
Hmm?
She says that. Yeah,
you said your dad taught your mom how to cook?
yeah. That's she always says that. Like, yeah. Okay, the food she could cook, but the foods that she cooks today, she said it was my dad that taught her. She
Wow,
was,
that's interesting.
Yeah,
yeah,
see, collaboration works every time, and she
Yeah,
and she honors him by saying he taught me this. So she's always honoring him and saying, "Look, if it wasn't for your dad, we'd be eating some toast and butter every day."
yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. That apparently men have some secret skills that they've been hiding all this time.
Remember now, one thing that you have to remember is that at one point these men were single, okay,
Mhm.
and they come out from mama's house, and now he's on his own. He's gonna start cooking for himself. And I never seen anybody complaining about a single man cooking in his kitchen. But the day he's married,
Throw away the pots and pans, man.
bam, right when
That's it.
even though he taught your mom, but he won't be showing himself, when the women's are around or his friend coming in the house.
nah. Nobody enters the when we just remember that he doesn't. It's personal.
Exactly.
There was one time I tried. I was home and I was like, you know what? Let me try to cook. Well, I was just like, no, get out of here. Anyway, cooking that one
I'll give you one.
is a personal thing. I realized, yeah.
I'll give you an example. A good friend of mine, he never cooked in his life. Okay, always mom cooked. He got married. His wife always cooked. Now he calls me from the house when his wife traveled abroad with the kids. And he calls me and he said, my wife used to make me this nice egg, right? I said, what are you talking about? He said, man, I'm sorry to ask you, but how do you do it? I'm telling you. He said, how you do it? And I cannot be hard on him because he never had the opportunity to be in kitchen, even on his single life. Every time that he was single, he goes home to eat. Okay, he goes to mama and eat, or he goes to a restaurant to eat. So he never went to the kitchen. But his younger brother is literally a chef. So when he come to US, he's the one that used to cook while the wife is away. So this time he asked me. So I had to go to his house and show him before he burns down the house. You
Oh
understand?
my.
You- so and this is he's an African man, you know, and born in Africa, raised in Africa, and came to the U.S. and he didn't know how to cook either. But the good thing is the wife he's got, she cooks. But again, you know what I'm trying to say is that there are women that do not know how to cook, and even the single men for survival, they don't even know how to cook either. Imagine these two meats. So somebody's gonna make the rule in the house. What kind of rule are you gonna make in the kitchen? That's the question. So it's another scenario to think about, you know. But with respect and having to learn this new skill by collaboration, there'll be better cooks. What do you think, Mondatezi?
I think modern women actually don't mind. Okay, the women right now, I don't think they don't mind women, men cooking. I don't know. Maybe in a more, well, maybe it will change when I get married. But at the moment, they actually enjoy it when sometimes, once in a while, you cook for them. They also seem to be happy about that. So I don't know. I think too then there is a change in
I
modern.
don't think they will ever not feel happy about seeing you cook for them. I mean, you know,
Yeah, yeah, so yeah, there is a shift. So as you can see, my even here, BJ, like they also enjoy when men cook for them. Although also I don't know, Biggie, I think also the older generation also used sometimes even the wife also feels like cook for me
Mm.
at least once in a while. I don't know. I've seen it also. So
now, Tazy, if your food is nasty, then she might not like it. But if she likes you, she'll say it's good. Now, if the food is nasty and she don't like you, then you know she don't like you.
actually, I'm a very good cook. I'm very good. Like yeah, I take after my father. Yeah, we are men in our family. We are great cooks.
See, this is what I don't like about men. They're always trying to just take over every single space, even the ones that women used to have.
Look, Tansy, you messing it up for me. At least we're getting the 50% taken care
No, I cannot sit by and let it happen. No. I am with the women who says, look, okay, we know you can cook, but don't come in the kitchen. Just go out there and do what you need to do. This is our area, these are our secrets. So, don't be sneaking over here and telling us how to do what we know we should be better at doing. So you don't see women going in and saying, I'm the best. What do men do?
Oh, you enjoy that, BJ. BJ enjoy that one.
I'm the best changer of lights and mower of grass, Yeah.
You got to bring that more.
No, it's like cutting down the trees and chopping the wood.
Yeah, we just let them do it and be happy about it and so on, just let them do it. So if it comes to the kitchen, no, the kitchen is ours.
Off limit. It's off limit.
Yes.
That's Tanzan speaking. Not all of us think that way.
Yes, indeed. Everybody has their way. Everybody has, their way of making life easier. So, hey, some people make it easier by letting the men cook. Some women make it easier by not letting them cook and not even letting them in the kitchen. So, whatever works for you, ladies, whatever works. So,
True.
yes, being all diplomatic. And for
Again,
the
it comes, it comes to that original topic, where married couples have to go down the line of respect, of mutual respect, their limits without offending, right? They have to understand one another. What's your role in your marriage life, as a man and as a woman, and having that respect. I think it goes a long way. Let's say uh, we can take it in Africa, you can take it in the West, you can take it anywhere, as long there's that mutual respect and understanding and caring for one another. I think this issue gets solved a lot faster. And in Africa, like I said, there won't be, since we talked about women that do not know how to cook, and the men also that never entered the kitchen and how to interact. I guess the first thing is between these two couples. The couples have to decide, somebody's going to be fed in the house unless they're going to go to a restaurant every day. And that's not going to be economical, when it comes to bringing children and everything else. But again, it's what the two mutually agree. You guys agree on that?
Yeah, I agree. I agree on that. I agree that, the first step to making a decision is having
Hmm.
that respect for each other, not the assumption that, oh, this should be done by so and so. You have to look at the particular situation and say, well, I'm in the best position to do this, or I have the time or the knowledge to do this. And so we can't really be too rigid with the roles. They can be, I think someone is working very loudly. Hopefully.
Oh, I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
I want to understand this. Cooking is a cheat code for relationship. If you can cook, use the cheat code.
Yeah, Caesar knows. Caesar knows. That's why I'm a good cook.
Wow, the tricks of the male trade.
But
You
Caesar,
see?
you gotta do it more than one time, okay? You can't just do it one time and then that's it.
Nah. Let me tell you something. Some men know how to, this the art of wooing or courtship. It is an art in itself. Some men are good.
Gallantry. It's
Yeah,
gallantry.
there are men who are good with words, and there are men who are good with recipes. You use what you're good at to, some men just take up a guitar and you use your strengths. Use your strengths.
That's to bring a wife home. That's bringing the wife home. It's kind of what happened once she's in. That's the question. Are you still gonna be charming the same way? I think you should. If you started that way, you might
Yeah,
as well maintain it.
yeah. Yeah. Obviously, when you're a good cook, you definitely have some now standards of eating. Personally, I'm like I don't settle for any food that is less than mine. That's just personal standard. So
Oh,
Wow.
Tansy,
yeah,
you gonna go and tell her little heart, like, oh no, you can't cook good as me. You
no,
gonna be
no,
going
no.
running out crying like, Mama, you didn't teach me right.
You teach. These days, always teaching is always good, and as long as it's also accepted that what I'm the better cook. So it's also
Wow. Wow, Mwendatezi.
Yeah,
Way
yeah.
to show
It's just
some
when you're
chauvinism
good, you're
there.
good. Let me tell you something. Women will always admit. That is something I've also accepted. That if you're a good cook, women will, you know what, you cook better than me. So how do you do this? There are always those who are willing. Like then they learn something. I've also learned. It's not just one way, because sometimes I'm like, oh, you can cook this better than me, and I'm like, oh, so this is how it. So it's, yeah. Sometimes you could cook together. You like this, maybe chapati and beans. Maybe I'm good in cooking beans, and she's good in cooking maybe chapati. So it's also, you tag team or something like that. But yeah, but that is modern days these days. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe in marriage, I'll be chased out of the kitchen.
Yeah, I think in the past women had more power over the kitchen, and cooking gave them a lot more power than now. Because now, even if a woman knows how to cook, it's still an asset. It's still a very, very good thing, and it will put her above, most of her peers who don't know how to even boil an egg, as some says. So definitely, a woman who knows how to cook is above her peers, but at the same time she also has competition from other things. She has competition from machines, from microwave, from already made food, from restaurants and so on. So the kitchen is not her sole area of domain. So I
Yeah,
guess maybe
but also, it's not this. Like, we're living in a world of as equality, right? Like, we live in a world of equality. Women are going to work, so I don't know. I think the opinion or the era of having maybe a sole domain as the kitchen. I think since mess, everything is getting combined, and just this freedom is just becoming everywhere. So you find that there are relationships, even their house husbands these days. That's a thing now, right? Here you see them on YouTube. So where
yeah, but hey.
so
It's some
yeah,
of those things where you can admit it on TV, but not amongst your fellow men.
no, I'm just
Like,
saying the way things are changing. So we find that, yeah. So the women there is no, like, now, okay, women dominate this, but men dominate this. I think it's becoming now mixed. Like,
okay,
we
so we
find.
have equalized the domestic sphere, and now men can do women's work and women can do men's work, and
But isn't that what women have been fighting for?
yeah, to get some
Yeah,
more help in the kitchen.
yeah, definitely.
So why do you sound like now? Oh, now you're disappointed that it's happening. So I thought that was what the whole fight about. Like, hey,
No, it's wonderful and great. It's great. It's Women are happy to see men is slaving away in the kitchen and bringing them well prepared food.
Here's the thing. Actually, I don't even think cooking is okay. I don't know. Let me not be controversial, like, but I don't think
No,
cooking.
B, that's what we
I
expect.
think women make cooking so complicated than it should be. Like, I don't know why. Oh, slaving, like, slaving. I think 1 hour you can cook something good and stuff. I don't know.
It takes a special mixing of spices and herbs and in just the right combination and knowing when to put this and that. So it's
And
very,
chopping all the veggies and
yes.
preparing all the meat.
You
Yeah,
hear
it
all
only
that?
takes an hour to cook, but it takes several hours to take care of all those things around that one little meal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I
Yes.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Let me not critique, but I feel like. But there is this saying that men make the best cooks anyway. That's like that was, I don't know who said it.
So
A
which
man
man said
probably.
that?
Yeah? No. Yeah? I think it was a woman who said that men make the best cooks. It's an
So
African
which
saying,
woman who
ironically.
listened to her man and said that?
Nah. It's that I don't know. You telling me you've never heard that?
No, I hear it all the time. I'm like,
Yeah, yes.
really? Well, where were
Sorry.
they?
I
Where were
don't
they
believe it.
when my ancestors were on the plantation? We had to go in Master House and make meals for
Yeah, I don't believe it. I think they make more money from it if they decide to do
them.
it,
Yeah.
but
No, but honestly, it's like I don't know. Well, it was always in America, us, we're on a plantation, whatever. We had to do the cooking. Then again, once we came off, we still had to do the cooking. Then once the men started to do it, it became chefs. We would cook. We was always classified as a cook. But then when the men started doing it, became the chef. And then it became
The
a beard
chef came
award and all this other stuff. I'm like, that's the same grits my grandma made. Because you did it. It's a culinary art. What I did
yes,
it was just
it's just something.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
so
promoted themselves.
yeah, men promote themselves when women, to give help other women give birth, they're just midwives, like they're the middle
No,
of
they
the
became sous chef. They became sous chef.
sous chef. Now, if a man helps you give birth, he's a gynecologist and a medical practitioner and this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a specialty now.
It's a specialty.
And you need certification.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
women have been giving birth for forever
And
since
how
the
many babies
beginning of
did he
mankind,
give birth to?
without the
He
help
raised the
of the
bar.
men. Without the
He
help
raised
of
the
the
bar.
men.
You see, this is what happened when the man gets into your kitchen. He raised the bar.
Oh my
No.
goodness! Are
He
you also
creates
becoming
a
a gas
bar. He
remark?
doesn't raise it. He creates a bar.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? When wife is cooking, are you certified?
I would
You know
turn
what's
around
gonna
and say,
happen to me, right?
no, I'm not, but I'm going to go and get some training. Until then, you're going to have to take care of this until I finish my education.
Yeah, there's that. There's that. Well, we have that information, so we might as well be wise enough to have what you have, enjoy what you have,
Yep.
and do not rock the boat. Do not rock the boat.
Mhm.
Respect. That's all it takes.
That's it. That's it. And what you do well, do well. And what I do well, do well. But let's not flip it, because if I'm not good at what you do, it's not going to turn out right. If you're not good at what I do, it's going to be pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's different for every couple.
I don't know if you guys remember. One of my topic was to all African brothers is to really protect your sisters. And I even said, do not raise your arm against her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys recall that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So each brother protect and respect his sister because it comes from respecting your mother. And that respect that you have will go a long way. When you get your boys, you tell them to respect their sisters and to protect them. And imagine we Africans have that culture of respect. Yes, we can put them down or whatever reason that, again, like they said on the sexiest part. But if you really put that seed of protecting our sisters, it goes a long way for the next generation on how they can have this respect and mutual respect. The sister will vow for her brother for protecting her. And imagine you're going to
She will give her
marry.
life for him too.
Right. And yep, go ahead.
Oh no, and then the children, she will guard that household and revere it like it's gold.
Yep. And that's what we need to teach.
And that has value, and that's one thing our society, because we're so superficial and delusional, we don't value any of that anymore. We
Hmm.
don't value a man's role. We don't value a woman's role. We value what they look like and what they possess. And then
Yep.
those same people get bitter because they're not valued for who they are.
Hmm. So one of the things that we want a great Africa, okay, a great Africa, one Africa, the unity itself is goes right across one our population. We don't have enough population, tell you honestly. 1.3 billion is really on the low side. Okay, it's like that whole continent that is almost twice the size of China,
Right.
and we're still 1.3 billion. So that means we had a lot of loss in our growth. It's not there. One is the economic issue. Two, there's other infant mortality. We have a lot of other health issues that we need to really look into it. But at the same time, we want a great, healthy, strong African women, strong African men's that have a due diligence of protecting their sisters and really push them to another next level. By protecting, you do a lot of things to simplify certain risk. So both of them will be respected. But one of the thing is the male, because the male is more aggressive. It has more muscle tone. You understand? So when he
Hmm.
push his sister, he can push her across the street. You know what I mean? He didn't mean to, but it's just the way he is. He's built that way. And I'm not talking about wives. I'm talking about just among brothers and sisters. So when that comes and well cultivated, that would be really having the future leaders that have their heads and shoulders. They're not going to be bullying each other.
Right.
And
And we
that's a
got to get
very
there. We
important
got to
thing.
get there.
Yeah. We need to discuss those things and how to really give the right information because we got a lot of youngs that are listening to this conversation. And there's always hope. There's always a better way to treat one another.
And I
And
would just say,
Tanzan, thank
do
you.
not look
You
to the West as your prototype,
no,
because no, do not do that.
no,
That's the easiest thing
because
you can do.
you'd be lost. Okay,
We're lost.
basically, yeah, you'd be lost because already we are lost in here and trying to really put it together and have a decent family life. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Uh, and at the same time, believe me, uh, it's another form of slavery here. Europe has, like, for example, 6 weeks vacation. Women have a longer leave, maternal leave, including the men's. But here it's like depending on how long you work in the company, that's how long you got for vacation. Maybe 10 days,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
the
like
first year.
3 months. But again, the way they restructure the sick leave here is like, oh, you could only take time off based upon how much sick leave you have. Oh, now the bank is not
Hmm.
two separate banks they used to be. It's only one. So you might only have 2 weeks worth of pay
Yeah.
to take off.
So exactly.
So
So
then that
if you're
means you're
gonna
gonna have to be
copy,
forced to go back to work literally after you give birth.
yeah, and again, we can pick certain good things, okay, from it,
Oh
but
yeah.
on the average, yes, I think Africa has a better conditioned when it comes to that. You know,
Family and yeah, and children and marriage and the whole dynamic, you guys
yes,
gotta be,
I
you
think the
know.
family part is very valued. You see, the family
Yeah,
value
yeah.
is high. So to maintain that, not to be influenced by the West exaggerated, gloomy, hidden secrets behind it, showing you the highlight. Oh, this is why we look like. But truly, truly, people are
Yeah.
really sacrificing their life in order to show you just that little documentation of, or kind of a travel channel, whatever, showing you everything is fine and dandy or is good, But
But behind
if
closed
you
doors,
really,
it's like, yeah,
it's a lot. Yes. So it's basically enriching the existing culture that we have in
yeah.
Africa
I mean, because
and
again, with the
harness.
industrialization of America, the way we, we produce and mercantile things, that's something you could take an example from, because we know how to move product, and our logistics fantastic. But again,
Right.
creatively, we're not where we used to be with that. Well, I have my own ideas, but that's another conversation.
Yeah, I
But
mean, because what the weak points are, and
yeah,
we're hurting even here in the West at the same time, but we don't want that influence to make it look good, but behind it there's a hidden burning fire. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
You think everything looks good from the outside, but inside it's really not something that you want to touch.
And,
So
and the thing with the West, and what the West is so good at, psychology, they deserve every you know award on that, because they know how to manipulate their mind and make you see, the car smoke and mirrors, you know, disappearing
That's
trap doors and all that other stuff.
cult.
mhm.
So that's one. So they know how to the media, propaganda, all that, to make you see what is wrong, but it looks so right, and I gotta have it.
Yeah, and I think Bismas, welcome to the show. But you said it is hard to keep our culture. Let me see if you can highlight it. Uh, our culture is a big dilemma for a lot of us who grew up in the Western. So it is true,
Well,
even
and that's what the
even
West does
even us
best.
coming as a diaspora, it's really hard to maintain it. It's
Well,
like
I mean, because the foundation of the West is just that, to strip yourself away from what you know and to assimilate into the
mhm,
system. And it slaps your hands every time. Oh, no, 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 no. Get back in line. This is what you're supposed to do. And we'll give
mhm,
you a couple of carrots and make you feel good. You're like, well, yes, I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the right thing by tossing my past, my ancestors, my culture to the side, because now look at all I've gained. I mean, that's the whole concept of the West. I mean, and that's
mhm.
everybody who comes here. I don't care what land they came off of. It's meant for you to assimilate. They talk about America being the great melting pot, but if you look at all imperialized countries, it's the same prototype. You lose who you are to become us. Make your choice.
Yep.
If
You're,
you
you're
don't become
sexist,
us, it's
BJ.
gonna be a lot harder for you.
Oh my God, God mine. What's
I
up,
just
man?
wanted to call in
Hey,
and tell all of you that all of you are sexist. You're espousing heteronormativity because
Can you?
the
I only got a third grade education. Can you translate that for me in layman's terms?
effectively what you're trying to do is you're trying to limit everything to the gender binary of male and female, and you're trying to force everyone within those lenses, and that's wrong and it's sexist. I don't
Oh,
identify as that.
oh no, that's not what I'm doing.
Well, first off, you said the African man is the head of the household. African women can be head of households too.
True, but there's it's not in the general sense of it, right?
That's sexist. Women
No,
are
I
free.
mean,
That's sexist.
Somebody's got to be the head of the household.
No, that's not true. You actually said that it can be a partnership. Pick one,
Right,
BJ. Stop
right.
being sexist.
It's a partnership. So
You can't have a partnership head. That's not equal. You and
so
Ten are
so
sexist patriarchs. You're female patriarchs. Accept it and get over it.
no, I'm not a patriarch.
With the things you were saying, you might as well be.
just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean I'm a patriarch. I still believe a man is supposed to be in the home.
A man is supposed to be in the home.
Yeah,
A
just
man
like
can
the
be
woman
wherever
is
he
supposed to be in the
wants.
home.
A man can be wherever he wants. That's again. Why are you forcing people with this heteronormative stuff? Why are you so sexist, DJ?
Because the opposite is not working for our community or our family.
It is working. People are
It's not.
rejecting. People are rejecting these tropes, these heterosexual tropes that we've been forced on ever since the Industrial Revolution.
You know, if it was working, why is education, family, community, economically, we're
That's
doing
because
worse
of
than we ever
capitalism,
did?
not because of people.
No, it's because of our family structures have been blown apart. We don't have any support.
We
Everybody's an
do. The
individual.
government attacked it.
Everybody's an individual. We don't.
Capitalism attacked it.
But just because you're under attack, that doesn't mean you just give up.
The point
And
is that if a man, whether he be a full born man or self identified man, should not have to live up to any sexist stereotypes, templates, or tropes that you are perpetuating.
so then, and vice versa, no woman should have to live up to those same stereotypes as well.
Did you see me say anything about women? That's why I said African women
Because
are
I
actually
don't
technically
see any
responsible for
stereotypes that
Africa.
men are living up to here. I don't see any of those.
Well, I'm glad that they don't live up to it, and I hope more don't live up to it because you're
Well, see,
sexist.
but the problem is here a lot of the men are not even anywhere to be found, and that's why I say what I say, because again, we have to come together and
No,
work
we
this stuff
don't.
out.
We can be what, listen, if a man wants to be identified and pair with whatever he wants to pair with, stop the sexism. Your idea of the nuclear family is part of the sexist problems that we're under.
And show me where the non-nuclear family is doing so well in our community.
We're under capitalism, of course.
Oh, so capitalism could fall under that, but capitalism can't fall under that I'm saying it's because now I want the man to be in the home with the children. Aren't they both being ruled by the
Well,
same
you
system?
said earlier that African men are the head of the house, and I said you're sexist for saying that. So that's why I said African women are equally responsible for Africa's condition.
No, I didn't say that they both weren't. Of
Well,
course,
you
just
and
like in
Tan were being
America,
very sexist,
they both are
and I'm
responsible.
shocked
That's
that
why
Tan is
a lot
keeping
of
quiet
problems
with her
are in our
sexism.
families right now. It's because they both are, and both have to step up and try to resolve a lot of the issues we're facing.
I
That's
want
the
to know
biggest
why
problem.
you're the only one speaking and Tan isn't defending her sexism.
Well, I'm letting BJ be the head of this household.
Wow. See? The sexism and patriarchy.
Well, we
Look,
live in a sexist world. What can I say?
I said that if men are the head of the household, then it is their responsibility to, to be accountable for the state of the family, because they are the ones heading the household. Therefore, it is their
Well,
responsibility.
that's again, you're forcing these heteronormative nuclear constructs on people, and I think they're wrong.
But on the other side of that, when you have women, not all cases, as the head of that household, a lot of times it's said that the men feel less. They feel like they're ruled by the woman, and it causes frictions and problems in that relationship. So
I don't
that
know what you're
dynamic
talking about. I
that
don't know what men you
dynamic
speak
doesn't
to.
work.
The men that I
That
know don't follow any gender roles.
well,
What does that mean? What do they do?
They do whatever they want to do. If they want to be women, they can be women.
Well, then they're not men. Then it's not something
You
can
can't
just.
define what manhood is. I mean, haven't you read bell
Well,
hooks? Haven't you
certainly
read
not
about
women.
intersectionality? Do you not read feminist literature? I mean, two women on here sounding like female patriarchs is quite sad.
Which is fine. I'm not insulted by that at all. But there are two genders. I cannot,
That's
even if
not
I want
true. That's
to,
false.
even
There's
if
more than
even if
gender
I
is a
want to,
construct.
it could be a construct or not. But I cannot be with a
I don't
woman and produce a
identify
kid,
with those genders that
and
you are
a
trying to.
woman
It's a
cannot be
social
with
construct.
another woman and create a kid. You need
Yes,
a
they can. Have you
male
heard of
and
a
a
sperm
female.
bank?
No. Well, that means you still got to get something from a man. You got.
At the end
I
of the
mean,
day,
so
we
can a
have
man birth a
ample
baby?
stock of sperm that is
So therefore,
available.
you now are getting science involved in the middle of it. Because again,
You brush your teeth every day.
people
Science is in the middle of your mouth.
can do whatever is good for them and that's going
You
to make
take
them
a
happy.
shower. Science
But
is on your body.
again, so I have to go outside of myself
You
to
drive
do
a
something
car. Science takes you to work.
for decades and millenniums. We didn't need a lab to do this.
You use a lab to eat your meat that you put on your rice. So
And
you're with it.
and so do you, and so do you.
Well, you
But
don't see me complaining about
but just
science.
because,
You
but
are.
just because that's the case doesn't mean everything that science does is right. Because they've made a lot of mistakes and done a lot of things in the name of science that screwed up a lot of people.
You don't say that when you put on you don't flip the switch for your light in your room.
Yeah, I do, because I don't like to pay my light bills anyways.
Hey, well, then go and live in a cave somewhere.
Yep. I will. I'm still looking for the right one.
Well, I hope he's not a victim of your sexism.
No, none of them were.
VJ, we need to rearm and get back in the fight on this one. Biggie.
Whenever women are faced with them being patriarchal sexist, they always run to a man to come and stand in the forefront.
What about men who always are in matriarchal sexist? It's the same thing.
I'm not a matriarchal sexist. I don't identify with any of those things.
I got a question for you.
I may not answer it, but ask away.
Yeah. How do you expect men and women are supposed to be living? When it comes
there are no expectations. The idea is that marriage can be between whichever parties you want them to be. Marriage is not defined by man and woman. That's sexist.
Well, we define it the African way, man and woman. How about that? What do you mean sexist? It's not being sexist.
Well, listen, Africa is changing.
The union, I don't care what is changing, but for us, going in the actual life now, we are talking about relationship between a man and a woman in a marriage union. That's what we're talking about. And that's what I'm asking.
Well, listen, look, at the end of the day, it's changing, right? So gender binaries are coming to Africa whether you like it or not.
That's okay. Until then, I'm just asking very specific. A union between a man and a woman.
Yes.
Discussion is between men and women.
I'm just flabbergasted how highly educated people can be so sexist.
What do you mean? The conversation is about a man and a woman. How can it be sexist? We're talking about union in marriage.
Because man is socially created. Woman is socially created. Man is a performative role. That is why you guys say head of household. You reduce men to tasks. You reduce women to tasks.
We're talking about what we have out there and what it should be as a suggestion. Everybody has his own opinion, but this is not about being sexist.
Well, no. Well, if you're offending, let's say you can have a biological girl who identifies as a man but goes as a lesbian. Are you going to now tell, right, that male lesbian that he or she can't be in a marriage because they're not fitting your stereotypes?
I did not say anything about it. My conversation sticks a union between a man and a woman.
And I'm
It could be
trying to
one
say
or the
that
other.
there's more than men
And
and women, and other
uh,
people and other identities should be included in the conversation. What you're trying
and
to
a
do is
man,
you're trying to
okay.
not.
What I'm saying is, in Africa, we have a man and woman. And you're telling me it's changing, but my asking is a union between a man and a woman that expect babies. Okay, let's go explicit about it. That's the question. This is not being sexist because you're gonna bring all this agenda that I have in the West, and then just gonna say, okay, this is what. That's not the discussion. We're not talking about genders, benders, and
The
transi
fact
and all
that you don't
the
include
lesbians
them,
and all that.
the fact that you,
No.
the fact that you're not including them in the conversation is sexist.
Man, I'm not even the
Stop
topic is
bending genders
given.
over here. We're talking about men and women.
Tan, what you're doing is what we call social exclusion. So if you don't see it, you don't speak it, it will not exist. And they've done this for far too long for people who don't fit the binaries. And so those
Okay,
people who don't fit the binaries
let me ask you.
should be
Let
allowed
me ask
to
you. Let me
engage in the
ask you something.
conversation.
Let me ask you something. Now, our question and where the conversation came between the union in marriage, right? And then we're not looking at a female that was born as a female, but she is going to be a male. I mean, these are the different genders that you're going to have. You got lesbians, gays, everything else, right? Okay, they enter in a relationship. Okay, so both genders are males. Okay, so how these things works out in this conversation?
Very simple. They can have
You say,
children, but very simple. They can have children. They can adopt children, right?
man, they cannot have a
So now,
children. He said they can have a children. What are you talking about? They can have a children.
through
The two
adoption,
gonna have a children.
they can have surrogate motherhood, just like other heteronormative
Mm,
couples have surrogate mothers. They can have children, and then
who's gonna be the
they'll
mother?
proceed.
Who's gonna be the father?
Mother and father are social constructs.
What they
It
call
can be
themselves,
a
father and
partnership.
mothers.
They can be called non-birthing and birthing. They can be called cell phone and tree. It doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is, when you do that, how they're supposed to treat each other? Answer that question.
The same way anybody else on this panel would treat somebody in a relationship.
In what way? I'm just
You know the
for
ways
me.
that
I
you
said
treat
when they
people.
are no when they are in union. I said when you are in union, the first thing that I said is what respect for one another, right?
So are you trying to say that
Okay.
these couples would not have respect for each other because they're not
No.
within
Do
your
you
binary?
agree? Do you agree?
I agree to nothing or disagree to nothing. I'm just saying they would do the same
Meaning,
thing you
I
do.
mean, Bryce, when I said when you enter the union, you're gonna have to have the first basic thing is respect for one another, right?
So why wouldn't they have respect for one another?
I didn't say you saying why. I'm asking you because that was the first thing that I said.
Well, I mean, that's like asking me, right? Of course they'll have respect for one another. We're assuming
That's
they should.
that's where it's supposed to be. That's what I advise. Respect when you're in union.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't
we
mean
agree.
that you're single.
We agree. So
You're
we agree.
single, yeah.
So
And
we're good. But I just wanted to
there's no
call out
sexism.
Tan and BJ. No, you can't save them. Tan and BJ are
You know what?
sexist.
No,
I'm not
no.
worried about whatever classification you want to give me. I give everybody respect. I respect
You,
everybody.
you didn't
I
respect
do
the
for
people who don't
everybody.
identify as men and
I
women.
just again, you right now are not respecting me.
I did
I don't have
respect
to
you.
have the
I'm just
same thought
calling you
process
out
as
on your
you. You
sexism.
do not have the thought process of me. Call me sexist, call me black, call me green, call me
Why are you
African,
bringing race up? I didn't talk about
mustard
your
cloud.
race.
I'm okay. I'm
I
okay
didn't
with
talk
that.
about your race. We're not talking about racism.
No, I'm saying you want to call me sexist. I'm like, I'm
I'm
just
not
letting you know. You
calling
can
you. I
call
am
me
only
whatever you need
identifying
or
the
want
words.
to. Because
I'm
see,
only
you're trying to
identifying the
imply that
words
I
that
do
came out
not
of your
give
mouth.
other people respect because I have a different thought process. And I have stated before you even came on, whatever is good for anybody, do you, whatever makes you happy, as long as you're not hurting anybody.
Okay,
But
then
my whole
we agree
process
on
in
that.
that is that by the same token, I feel like I'm going to have that same kind of respect for what I believe as well.
No one
Whatever works
disrespected
for
what you
you
believe.
works
No
for
one
you.
disrespected. No one disrespected what you
You
believe.
know, like again, what works for you works for you. I don't think anybody should be
There are
disrespected.
millions of
Again,
people that
I
it
have
worked
been
for.
disrespected. My people have been disrespected for a long, long time. So when you sit up there and say I'm a sexist, where am I the sexist at?
Well, I
Where
already
am
told
I
you.
expecting? Because
I
I
already
don't have the
told
same
you
thought
numerous
process as
times.
you. Therefore, that classified me. So anything else I have done along my path in life is negated because because I do not agree with your terminology. So that's why I say I'm not sexist.
Yes, gas them up. She's not sexist because
Oh, okay, all right. It's enough trolling. It's enough trolling for now. So, look, BJ, your whole stuff earlier about African men having to cook when they get home and the woman working. No, not gonna work. You're trying to inject African American women discourse on Africa. I can tell you firsthand, African men ain't going for that. When he gets home, even if she works, he's expecting her to have a meal ready. Now, some men do cook, but I hope that never changes. I hope the African men never adopt what you were saying. I hope the African men keep the women in the kitchen, keep them pregnant, and that will be a good thing.
And so, what would you classify those thoughts as?
Oh, I'm proud to be a sexist. I'm an extreme sexist. I have no problem being sexist. I think
Well,
that
as long as
women
who you love and loving
should.
it, I'm good with it.
I have
I
no
don't
problem. I
necessarily
think
agree with
every
it, but
woman,
I'm good with it. I just
including
watch
you,
your vote, sir.
should be submissive, should be humble, and should keep quiet when your man is
And
talking, and he should do what he
who says
says.
I'm not? Who says I'm not?
Well, I didn't say that you're not. You're not under my jurisdiction for me to know.
And
I
you would
just said
never,
what every
and I
woman
would
should.
never be under anybody's jurisdiction. I have not
Well, then
committed a
you ain't
crime.
submissive.
I have
Then
not
you ain't
committed a
submissive.
crime, so
Then you ain't
therefore I
ready to be
don't need to be
submissive.
locked up.
You ain't submissive. You ain't ready to be under a man's jurisdiction. You ain't submissive.
No. Jurisdiction is a terminology used for criminals in the
Okay, well, yeah,
judicial
you a
system.
criminal. When that man come home and grab you and throw you on the bed and handcuff you and smack that ass, you a criminal at that moment.
No,
So you got to be ready. You got to be ready to follow his
no,
instruction, his guidelines.
no.
Oh, okay. Then listen, I'm not mad at you. You do what you do. When you find that man, you ready to be under his jurisdiction, you gonna find it. I'm just
Yeah,
telling you, for African men on the continent, even if the wife is working,
I
she's
get
still
it.
gonna get in there and cook and clean, and they expect that. That's
No.
part of
And
her duties.
I didn't say that that's not the case. I'm saying if if you're heading towards both husband and wife is now working, time is going to be one of the valuable assets you're going to
That's
have.
the price.
And
Nah, that's the price. No, no, no,
okay,
no. We don't want to hear that.
no. What I was
That's an
saying is
old.
that if things move
Uh
towards
huh.
a more commercialized, industrialized,
Well, it's already
and you're
commercialized and
working,
industrialized.
that means that your 9 to 5, like here, is now a 9 to 10 o'clock. So
No,
I'm
well,
saying
I
that
mean,
that dynamic has to change because if those
no.
times does not allow it, how are you going to work those
It's not
hours?
going
Because
to, because what's going to happen is the woman is going to work less hours. That's why a lot of African men work hard to get the wife a business. Typically, they don't even want their wife in the workforce because they don't want other men sexually
right,
throwing things at their wife. That happens a lot in Africa. A lot of women at the workforce, they get proposition with dick from the boss. So a lot of African men who work hard, they try to make enough money so that either the wife can stay at home or she has her own business outside of working in some corporate form. And that's typically what
and that's
African
what
men want.
and that's why my
So,
point was sort of that you need to retain that because once you start shifting to what we have, those things will eventually start to fall into place, because again, exploitation of labor is like one of the biggest things.
Well,
And then
even if I'm gonna tell you this, even if it did do that, right? The truth of the matter is, other than I would assume South Africa, which I haven't been, the African culture still puts a lot of pressure on the women. They still expect the women to deliver on that. So, and I'm not mad at that. That's the price of being a woman. That's the price of having a vagina. That's the price of being a mother. Like, women you can't have it both ways. You can't say you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. You're the mothers of the world. You guys, who runs the world? Well, women, not girls. Beyonce's an idiot. But, you can't say that and then, have the crown and then don't want to understand that heavy is the head that wears the crown. So,
when
it
hasn't
comes.
our crown ever not been heavy?
No, but that's my point. So, women gotta understand, yo, you work, you come home. For an African man, you gonna have to still cook and clean. That's what in Africa, that's what they're gonna expect from you. You know what I'm saying? Now in America, because African American men have been the state has attacked them, their women have, henpecked them. They don't know how to be men anymore. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, for them, masculinity is violence, shooting each other, gangster shit, and
Yeah, yeah,
or the
yeah.
big piece of chicken.
And that
But
was all done deliberately as well.
of course, but if they learn how to be men again, they gonna make those same type of demands. And it's not just African men. Arabian men demand the same thing. South Asian men demand the same thing.
Well, the
Even
only thing in
South
America is
American men
because we're
demand the
so
same thing.
tied to that job, unless they can create their own industry and their, because we used to have our own businesses, that's pretty much almost non-existent. Until you can get to that point again, then yeah. But
Well, no, here's the thing. My
you're
my my,
enslaved to
my
your
thing to black
paycheck.
women my thing to black women has always been, if the white guy is going to give you the money, because we know that's the game. Black women are given the degrees, they're given the opportunity. Typically, not all, I'm not saying every black woman has a cakewalk, but I'm saying in this system, in the American system, they
Can you
they give
tell me
they
where my
give
cake is?
Wait, let me finish. In this system, a black woman can get affirmative action. She can get welfare. She can get a lot of things. Even in the college system, they're giving them more degrees. They're giving them financial aid. They're giving them more opportunities than they're giving to black men, right? It's no problem. That's cool. My beef for black women in America is, yo, get that money and take it home to your man. Find a good man, find a responsible man, and take it back home to him and be under his jurisdiction. The problem is that they don't want that because the white
Well,
government structure is
not
much
all of them.
easier.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Well, no, obviously not all of them, but
Because
unfortunately,
a lot of them want that, and we can't find that.
nah, y'all can find it. The problem is
Nah, nah, nah,
y'all
nah,
looking
nah,
at it
nah,
in the
not
wrong
without all
places.
the extra problems. That's
Well, listen,
very.
look, it comes. Listen, again, you got to take the good and the bad. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is black women are looking for a guy who's 6 foot tall, who's not too
No,
short, who's not too tall. They're looking
no,
for a guy who can fuck but doesn't like sex. It's just these silly contradictions. Like, look, go down to the fucking post office, get you a mailman, and be
no.
happy. Go down to the teaching, go down to your school, get you a teacher, be happy. Go down to police officer, get you a police officer and be happy. Get you a fireman and be happy. Get a regular dude that's responsible and be happy, and just shut the fuck up. But unfortunately, you'll have these women who have degrees and they're like, well, I want a guy who's at my level. The system isn't allowing black men to get to your level. So what they're telling black women is swirl, divest, and then basically the whole game, if you sum it all up, is population reduction. That's the whole
Oh
game.
yeah, well, that's
That's the whole game. So if
Margaret
that's the
Sanger.
game,
That was the whole
so if that's the game,
propaganda
black
on
women,
Parent Hill.
if that's the game, black women need to do what? Reverse that. Pick a black man. That's it. No matter
But
how
the
hard
other
it is,
problem is
no matter how difficult it
a
is.
black man gotta want us. He want everything else but us.
No, that's
So
not
I
true.
think
Black men marry black women 85% of the time. That's just the
but our
facts.
marriage, what I'm saying, our marriage numbers
Yeah,
are
that's
still
that's
very low. So they don't
Okay,
want
even if they're
they
low, but
want
even
Africa,
yeah, but let's
but
not
they
talk
don't
about the
want us.
low. But let's not talk. Hold on, wait. Black male marriage is low. Period. They're still marrying black women more than any other race. That's just
Because
a
of
fact.
proximity. Yeah.
Wait, it doesn't matter why. They're still marrying more black women than any other race. That's one. Two, at the end of the day, if black men are marrying majority black women, then what that tells me is women across all races are the number one initiators of divorce. So my thing is, if you're
if just because I initiated, did I cause it? What are the
doesn't
causes?
matter. My point is, no one's blaming the cause or whatever. What we're saying is simple. Women don't have a real expectation of reality when it comes to men. Men are typically going to, I guess if it's cheating and all that, women, if you're on the live, get over it. Niggas is gonna step out on you. Get over it, especially black men. You know what I'm saying? Get over it. All that pie in the sky, Cinderella shit y'all grew up watching, it's fucking Hollywood. It ain't real. If most men are too scared to say it, they're gonna punk out. Well, I love my woman on Thursday. Fuck all that shit. Just keep it real. Now, some men might not cheat. I've met some dudes that will live and die by their girl or their wife. But most guys, they step outside. Now, here's the thing: is he doing it honorably? Is that have that conversation? Like, yo, look, man, no outside kids, no this, no that. Have that conversation, and that's where you build the trust with the man. So he doesn't have to hide it from you and run around like a little boy. Because African men don't have that problem, which is why I'm upset with Africans with adopting this bullshit of side chicks. And we don't have no side chick in Africa. This is nonsense. Stop copying anything white people do, foreigners do. Y'all got to copy. It's sick. We don't have side chicks in Africa. You married a woman, and that's it. You have more than one wife. That's what we do. So, black women in America have to face that reality that the fidelity that they're looking for is never going to come to them. That the black man is probably not going to have the type of income that they're looking for. And the only way that I think that they can get that is through life insurance. So if you marry a black woman or if you're with the black woman, you should have a large enough life insurance policy, whether it's term or whole life, and put a sizable amount down, make her an irrevocable beneficiary. So if the black man dies, because heart disease, police, all kind of shit is after the black man in America, he can leave this woman a sizable amount of money that she can use to invest in the children. And I hope she does that and not go buy fucking Brazilian Yaki number 12.
If she turns off YouTube and Instagram, maybe she won't.
Wait, listen, I can't tell them to turn off. It's sisters like you that got to do all that. Y'all got to go and talk to them. Y'all got to make y'all channels. But I'll tell you this. Black women don't ever check other black women, and the black women who do face hostility, like the most extreme hostility from other black women. They shit on y'all. When black women try to come at other black women to do better, black women shit on each other. They're like, bitch, I'm not listening to you. So, every other woman in America belongs to a man. Mexican men don't make as much money as white men, but Mexican women, oh no, papi, come make the tamales. She still want her man at the house. That nigga's a drunk. He's drinking Coronas on Sundays. I mean, granted, he most likely is working, but he's a drunk.
But
He's playing soccer.
So understand the value of the family is much higher.
Black men value family. It's that the black, listen, I'm telling you what it is. The black women don't know. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you. No, that's not true. I'm going to tell you what the problem is. Black women, to a certain degree, because black men are guilty for a lot of shit all around the world. We're not perfect. So let me put it out there. I'm not going to say it again. So we don't have to bring up black men. We ain't shit. Throw us under the bus. Please, nobody type or bring up, what about black men? We said they ain't shit. Good. Let's move on. Now, the problem is that black women don't know what real patriarchy is. Like, y'all say y'all want it, y'all claim it, y'all don't know what it is. You go to any other household, 9 out of 10 times when the man says A, it's A. That's what is the end of it. Black women are not taught that because they don't have fathers in the house. So they didn't grow up watching their father. No, I'm just being real. So when they now get into relationships, it's tough for them.
If you are providing, taking care of me, and making me feel secure, I have no problem following you. But if I have to go and take $500 to the grocery store to make sure that the mortgage is paid, that leaves very little trust in you from me.
That's a good point.
I'm not going to have this.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All I will say is this. One, that's where group economics has to take hold. Black people in general, and I think black women will be the one to actually, because you guys are the ones with the stores, the hair salons. You guys are the ones that should be pushing the black business and group economics, unfortunately, because black men, like I said, black masculinity is defined around stupidity. It's defined around gangster shit. It's defined around being a real nigga and who can kill who and whose dick is bigger and who's fucking 1,000 women at the club and bottle popping and all this other nonsense. That's what black masculinity
Hey,
is. So
Guzman,
yeah, go ahead.
can I ask you? Can you do
Yeah,
me a
go ahead,
favor?
brother. Yeah.
No cursing, please, because we got
Oh, okay. My fault.
young.
Yeah.
We got
Okay,
a
my
lot of young
apologies.
Africans that are listening. I
Okay.
just
My
want
apologies to those people.
to teach.
I will. Yeah,
Yeah,
I understand. So
thank you.
the problem is that they're worried about a lot of carnal activity, right? They're engaged in a lot of nonsense, and so that's what black masculinity is. But I will say this: um, the Mexican man and other non-Asian immigrant groups in America are not able to provide at the level and pay off the mortgage and everything else, yet their women still follow them. So I think that's the only thing I would push back to say, if you're saying that the only way you can follow a man is by finances, that's a faulty way of following male patriarchy, because if that man can no longer provide those finances, that means you never wanted to follow him, period. So that's where black women have to do a better job of two things. One, raising more black men, because they're the ones with the children. They need to raise black men who are responsible and who can lead. That's one. Two, they need to choose black men who they can follow. But a lot of times you look at what they're choosing what they're choosing. And then when they choose it and then they get the end result, then they say, where are the men? And then the men who would have taken them, oftentimes that's when you'll point out and say, yo, look at the black guy who's a brain surgeon or who's a doctor. He's married with a white or a
But
Latina.
Gaston, I'm somewhat agree with you, but you got to remember proximity. They're choosing what they see around them, whether it's constructive or destructive, because that's what they know. So that doctor with the PhD, unless she looking like a dime piece like Beyonce, he may only want to take a ride, and I'm gonna take you out to this fancy restaurant, and that's it. So she has no real chance for life with that brain surgeon.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. The woman,
Or even to get in
it's
a
two
circle
things.
near him.
I agree with that, but this is where you see in the old days in America, the black people had. Listen, I look. There's a great book I have right here in front of me. Black People of the Old West. Back then, do you know we had black mail order brides? Right? White people do that with the Russians. Today, you have Russian brides and Asian brides. You can go online and pick a bride from Russia or Asia. It used to be like that. You would have black women leave
That's where
the East
got his
Coast.
African wife from. He wanted
You would have you would have
Ukrainian, but that didn't work out. So
yeah, you would have black women leave the East Coast and go out west and marry a man they didn't even know, because they understood the importance of family. So that was organized through what? That was organized through the church and through family. So black women have to learn again this I ain't got to listen to nobody. I just got to stay black and die mentality. It takes them nowhere. So they got to go back to the institutions that work. The black church needs to put more rules. These pastors need to stop preaching. I saw a video with these girls in church. They were so-called getting the spirit. One had a mini skirt, one had her bra out, and so while she was catching the spirit, her I don't want to her his breast is not a curse, right? So her chest region, let me not use breast, but her chest region was about to pop out of her dress, and the one that had the skirt was riding up, and I'm sitting there like, oh no, cast the spirit! I want to see this show. I like to see this, and they were stopping it.
They were there for more than just what was in John.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say, right? They were looking for John 8 inches 16. Let me stop. But my point is that
they probably just left the club and said, "Oh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll wait a couple hours."
Well, whatever they did, the church,
I mean,
the church. But the pastors in the old days, when I was a kid, I went to African American church. When I was a kid, them old grandmothers would come and cover them young little, they called them heifers. They would cover them young heifers up. And that's what they would do. That is gone.
Not only covering them up, but chase them out of the church.
or they'll tell them you got to go, right? So now that's gone. Like I said, the mothers of old who would check these women don't check them. They allow them to go up reckless. So now it's the blind leading the blind. So the mother didn't have no husband. Of course, she don't want the daughter to have no husband. So she gonna give her bad advice. So this is what the cycle continues. And so, like I said, in that church,
and I
the,
don't
the
disagree with you on that because we all been through the last 40 years of a detrimental game that's pretty much destroyed my community.
no, of course, right? But what I'm saying is,
And it was
it
done
can be
deliberately.
fixed. The church needs to go back, get away from that Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, all about money nonsense, and say, look, we are here to promote the morals of the community. So back then, men would finish school. They finish high school. They go do a little nonsense, play, drink, gamble, get the wild oats out of them. Then they go to church, find them a decent woman, right? And they would pick a woman from church and build a family. And the families were
But back
involved.
then they
But
still valued that. Do we value
do
that
they do?
today?
I'm saying there are black men. Now, talking about a 21-year-old rapper, no. But a 33-year-old, 34-year-old black guy who's played the game enough, he is looking for that type of stability. He can't get it, unfortunately, because, like you said, the women within his proximity have either been damaged by all the pookies that they ran through, or she's too high up. She has a PhD, or she's a nurse practitioner, or she's a doctor, and she's looking at him like, dude, you drive a bus. I'm not talking to you. I want my man to be refined and drink white
And
and
I
drink
think
red
that's where
wine.
the biggest problem is, that we don't acknowledge that we both got issues that we need to work through. And
Wait, hold on,
find
hold on.
out
I'm gonna cut you off. Somebody's asking in the chat.
if
Wait, so I'm sorry. They asked if I donated. I did donate. Tan, you didn't tell them I donated some money today.
yeah, you did.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did. He donated.
yeah. I always donate. Every time I come on, I donate. I'm not a professional panelist. I'm always no disrespect to anybody else, but I always donate. But go ahead.
Now, one of the thing on that, maybe it's of the subject right now, but at the same time, you're aware that we are creating an office, right?
Oh, you have an
One of
office. Okay, send
we're trying to build.
okay, yeah, send me like if you have a GoFundMe or something. My email, gasthemup at
It is there.
gmail.com.
Yeah,
Yes,
it is there.
we do. We actually do. I'll put the link.
Okay,
In the
so
chat.
please send it to my email.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
gasthemup at gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah,
Continue.
Yeah. So
because
yeah,
we're
yeah, go
building
ahead, brother.
this.
Go ahead.
This is gonna be our office. One Africa, Swahili Nation, one Africa. You're part of it. You're a family. We hear you all the time, and you bring really great subjects, and we really appreciate that.
Oh,
And
thank you very much, brother.
yeah,
I hope you didn't mind my
and
trolling earlier. I was just being
everybody
silly.
knows you. You
Yeah, no,
know
I was
that,
being
right?
silly earlier. I hope you didn't mind the trolling.
But guess what? But you see your family, how they react and how they talk to you. It's
Yeah,
always
yeah, I think they understood I was trolling.
oh oh yeah, they'll point it out right there. So it's awesome. Thank you so much, though. Really appreciate
Yes,
that.
brother.
So you'll have that because we need this. What are you bringing right now to the table about the West, which is the diaspora, really? That's been so damaged for it, and how we can fix it. Because if we
Yes,
fix
yes.
that,
But most of
if we
all,
fix that,
don't
that'll
imitate
give
it.
us
Well,
what's
no,
that?
that's what's scary because now you see those pastors in Africa. You see, they're having the same problem. They're
Yeah.
all so caught up with that money hungry that now, I mean, I was watching the video. They had like a divorce court type of thing in Africa, like a show. And I'm sitting
Right.
there like, oh man, these people don't understand. Like they think they're being modern. It's like, no, man. But this
And
is
they'll
where
Yeah.
these
slowly
pastors
lure
should
you in, and then before you know it,
exactly.
you all messed up.
But even
Yeah,
and this is what I'm saying on my
you point out a good one, Gazma.
yeah.
I'm really point out something that is very important. Is again, when we talk about the upbringing of our youngs and how we cultivate them from young. and the moms, of course they work, and there's so many. Even the moms now that having the babies, they are really corrupted also into this whole mess. And it's like garbage in, garbage out. You see what I'm saying? And it's how to stop that trend, and how we can be strong enough to build our community. You see, that's. I mean, when we look at Africa, is copying everything that you see in the West,
Mm.
especially black women. They really
Yeah.
copy what the black woman is doing.
And then the saddest thing, the image of the black woman is BBL Central with all this other
And
stuff,
Tyler
and that's
Perry.
not even a real person.
No, of
Right.
course not. They do the BBL nonsense in Tyler Perry, which is an
And
insult to
then don't
black
forget
women.
about the Real Housewife of everybody.
Oh, don't even
Wait,
start. Yeah, Real
BJ,
And
Housewives.
all this is
hey,
just
hey, 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 hey,
pretend.
BJ, what is BBL?
Buttless,
Brazilian
Brazilian butt
butt
lift.
Yeah,
They put
Brazilian butt
implants
lift.
in the butt to make
So
it
they
bigger.
take implants or they take fat from the stomach or other parts of your body and they put it in your butt,
Whatever.
which I'm
Whatever.
like, I don't know,
That sounds
because
like
those
they're
East African women and South African women are natural with that. Because
No,
I
but
don't know.
even a lot of women here who got big butts, they still get it's not big enough. I need it bigger and bigger and bigger.
Now, if they get it that big, right? I'm not going to say anything vulgar, but if they get it that big, let's be honest. What man is going to really be able to fit in? Like
But it's not
guys
about.
are not
It's
walking
quite a
around with
lot. It's not
25
even
inches.
about
What's the point?
the man. It's about they fall in line with what the meat, and that's why I was saying earlier. The media
So
has
think.
so much control over us. We fall for anything that's pushed in front of our face. Like, oh yeah, let me put this 7-inch lashes on my eye, not knowing it. Could this give me an eye infection with all this with all
No,
this
it's crazy
stuff?
because BJ, look at this. These women will sit down there and get a 28-inch butt. What man is walking around with at least 15 inches to penetrate?
It doesn't matter because it's all about the latest thing. How
So
much
now they get the
control.
28-inch butt. Now it's time to make love to procreate children. Now you complaining because he's not
Well, you
hitting the
probably
spot.
can't because all the chemicals flowing through your body is probably going to kill you. Don't you see every day
Man.
one of these things burst and they tell me all the surgeries that they have to
Oh man.
and that's what I'm saying. The media controls so much. They implant this mess in your head and you think this is right. Started
I
off with
wish
Kim
him the best.
Kardashian, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh yeah, no, her stuff is real." I'm like, "No, I ain't never seen nobody but
Kim
planted the
Kardashian.
heat." That's not real.
Listen,
And so everybody wanted
No,
to do that, and then just build and build.
I'll give you one thing. I just went down a graduation party, and the lady became, a PhD doctor for plastic surgery. And this is what comes in my mind, when you say plastic surgery. You understand?
Sorry,
It's-
Biggie, but I also thought BBL meant big black lady.
We got those too.
yeah. Listen, no,
so
that's BBW, big black or big beautiful women or big black women. Yeah, that's
Okay.
BBW.
Oh, shoot.
but the
Now we've
but the
got the
thing,
nonsense in here again.
when you
They had
when you,
us.
when you hear that nowadays, the plastic surgeon, being a plastic
Mhm.
surgeon.
Someone's posting the porn in the thing. You guys
I
get them
know I'm
out.
trying to delete it right now. I'm on it. I'm trying.
Yeah, where's Sam? Sam usually attack those guys. The family always block him. Yeah, it's just oh my
It's
god.
just crazy that when African people are doing something good, these people come out of the woodworks.
I
These people, man,
know. I know.
you,
Oh my
they
goodness.
are
I'm so tired
crazy.
of them.
They need to get a life.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
like
somebody's
I'm saying.
posting
I
it.
don't think it's even a person. I think it's just like the
No, it's a bunch
algorithm,
of bots who
You think
I
it's the
trying
think
to,
bots? Wow.
the
yeah.
anti-algorithm.
Oh, so Marie, shout out to Marie. She says that she's had patients with irritation due to false eyelash glue. I didn't know that. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There
Wow.
was a TikTok. There was some TikTok things that was going viral. I'm like, what? Why you
No,
doing
you
this
remember
stuff?
the girl who put super glue in her head? You remember that girl who put super
Oh
glue
yeah.
in her head?
Oh
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
like,
Gorilla
man,
glue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gorilla Glue. Sorry, I'm like,
You're,
at a certain point, what man like this doesn't even make sense because,
Yeah, no,
but
no,
hey,
it makes absolutely 100% sense because nobody reads that chapter. Not none of the preachers you was talking about, gas them up, talks about vanity. Didn't they say vanity was the sin in the Bible? And
but
now
these pastors don't say
everybody's
that.
about vanity.
No, no, there's a listen, and this is why I get mad at Africa. There's a pastor in Ghana. There's pastors all over Africa. These African pastors need to go too. And if I was in charge of an African government, I would tax the church and all religious institutions 70%. That would kill every incentive for you to be a mega church. Because there's a pastor now in Ghana. This guy, he bathes the women naked.
Oh yeah, I
The
did see that.
women bathe naked. He takes their underwear. There's one I saw. I think it
And
was.
they
I
were
don't know if it was
young
Kenya.
girls.
I don't know if they were young. They look
I mean, they
old,
were
but
18, 20, but they were, he
you
was
know,
79 years old,
I
80.
saw. I saw this pastor in Kenya. I don't know if it's Kenya or one East African country. He was giving the people
No
gasoline
foul,
till
no
he
real
turned it to
housewives of
pineapple
Africa,
juice.
That's
please. No, no,
probably a
no.
West African region. So
No,
yeah.
no, no. It wasn't West. I wouldn't trust me. I wouldn't throw anything at the East Africans. It was one of the East African spots. I wouldn't just put it out there.
Maybe
And
Uganda, but
it might be
some
Uganda. It might
Kenya.
be Uganda. I don't know. But
Not
he
Kenya yet.
turned gasoline to pineapple juice, and you see all these things, and it's just like Fela Kuti, who's one of my heroes. He in one of his songs towards the end, because he used to insult people. He said, "Wait a minute. So the pastors have kept all the women in the church, and they're enjoying all the women, sleeping with all the women, having a good time, and you're sitting there walking on the road with no women. Aren't you gonna go burn down the church and get your women?" You know. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
I
yeah.
told my friends, I said, listen, if all else fails, if you see the gas them up ministries of Christ and I have women, don't complain. Don't say that you know me. Don't be a hater. Don't get angry. I'm gonna enjoy myself. Like there's no one's mad at the pastors now.
Well, I mean, but I just remember a friend. I think he was going to school to eventually become a lawyer. And he said, "You know what? Scrump that. I'm gonna become a minister because I get all the same opportunities, and all the women are in the church." I'm like, "Oh, well, okay. Thank you very much. I won't be going to your church, but anyway." And so that started a lot of the people who say they're a minister. They may have the certifications, but they don't serve nobody's Lord. They don't even believe in God, probably. But it's about, like you said, tax free, all this funding, all these followers, and they all easy access to whatever I want.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's like this, you know. I mean, if you look at the old thing that sells is about prostitution, or you have anything that in that area, it will sell, right? If the guy got money, he can buy. You
Yep.
understand? But again, in these kind of institutions, they're racking the money. They have them in front of them, and you got all this happening. It's up to us as the leaders to show and expose that. And meaning we really have to go after that in order to really even the church goers that they're gonna see our influences, our way, the way it's supposed to be, and the way we're supposed to be raising our kids, especially the youngs, and polluting them from one social media polluting them. Now they go to a church that pollute them even more,
Yep.
and they become you're putting all this trash and garbage in, and of course the garbage is going to be coming out the same
Garbage
way.
in, garbage out. Yeah.
Yes, and this is where we, as one Africa, as one nation, really, as a whole family, where we can bring and write letters. We can address those, including a copy to the government. And what we see, we don't like. It is. I know government don't want to interfere in church.
Well,
Okay,
you know,
they
but
try to stay
can't you
away
just
from
go
it.
old school and start protesting every time they have a sermon? Get a 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 people just outside with picket signs and say,
Yep.
How
Organization.
about those Christians amongst us start a better church? Because I don't think I'll be honest. In Africa right now, the church is its own mafia, and if you go against the church, you'll probably die quicker trying to fight the church in Africa than you will trying to fight some government entities. In my opinion, the church is a very dangerous gangster mafia institution in Africa. In my opinion,
Yeah.
um,
Even in the Bible, I bring the Bible when even Christ, when he went during the Passover and he saw all these people
selling.
selling, trading, and everything. The way he just disrupted the whole thing. It tells you he wants nothing but clean. This
Mm-hmm.
is Father's home, and anybody that claim as Christ Church, the first basic thing is this is where you trade your things. If you do, you're serving another God. That's why we got to point out, hey, what you're doing is serve another God because you're going against all the rules of the temple of the church.
Yeah.
And these are the things. I mean, if you really walk through it as Christian, if you are Christian or any African brothers and sisters, whether Islam or anything else, do you want people to bring garbage in, garbage out? I don't think so. I don't think our society, our African society, would like to see that. I don't care what kind of religion you have, but if somebody is using religion and promoting this kind of discuss, we need to get people involved. And I don't think it's about a religion anymore because that's not a religion.
No, it's a
That is
social
church.
construct. You
It's a
know.
social construct.
I think people need to start their own churches. I think people need to come up with their own churches that are going to really serve the people and work with the people.
God,
I
the
And
don't
you
think.
church.
know what,
There
Gasmus,
are,
there are
there
some
are a
who
lot of
do.
good
They
church
just
too.
don't get
You
the
know what I mean?
attention like the Creflo. And a big mega church are so backed by, I don't even know who they backed by because it's like, this is a lot of money. Where's it all coming from? And they know they have a lot of influence on the people. And, you know, and they get brainwashed because they don't want to give up their God.
Hmm.
Even for you wearing a
No, well, I'm
seersucker
saying
suit.
I'm saying like the church needs to be a family again, right? And when I say family, I mean like where a woman can find a good husband because the church is doing investigations. You're bringing your mother there, your father there. You got to go back to being a church family. It got to go back to where a man can find a good wife, where they have couples counseling, elders and the pastor sitting down talking about like, hey, look, this couple is having a problem. So, these three elders, these married couples, they can sit down and counsel them. And all parties need to be, able to, accept it. Because I will say this, in Africa right now, it's changing. Before the elders of the family used to do that, but that's gone. So it's the church that has to take up that mantle.
Mm.
So my question is, like here we used to have in every neighborhood you had several churches, but they were community churches. So everybody who lived in a neighborhood went to that church, and you had that unity. I live on this street, you live in this. Why don't you come over? My kid goes to school, whatever. Now most of those are gone. So now you are either getting on the bus or shuttle, and it's driving you 40 minutes to get to your church. So you don't have that sense of connection. So you only see the person you see when you are sitting down in the pews. You don't really know anything about their lifestyles or anything like that. So is
Of
that
course.
happening in Africa now? Because if it's not like in your
No, that's how
community.
it is. No, that's what's happening. There's the community. I mean, now to a degree, you do have community, but as it's getting, like you said, it's just becoming. is changing. But also, for example, even from a financial perspective, right? Like, I don't understand how people can contribute monies to a church for 30 something years, and then when they retire, they're hungry. I don't know how you have a church
Yeah.
and the people in your congregation are unemployed
But see,
To
and
it's
quote,
the
people are
spirit
hungry.
of
That
the
don't make no sense to me.
I just jump in
congregation.
for a second. To quote Bismarck, that's crazy. Who needs this kind of relationship? You know,
No, it
people
is. It
having
is crazy.
relations with the
Yeah.
churches, and after 30 years, you have nothing to show, and the guy you've been giving everything is
Nothing.
just,
Like those
yeah.
people who commit themselves for 30 years to a church, those elders should be given every month by the church,
Yeah.
even if it's a small amount of money. Give them
Oh,
something.
and
Make
I
sure
don't
that
know
they're
if it's
entitled
fair
to
like it
lunch,
is here.
breakfast, and dinner anytime they come. All the members of the church, if everybody's contributing, that if you're a member of this church, we're going to try to help you get a job, but in the meantime, we're going to cook food, lunch,
And there's
dinner.
still some like that here, but there's some that they put out a life insurance policy on every member of their congregation. And I'm sure that money is not going to the family, or maybe we got some a little
Well,
bit.
I
I'm not
mean,
going to give them.
they should. I don't know about the life insurance. That's a little bit, But again, you have some people, right? For example, with the church family, that actually is a good strategy in the sense of saying, if my church family is doing the right thing, a portion of my life insurance, I'm going to give it to the church. Every member should do that, even if it's
No, 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 no,
5%.
no, 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 no. The church is doing this to their congregation. So
Well,
everybody
then
coming
that's
in.
that scam. That you see, this is the scam, and this is why people. It is the scammer mentality, and this is why people, especially men, don't go to church because men are like, if
And
I'm going to get scammed, I might as well get scammed on the streets than let
but
some
my
pastor
but my
come and
biggest
scam me.
problem, what you're seeing, gassing up, is that why is what you're seeing the same thing that's happening here? Whenever I see replication, that means it's a purpose, and who's behind that purpose?
Oh no, it's
Because what's
happening.
happening there should be different than what's happening here.
No, it's not because you see what they look. Black people in America are the vanguard, and unfortunately, are also the testing pilot for
Yep,
blackness.
yep.
Because you see, what happens is this: if you go across Africa right now, you go to any beauty salon or barber shop, who's on the walls is African Americans, and so African Americans don't even realize. That's why when African Americans and that whole Africans don't like African Americans, a lot of times I tell African Americans, you guys don't understand to a certain degree what the issue is. Y'all don't know what y'all have because people who love you in Africa, when they get to America, there's a reason why they don't get along with you. Is because of things that they see and things they experience. That's it. But I don't want to get into that. But I'm just saying, black
Yeah,
people in
that's
America
for
are the
diaspora
testing. Yeah.
talks on Biggie. Diaspora talks on when? Biggie, I was trying to promote your program. He's quiet.
He probably stepped away. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but he never talk about some of that stuff on.
diaspora. Oh, okay. Oh, I
Yeah.
was gonna ask you, ladies, what do you think? Caesar said I mentioned something. Um.
I'm here. I
Oh.
was listening, but I went far away from my laptop, so it was on mute. I heard you.
Oh. Okay.
Our
Okay. Okay.
diaspora day is on Saturday,
Okay.
2 p.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Same time. And
There you
these
go.
are the topics that really now I want to get engaged in and just make sure that if I address my topic really is about interlacing the diaspora, the black in the outside, with the black in the inside the continent.
Mm.
So it's like imagine it's a quilt. You understand? We build this beautiful quilt in Africa, and as well the quilt that need to be to established in the diaspora so they can integrate. You see what I
Yeah,
mean? We're
yeah.
having a problem integrating that. The fact that whatever that is, imagine the majority. If Africa get all the respect as black, it goes around the world. You
Right.
understand? It goes for all blacks because for every single black life, I'm going to be asking we'll have the power to ask, just the way they said, when white guys are down and something happened to it, they'll go to the details, right? Well, we're supposed to be doing that from Africa, and so this unity of Africa and this wealth that we have, and as it gets, as believe me, they didn't touch it with all these years with the colonizers, they thought they got everything. They didn't even touch it yet. Okay, we have still the power. We're not supposed to be limited to $2.9 trillion annual budget. You understand? That's the whole
Right.
Africa.
Right.
So we are over 13.5 trillion, and we don't see that with that money. So
It's
once Africa
going to
gets
prep
the
up
real
prop up
respect,
other people.
right? That's the majority. You see what I'm saying? 13.5 billion people.
Not
That's the
even half.
majority. Not even yeah, exactly. So this is the road to go. Gosman really brought some subject out. I hope you're going to join me, Diaspora Talk. There are a few other things that we need to discuss about the food security and all that. We're talking about, we just touching just the tip of the iceberg. Just we're not deep enough yet. But this is a great conversation. Thank you, Tanzan. Really appreciate that. BJ, Gosman, and everybody that's out there commenting, Caesar and Sam and Marie Antoinette. I mean, this is a family, so we
We
treat
always appreciate you, Biggie.
this is a family matter. This is our family, and we grow that way. We're gonna go bigger and bigger and bigger, and already we have such a great respect in all the panel and the comment, everybody that participated in here, and I'm very happy. I'm very proud. Thank you so much, really. That's why I keep coming. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep coming. Any idea that I have, any good thing that I can share, I'll share to all of you with all the blessing with Xavier.
Thank you so much because we feel the same way about you.
Thank
Again, we're here to try to. I'm here just to try to bring a Western perspective of the games that are being played over here, and hopefully you guys don't fall for the same okey doke. I know Gasimov had mentioned something about the African women are looking at us and our image and replicating it.
you.
But a lot of times those images are not even ours.
Yeah,
And so
they're
so
not
so
all
the
real.
African women have to keep in mind that looks cute, but where is this really coming from? Everything coming from the West, you have to question it. You have to
Yep.
question why and its motive. And if the motive doesn't pass the stink test, keep it moving.
I lost Gosman.
Hmm?
Yes,
Lost.
he had to leave.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but just to wrap it up a little bit, when we talk about the responsibility, it's not to look at each other as the blame. It's either, that people say we have no friends, and it's true, we have no friends. You see, all these people who come into our countries, what's the first thing that they do? They start attacking the most vulnerable of our people, and this goes to children. And I think you all know the video I'm referring to that Mika had
oh
posted.
yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, so we don't
And
go
they don't
and
know no better. They're babies. They love everybody. And yet these uh, monsters want to exploit kids, and then me coming from this side of the world understand what image they're trying to not necessarily put in our heads because we could see, but put in the kids' heads. And then they will forever bow down to them.
yeah.
It's really
So
appalling. Crazy.
so the first thing that people come to our place is to come to exploit us, as Mondatezi did the last, maybe the one before that. And they come to exploit us because we don't know our value. We
Yes.
accept what other people tell us that we are worth. We accept people with the same mentality and openness that we accept each other. And sometimes people don't play by the same rules. Your brother, your cousin, you might, maybe rough and tumble a little bit, but you know that you're not trying to, do serious harm to each other. But say somebody from another place who doesn't know the rules or doesn't care for them or for you, They come for them when they fight. They're fighting to harm you, and you're fighting to play and enjoy and have fun. But these people are not playing. They may smile in your face, but they're not playing. So we don't see the danger, even when I wouldn't even say until it's too late. Even when it's too late, we still deny the danger. We still see it that somebody has come and burnt your whole house down, but you still see them as, oh well, they're
It
not
was
so
an
bad.
accident. He didn't mean to do it. He's a good guy.
Yeah, yeah, like we're talking about, what kind of a relationship is this? We have to ask ourselves, what kind of relationships are we having with each other as Africans? And we're talking about the desensitization. We have desensitized ourselves to each other's pain, and we have also opened each other's, kindness and generosity. So on those rules, we play fair. If somebody is hurt, well, you just hurt. That's what you do. You get up and go. If somebody is in pain, then we help that person. You're starving. Let me give you a meal, and so on. So that's our hospitality and also our desensitization. But when we apply these rules to people who don't play by the same, who are not even playing the same game, when we are desensitized to our pain, but we are sensitive to theirs, then they look at us as idiots. Like, why would you care more about somebody who doesn't care about you and care less about somebody who looks like you? You're going over there to try to gain somebody's approval, somebody who has no reason at all to care anything about you. And any human being would look at you as you're crazy. If you are an animal, and let's say you're a leopard, but you're more protective of the lion's cub than of your own, you know, children or cubs. I don't know what the leopard's cubs are called, but you're more protective of somebody else's offspring than your own. That is absolute madness. That is crazy. So when they look at us and they see, how we treat each other, that's the first thing. Sometimes we're quick to say, oh, look at what they're doing to us, look at what they're doing to us. But what are we doing to each other? You show people how to treat you. If, let's say, you're in a household, we started with, the men and the women and the state of the household. If in your family you treat each other poorly and without respect, do you think somebody is going to come to your house and treat you with respect? If you treat your husband with derision and just contempt, and look at him as a mere child or an inconvenience or just something to go over, that's the same way that people are going to treat him and you based on that. And guess what? You're not going to come off looking any better, either a man or a woman, because you are addicted or attached to that, other being that you so despise. So your choices are not dependent of you. Your choices actually define who you are. And as a woman, you have the choice to be with a person that is going to be a good match for you and a good father to your children. That's the main responsibility that you have. If there's anything that you're supposed to do in life, that's your one question that you're supposed to do as a from when you're starting to choose to look at men or boys. Who is good for me and who will be good for my children. Now, you're not going to know 100%. Nowadays it's impossible, but those were the reasons why we did all that background checking and familial knowledge and interacting with both sides. That's why we involve the whole community, because you as a person, you're not going to be able to make that big of a decision at that age without help from a lot of people, not just your family, but other people in the community and things that have been written down and studied and practiced. But in any case, nowadays we're just thrown off the deep end, and you have to swim and learn very, very quickly. And we're not teaching our the next generation how to even discern certain things. And Dr. Meneza, when he was here earlier, he did make a very important point about education. We can teach our children education about STEM and all these fancy things, and just have them thinking a whole lot of things and become very clever. People can be very, very clever, but yet they are dumb in the most important thing. And the most important thing is who you go to at night. Your job may be important, and of course it is. You have a responsibility to do certain things and so on. But at the end of the day, everybody goes home to their family, whatever that is composed of, whether it's, you alone or you with 1,000 people, whether it's, two people or four people or part-time people or full-time, whatever it is, that's your home. And we taught nothing about it, just put out there and told to figure it out. And that's not fair for the next generation. Who are they going to get that information from? So, in any case, we have to have these kinds of discussions so that we learn how to be the best that we can be. Whether you're a man or a woman, you should know your own responsibility to yourself, and then know your responsibility as a unit in that family, whatever you choose for it to be. If you're a man, what is your responsibility? What is your duty? And what do you get out of it? It's not marriage is not a something that is imposed on you. It's a choice that you make. So choices have sacrifices, and they also have consequences and rewards. It's not all just doom and gloom for forever. So anyway, that's
All
all.
right, I'm gonna add one thing
Sure, yeah,
to
go
all
ahead.
my
There's no, you guys can speak as much
yeah,
as you want.
yeah, African brothers and sisters. There are the married one, the single one. Okay, and I bless you from my deepest heart for those that are listening, because you are the future that's in the creation. The girls on the women's side, okay, there are singles. Please, when you like somebody, do not portray it the way you see it in the West. Okay,
Yes.
make sure you don't see all the bling bling, all that kind of possibility. It can be a fairy tale. Okay, one thing that I want to advise you is, when you want to get married and you want to have children, you have timeline. Okay, that the man, he can get married anytime. Okay, you want to have no tick 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 time that's clocking. So be wise. Make sure that you make a good decision, good background check, not comparing him to flashy, but your heart will tell you if it is that man that you really want, not the bad boy, because sometimes the bad boy also turn out to be a good boy. But at the same time, you have to really make sure that your choice is right, because you want a father that's going to be there for your children, a husband that's going to be there. That husband should be your friend and as well your husband. So you create an environment. It's like creating a nest, that who you're going to nest with. That's very important. Don't get influenced by, oh, he got riches or anything. All that, it can go away. The look will fade. Is it a person that's going to keep me happy? Is this a person that's going to make me laugh? This is somebody that I can talk to anytime. All this is very important. And for the single men out there, I know you're complaining, I'm single, I cannot find this. You got to tweak your antenna. Okay, if you really tweak your antenna into looking for a good girl that you want to marry, be patient. Be patient. She will come around. Don't disappoint yourself saying, I didn't get a girl. I'm single. Nobody wants me. No, it's just a matter on who you want in your life. And you also have the same responsibility to do a good background check on the woman, because she'll have a baby and she's going to be a runaway. You know, you, you'll take responsibility. But again, is that what you want? So don't rush. Be cool. Pray about it. Vision it. Mind it. And make it happen. Be patient. There's always one. But at the same time, during your youth, I know there's a lot of playtime, and that playtime can be over at one time, because maybe you're too late in the game in order to have constructive family. So, in general, please do not try to replicate everything that you see in the West and to make it work in Africa, because it doesn't. A lot of the things has to do with the culture itself in Africa. Follow your culture, respect your elderly. At the same time, listen to your mother. When your mother spends time with you, follow and understand what she's talking about, because she knows best, because she was born before you. The same thing with the boys. The boys, whether the family's together or not, make sure that you understand where your mom comes from. Mom gives you the basic education. about women more than the men. Your father will guide you through into selecting a good woman. So keep in touch with your family and tighten up your family structure, wherever you are. Tighten up. If you didn't see your father, your parents, you've been traveling abroad, or if you've been traveling different places, go home, visit your parents. They can be separate ways, it doesn't matter. The more time that you spend, young men and young women, you will learn a valuable lesson from them. Because if they are separated, they will make sure that they're not going to have the same issue. If they are in the same, living together, and still being happy about it, you will learn more. So go out there. If you really are ready to get married, do a due diligent background check, because your family knows too, your friend will know too. You will have a lot of recommendation. On a random choice, yes, it used to be a fixed marriage before. On a fixed marriage, the couple will live together. Eventually, they find love as they go. Maybe they never found love. They just have a mutual respect to each other to live together and grow beautiful children. Okay, so in the whole aspect of it, those of you who didn't had the chance to meet a girl, and those girls that never had to meet the guys that you really wanted, change everything that you used to do every day. Make a change. Tweak your antenna, because we all have antennas. We all have some point where we're going to attract one another. Try to do some change. Look into yourself. What do you want? And set your mind right. Don't fall to the same bad guy, bad boy. Don't fall to the same bad girl. Tweak yourself around if you're really serious about life. That's my advice.
That's very well said, Biggie. And just to thank you again, Caesar, for your kind words, and thank you everyone for being here. I know it's been kind of a long one. I wasn't trying to go this long, and it always just happens. But I know that everything happens for a reason, and everything that was supposed to be said was said today. And if there needs to be something more to be said, we will say it. The beauty of this is that it just depends on what people have to say, and what the topic is. And sometimes we have, you can say something in a few words, and sometimes you need to go on and on and on. But nobody's being held hostage. You guys can stop at any time. So we are the ones who are doing the heavy lifting. So, but we don't want to stay here all night. At least let's make it manageable for the people who are going to listen later. And also, just a few tips. If you do listen later, you can listen on double speed, so that you listen at half the time. So if something is 6 hours long and you listen at double speed, that will only take 3 hours to listen to. So that's why it's good to go and watch the other videos that are on the channel. Mika travels a lot in Africa. He goes and makes a lot of talks and meets some very interesting people. So sometimes you might not have enough time for that, but if you can, especially for the long streams like this one, just put it on double time and re-listen to it. It makes things go much faster. Um, in regards to what, so thank you, Caesar, for that. In regards to what Sam says about their hearts being in the right place, unfortunately, it's not that easy to change hardwiring in men and women. It takes a lot of time and a population culture shift. Well, I'll also refer you to Dr. Benezer's program, and he was also here today, which talks about the potential in Africa, and that potential is change. He had a whole program about change in Africa, change which included personal change, the population change, and the mind change in individuals and populations. So I think that would be an interesting one for you to revisit, because that's what it's needed. That's why we are revisiting all these things even in the past, so we see what we can use and what we can change. So if you say it's not easy, of course it's not easy. Nothing is easy. Nothing is going to be easy. Making your life better is never going to be easy. It just depends on, like Biggie said, it depends on what you want. If you want to be in the same place and say, well, nothing can be done, then that's exactly where you will be. And that's where, some people will be, unfortunately, they'll be lost because they only want to stay in the same place. But somebody who wants to be better or become better and just be different. No, you don't even have to be better. Sometimes just go somewhere else or do something else and see if that's better for you than doing what you're doing now. It doesn't matter what it is. So if you want to change, if you want to make things better, if you want to be responsible, that's something that, it's a personal thing. Nobody can make you do it. And some people can inspire you to do it, but nobody can really make you do it. It's something that you have to do for yourself. So oh, okay. So Sam, you're
I'll give
saying,
I'll give an example to all of
okay.
you. Look at the way we were before, where we're at now. Look at Mika. He wants to make a change, and he worked at it so hard. And look where he's going, because he wanted change. He wanted to make something to happen. So, looking at just a leadership, the way he's changing, anything you want in your life is possible. And this is where we're at right now. So I'm going to hit a little bit on that Swahili Nation One Africa funding. This is a momental time where all of us on this panel and all of us subscribing, we are at the doorstep to create our own foundation, our own what we call offices. And this office is going to grow. Let's build this one. And when we build this one, we're going to be present on 54. I'm not going to just stop at one. We'll have 54 stations and offices across Africa. This is the beginning. When you share this moment, when you chip in for this, we call it €5 for 25,000, for 5,000. It's just a little, just a small thing that we can do for a change. This is our change. This is our way to make sure that we have our own office representing everything. It's hard work. We put milestone after milestone. We wanted 200,000 subscribers with all of you who are successful to hit it. And this €25,000, believe me, I was calculating it in just 100,000, and it became like in a sense, okay. But again, a lot of the subscribers might not reached yet. Right now, we got 1,071 euro, and I'm pretty sure that was yesterday to the day. So if we are at this rate and we increase a little bit more, we should close this by the end of the month. That's what I see. By the end of the month, we should look forward our offices, and I depend on you. Mika depend on you. One Africa depend on you. This is the smallest thing that we can do to really have our own One Africa Foundation, and we'll have that. I guarantee you, we'll have that. Just spread the word. Tell everybody. Just like the way that we did it for 200,000. Hey, it's possible. Let's run with it. Today is June 14. We got close to 15 days, put it, because 16 is coming pretty much. We got 14 days to make this in realization, and we can do it. We can do it. So, Xavier, bless you all. May everything be well on your side, and support this mission. Swahili Nation One Africa funding. And once we got our office, I can tell you how proud you'll be for every cent you put into this. I'll give you the example of Ethiopia when they put their monthly salary to come to $5 billion and to start building the dam. Now every single Ethiopian is probably saying, "This is my dam. Nobody's gonna mess with it. This is our pride. This is our Swahili nation, one Africa, and we'll have that office." And thank you so much for listening to me. And Tanzan, sorry taking your time on that too, but it's your mission. So you're my partner, my colleague, my sister. Proud of you for everything that you represent.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for. It has been quite an enjoyable evening. I think everybody will agree. It was very entertaining, very enlightening. Yeah, all of that, and very informative, because that's what we're here for. We're here to share, to hear what everyone has to say. We don't always agree, and also we're here to laugh. Sometimes it's just okay to just laugh and be trolled a little. It doesn't hurt too much.
Nah,
So
no, it's part of it. It's a family issue. I told you, it's in family. So
yeah,
you
that's
all
a good
have
show.
family. You all know how family react and how they do things. So
Yes,
eventually, he Gosmond said, "Hey, I was trolling a little bit, but he realized, how many people would they knew about him. So the family knows. But he came
yeah.
in, on the panel and really gave us a good exercise. A good condition of thinking of new
Hmm.
ideas and how we can go by it. So
Yeah.
it shows who we have. We have a bunch of leaders in here. We have a
Hmm.
bunch of leaders in here, and there are people that I really want in here. Sam, you're a little bit overdue. I know you're busy, but I know when you come into the show, I know you got a lot to contribute, and I know you've been contributing actually throughout our mission. So Pi is always there. Caesar is always there. Abuyak is there. Mary Antoinette is there. Like I said, we don't need all the. I mean, we would love to have 1.3 billion people participating, but again, it's gonna be a blow up for this platform. We don't know what's gonna happen, but it would be so awesome. But again, with a few, we can make the right decision, the wise
Hmm.
decision. If we're not perfectly comfortable about it, we can put it for a vote and we can really discuss it among the family, and the family member will come and give us a better solutions, because there's always one that's listening and always give his best. So again, I'm very happy. Just the fact that we have this funding posted and started, it's overdue. Like I said, Mika don't ask. Mika spends whatever he's got to his pennies. And we know the way things are going with the YouTube. We've been canceled out last week, and before that, the algorithm changed. Things are not coming through the way it comes. We took it upon ourselves and say, hey, you know what? We're gonna put this fund raising, and we're the only one we can fund our own self in order to have, like BJ said, just a little nugget. Just drop your little nugget, because the value is you are part of it. You are part of it, and we're gonna show it and we're gonna do it. We have a lot milestone to achieve, and this is one of the milestones. And it's a little bit overdue, but I'm so glad it's out, and we're gonna put this together, and we're gonna drive it all the way to the end together. Because without you, without me, without Tanzan, without Mika, with all the hosts, Ebenezer, Pastor Israel, Professor Israel, everybody that's putting this thing together, really, really appreciate it. Even from people that are not so-called in here participating, and at the same time, you all know them, Chrissy, Leslie. There's a lot of other people in the background working on this. So we're gonna work this without being tired. We're spending a lot of times, and we're gonna mean what we say. And as you can see, a lot of people are coming, and a lot of people are listening. And please, again, understand Swahili Nation, One Africa, appreciate every single of you. And for me, I'm very proud of it. For me personally, I'm very proud of all the people that I meet day in, out, on every comment, on every panel that we have discussion. I'm very proud, very, very, very proud, and I'm proud of you. It's because of you that I'm here. I really thank you. I don't know how to express you more than that. It's just sometimes it chokes me to where we are right now. It's just unbelievably fast track. We're fast tracking, and we're always born successfully. Those of you that join in here, you're born successful, and here's the time to shine. Here's the time that we can make changes. We change ourselves and we change others. We'll have a lot of people that's going to join us. Xavier, bless you. Well, Tanzan, I'm just going to bounce on this. I just leave it to you to wrap it up. And again,
Yes,
family,
indeed.
thank you. I love
Yes.
you all.
Thank you, Biggie. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone that was on the comment section today. When even the players and the musicians, you need somebody to listen and to spectate. So you're not just sitting there, you're participating, you're giving us, the ideas, the motivation, you're showing us, a different way to look at things. So we appreciate the input that you give us. And those who are courageous enough to get on the panel, not courageous, I know some of you have work and things to do at this time. So, but for those who got on the panel, thank you all. Thank you to BJ Riggs. You always consistent, always loyal. So thank you for coming on and for giving us a run for our money. Thank you, Biggie. Always, I can count on a good. Mwendatezi was here too, and when we talk about, today we had, I don't know what to call gas them up. I know Mwendatezi is the devil's advocate. So when he comes in, you already know, okay, a fight is going to ensue. How can I protect myself, or how can I attack or defend? So, yeah, Tezi is always like, okay, but I disagree. You're like, okay, which part do you disagree with? And you go from there. So, yeah, we laugh, we argue, we disagree, we agree, but at the end of the day, we're family, and that's what family does. Nobody's going to be, thinking exactly like everybody else, and some people are going to come in making jokes and singing and dancing. So hey, so we appreciate all the different, flavors, in the African soup. And Maria Antoinette, always good to have you, especially when you join us. That's always an extra treat. So thank you. Caesar, thank you so much. You have been just wonderful with the comments and the knowledge and the wisdom. So thank you. Do join us again. We have other shows, and that's the variety of SNN. We have from education to the potential. We have Mwendatezi's hidden hand on Sundays. We have the recap. So whatever you're into, you'll always find something that you can listen to, because something that you can learn from. So welcome to the show. And yeah, I hope I didn't forget Samira A. Thanks for being here. I remember you also
Bye. Bye. Don't forget bye.
Pi. Oh, of course I can't forget Pi. Pi is like the he's like the chairman. He's the chairman.
He's the chairman out there. Oh, we're gonna call him chairman now.
So I appreciate you all. No, I'm not dissing you. No, I am not dissing you at all. I hope you don't think I am, if that's me. Or is it BJ? Yeah. So no, we appreciate all of you being here. And if we could go for another 5 hours here, but let's try to keep it. And once again, just on a very serious note, let's go to the Swahili Nation One Africa funding page. Just go there, even if you have donated, and if you feel a little bit more generous, just go in there and then put another donation. And like I was telling, was it Pi? Yeah, I was telling Pi that you can do it anonymously, but you can also still just put your pseudonym. So your name will only appear as you put it. So the first part is where you put your name, and where you put your payment information, that part is not accessible to the back end. So you can still remain fully anonymous
Anonymous.
or protect. No, not anonymous. Anonymous sounds like you're hiding something. You can just protect your
No, no.
privacy.
I mean,
Yeah,
no. You
no, no,
can
not you. I'm
donate.
just
Yeah,
sorry.
you can donate and
Yeah,
donate
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm
anonymously.
saying. You can donate anonymously, or you can have your name, your pseudonym. So it doesn't have to be, you putting out all your details out there. So all they see
Mhm.
is what you put in the your name section. So you can put whatever name you want to be known by. So
Right.
we do. The only reason why I say that, and you can remain anonymous. That's fine. But the only reason why I say that is that we do also want to appreciate those people who support us, especially monetarily, those people who take their time to actually put in the money where the mouths are and so on. That includes the members of the channel, people who contribute a small amount every month. So these things are not just taken for granted. We don't just assume, oh, people should contribute. No, we know that you have a lot of things that you can put that money towards. Money is not, there's nobody who doesn't know, or have a need for money. So if you put it towards something valuable, we do appreciate it, that you could be doing something else with it. But just like with your time, you could be elsewhere, but you're here. So I won't take too much of your time, or hopefully we can take more of your money, but not too much of your time. So we appreciate you all, and I'll say the final closing out prayer, and we'll see each other on the next one. So once again, I pray to the ancestors who have been here with us today, and who guide us through the conversation, who make us say what we need to feed each other's minds, and to make each other happier, better people. And we also remember those who will come after us, those to whom we owe a responsibility to be the best that we can be, to show them a way, to take our experiences and our knowledge, and to give them a light in this very darkening world. And appreciate you all for being here. Thank you to the Creator. Thank you to the one who made us. And good night, or good day, or wherever you are. I don't know why Pi and Mika are laughing in the comment section, but thank you all.
I'll
And
I'll say the special prayer for Marie Antoinette, and
yes,
as
yes,
well
go ahead.
Kaku and Kuku and
Yes,
Dr. Tzedaka, and especially for Mika also, that's going through this really moment of excitement. May his wish and mission and vision comes true. I pray for him. I pray for uh, Dr. Tzedaka, and as well Dr. Abanazari that's traveling across the country. May he be safe, and within all that, he tried to put things together. So really, the prayer goes, Xavier, really give him all the blessing and the protection, and for the rest of the family, I want you to protect all of us and give us all the blessing and the wisdom, and bring on the future leaders. I'm gratefully yours, my Creator, my Father, Xavier. I mean, there you go. It's a wrap. It's a
good.
wrap now.
Yeah, it is. All right, peace, everyone, and
All right.
have an excellent day of time or wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you.